and wash your hands after touching any raw meat.
Cry for my country, for the pain that it's been through. She's been made to suffer for the profit of a few. Storm clouds are forming, winds of change now touch our shores. Our here forefathers are crying as the dream's been crucified. America, I show my love for thee with strength and loyalty. America, I show my love for you in all that I do. All that I do. I pray for my country and for friends and family, mourning in their ignorance while staying safe within a dream. I will fight for freedom and the ways of liberty. I die for my country, slaying corporate dynasty. I show my love for thee with strength and loyalty. America, I show my love for you in all that I do. I see it in your eyes, the love you have inside. Your eyes, the love you have inside. You know I'll never let you down as long as I have breath. As I try to change and rearrange the promise that I have with you. And I will pick you up and send you up and set you back up on your feet. After all I've said and no one's left, I will always be there. And be there by your side and never let you down. I cry for my people in this time of tragedy. I just want some answers, so the truth will set us free. And the truth will set us free. I say hallelujah.
So that's a little taste of Poker Face, and yeah, the mic sounds a little different today because it's a mobile mic. And we'll just turn that down a little bit here, let that play in the background a little bit. Pull that down a little lower. So yeah, I got a mobile mic right here, and it's even got a candle, so I can take it in the dark, and I can be mobile. So I'll just get up and walk around and show you how that works just for a second. So we'll take off my headphones, and I'm just going to pick up my mic here. Let's see how far we can go. I'm going to walk around the kitchen, so I just want it for the kitchen, and walk around here. The candle's still lit, just take a walk around the kitchen. I could open the fridge, take a nice little walk around here. Happy little walk. Yeah, I've been busy with work today, and I've been working on this. And I know it sounds a little rough. I know that. This is a old wireless Radio Shack mic. But I'm going to get something better eventually, but I just didn't want to sit there and hold this doing my stream. I can also talk on this one over here. This one has a deeper, muddier sound, and this one has the tinny sound. And I know this one sounds better, but I need to find the mic for the mount for this mic. So I just don't want to go digging for that today, but I have a mount for it and a stand. I just don't want to mess with that. So I messed with this one here. So yeah, that's Poker Face. If you were watching yesterday, they sent me this. They mailed this to me 15 years ago, and I just got around to calling the guy that mailed it to me, the lead singer, and he gave me permission to play their music on the stream. So that's what we're hearing right now. Let's hear Watchmen in the background. Alright, so here's what we got going on. I hooked up a call-in line. So if you want to call in and talk, I can put you on the stream. You don't need to do StreamYard, and we'll test out the new phone system. And I don't know if that's too loud. Let me turn that music a little bit more. A little bit lower. That's about right. I guess that's a good level. So anyway, you can call in if you want to chat. And the funny thing is while I was setting this up, I got a lot of spam calls. So let's just listen to the last one. We're gonna pause Poker Face here and just
And wash your hands after touching any raw meat.
Please wash your hands. So we're going to listen to the spam call that I got about 20 minutes ago, right before I went live, and I had a little bit of fun with them. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. This is Daniel. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm also doing good. Thanks for asking. God bless you, sir. Actually, this short call is about new low-cost, final expense state-regulated program that has just been approved in your state, and it is designed to cover 100% of your funeral, burial, and cremation expenses. Now, right now, our licensed agent can give you a call back in a few days and give you more information. Would that be okay for you?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Alright, so what is your good callback time, like morning, evening, or afternoon?
Afternoon. Definitely not in the morning.
Alright, and sir, how old are you?
Old enough, but you think I'm going to die anytime soon? Is that what you're telling me?
So no sir, actually the age criteria is 45 to 80, that's why I'm asking you how old are you. Are you between 45 to 80?
Yes, I'm 51.
51, you can perfectly qualify, and you are residing in the state Texas, right?
That's correct.
Alright, I just need two more quick things, then you can go. In case you take this coverage, so who will be your beneficiary, like your son, your daughter, or your spouse?
Don't have any kids, so I'll have to figure that one out.
Alright, it might be your family member, right?
Yeah, probably be a family member, yep.
Alright, and so just for callback reference, what is your favorite color, like red, blue, green, purple, or any other favorite color do you like?
What are you asking?
Just for callback reference, what is your favorite color, like red, blue, green, purple, or any other favorite color do you like?
Is this a joke?
No sir, it's not a joke. It's just only for callback reference.
What does a color have to do with anything? Who started that? Callback reference? Is that what you said?
Yes sir, callback reference.
What if I'm colorblind?
Okay. Are you smoker or non-smoker, by the way?
I don't smoke. No. I just came off of a 41-hour fast. I only drink distilled water. I eat very clean. And you're trying to kill me off, though. That's what it sounds like.
No, sir, no, sir. And sir, one last thing according to your budget. In a few days, probably, what plan will you like to get the information? Like lowest one 5, middle one 10, or the highest one 20,000? What plan will you prefer? 5, 10, or 20?
I don't know. It just depends. How soon do you think I'm going to die? Because if I'm going to die soon, then I want to get the more expensive plan. But if it's going to be a while, then I'll do the cheaper one.
Okay. All right. No problem. Our license agent can show you all 3 plans. You can decide it later after seeing the cost. Okay?
Sounds good.
All right.
We just need cash.
To address you properly, how to spell your last name?
Are you kidding me?
No, sir.
How do you spell my last name? You called me. You have my number. You should know how to spell it. How'd you get my number?
Sir, I get your number from senior database.
Okay, so my name should be in there.
Yes. No, sir. Your name is not.
Well, you'll figure it out sooner or later. I guess when I'm dead, you'll figure out who died. Just look at the obituaries.
Adios, mofo.
I guess that was it. Had some fun with him. Alright, so yeah, that was about 20 minutes before I went live. So I got it set up where I can just record in my OBS any calls that come in. And that one was perfect timing. So that's the new setup I got here. I know this mic sounds rough. Again, it's a Radio Shack wireless mic. And but I don't have to hold this up to my mouth. So anyway. We got a call in line now, so if anybody wants to call in, it will not show your number. It's a Magic Jack that I have hooked into the computer system here. So my streaming system has Magic Jack now, so it'll be directly patched in to the board there. So if anybody wants to call, we can test it out and see what it sounds like. And yeah, I know the mic sounds rough. I can talk back here a little bit. All right, so here we go. This could be a spam call, or it could be a real call. You're on the air with Fry. Go ahead.
Hey, Fry. My name's Greg. I'm from Ohio.
Hey, how's it going, Greg?
I'm doing fine, sir. I watch you as much as I can. You're very interesting to me. I'm 66 years old. I think you're like totally interesting, all the stuff you do. But anyway, I was listening to that call you just had with that guy that owns the goat man. And I thought I was hoping he would say, "Can you hold on? I need to go feed my goat." But anyway, since you're gonna die, I'm into stereo equipment, and I was wondering if I could have all your speakers and stuff when you.
Yeah. Okay. So just just email me your address, and I'll put you in the will. Yeah, I got a really nice setup here in the living room. It's an 18-speaker system with 3 subs.
Yeah, I watched you yesterday, and I was totally amazed. I'll bet you it sounds great. I'm an old stereo guy. I used to be a sound man also for a rock and roll band back in the day.
Yeah.
And right now I have an old NAD amplifier, a 2100, which really is a powerful amp, and NAD preamp, and I have 2 old Paradigm speakers that they don't make anymore. This stuff's like 35 years old. But
yep.
It still kicks butt. You can't get stuff like this anymore.
No, I got some old KLHs back when they were before they were taken over by that other company, and they're 15-inch subs. I'm going to hook those back up into my system now that the spousal acceptance factor doesn't have to be involved. So the house is going to have even more low-end bass. But yeah, I'm an audio engineer. I got all kinds of equipment everywhere. I used to set up recording studios and radio stations, satellite studios, and I've set up a full-blown radio station before. And so yeah, I'm always into. I'm an audio guy.
I know, and I wish I lived in Texas. I'd be hanging out at your house.
Yeah,
all
and
the time. I could learn a lot from you. I guarantee you that. You're interesting.
The most frustrating part about what I'm doing right now is I've shipped out probably $10,000 worth of equipment in the last 2 or 3 years to like people like Gary Garver and the other satellite studios for the radio station, and I don't have any of my nice gear anymore, so I'm using my old wireless Radio Shack mic, a karaoke mic, and I'm just patching stuff together until I figure out what I want to get now, because the stuff that I had RE20s, I had Sures, I had broadcast mixers, and I still have a broadcast mixer here that's as big as this table that I just can't use because it's an Axia Audio all live wire digital system. I just can't use it because I don't have the room. But I'm really thinking about readjusting my studio in here a little bit so I can make room for it, because that's an awesome console. Every fader has mix minus. It's got compression, EQ. You can do digital audio over your network, so it's just an amazing system.
Yeah, you know a lot more about that stuff than I do. Right now, I can't even use my system. I'm waiting for my actual speakers to be shipped. They were supposed to be here today. The guy that I bought this system off of retired, and he is still reconing speakers in his garage, and we're best of friends. And so he's reconing my Paradigm speakers for me, and they were supposed to be here today, but they got delayed. But he's one of the only guys in the U.S. that still can recone any speaker. He does specializes in antique speakers. So if you ever need any speakers reconed, he does the whole job from voice coil to the whole thing. He does it all, and he's been doing it all his life. And but anyway, I just wanted to call. I just turned you on, and I caught the tail end of that conversation where the guy, where you were asking him if you were going to die soon, and I thought, this is hilarious. I got to call, see if I can get through and see if I can get on the wheel.
Yeah, it seems like today they've been trying to kill me off a lot, because I've had 3 of those calls, and that's the first one I got, because I had the system set up, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to get this guy. And I got a good recording. I wanted to toy with him a little bit more, but I kind of threw him off when I said the colorblind thing, and I think he said, "Oh, cancel culture."
Was he supposed to be a doctor or something?
No, it's just Habib, Naid, and Najab. They're out there just cold calling, trying to get. I think they're data mining more than anything. So I always give them data that's just pointless and that doesn't really mess with me at all. I don't care about giving them my age. But I'm not going to spell my last name.
Yeah, that's crazy. I can't believe I got through to you. I wrote your number down. If I ever have any questions, you wouldn't mind me calling you back, would you?
Yeah, you probably want to email me, and then I can call you back from my cell, because this is going to be the studio line, and it's only going to be live when I'm on the stream and when I'm working in front of this machine, because it's connected directly to this system. So.
Yeah, I emailed you back in the day when you were covering the Convoy about one of the streamers that I personally didn't trust, and I sent you an email warning you shouldn't trust this guy, and you kind of ignored it, which is a good thing because I was probably wrong.
Yeah, but, I'm not here to judge anybody that's out there with a camera. Yeah. That's not my deal. Because I don't want people judging me, because people don't understand really about me. They know about me here, but they don't know what I really do for a living, and only people that are close to me know that. So there's a lot of miscues that happen on the live streams, because when you're streaming for 8 to 12 hours a day, you're going to say something stupid, okay? Yep. And then people are going to pick that up and they're going to run with it, especially if they got a beef with you. So yeah, that's the whole thing. In the chat room, just don't talk trash about anybody, and it's good as gold.
I don't have a smartphone, so I don't do the chats and stuff, but I regretted sending that email. As soon as I sent it, I said, I don't know that streamer. I could be totally wrong. It was just my opinion at the time, and I regretted it, and I'm glad you didn't answer it, because it wasn't worth it. Anyway, I find you totally interesting, man. I wish I lived in Texas. I'd be hanging around with you all the time.
Yeah, well, I wish I had 5 of me so I could do the real projects I want to do. I just don't have the time. I want to do all the inventions, and if I had the resources, I would start my own vehicle company that would be based on low-speed vehicles, and they would be completely solar powered, and and the batteries, it would have no batteries. They'd have super caps, and if they did have batteries, they'd be very small, That's the problem with electric vehicles. It's not the drivetrain is pristine. They're perfect. As a matter of fact, the Tesla is one of the safest cars. The problem with all the electric vehicles, except for BYD, is the battery technology. Lithium iron phosphate is the safe chemistry. So if you're going to buy an electric car, get the BYD. It's got the blade battery, and they put the lithium iron phosphate. If you're going to get a Tesla, get the ones that have the lithium iron phosphate chemistry, because the other ones are an unstable chemistry, and I just don't trust it. But and there's not enough batteries to make everything go electric. And then now what they're doing in California is they're cutting people's power off. So now they're saying, okay, you're going to have your power shut off. Well, that's the whole benefit of having electric vehicles, to charge it at your house. So
I love these pictures of all these electric cars sitting on the side of the road with the gas generator charging them back up. I just love it.
And yeah, that's memes. Electric cars are great, but the problem with electric cars is the battery technology is in its infancy. It's an interim chemistry right now. Once they get the solid states and the supercaps kind of merge together, then you're going to see the gas cars are going to die. But we're probably 10 to 20 years away from the perfect battery chemistry, because then it won't be a battery anymore. It's going to be a capacitor. So it's going to be a capacitor that acts like a battery instead of a battery that acts like a capacitor. And that's the perfect world.
Yeah, it's just crazy the way they're trying to push this so fast, though. Like, they're already talking about rolling blackouts this summer across the states, and I'm thinking, why are they pushing this stuff when they can't make enough electricity to do what they're doing now?
No, not at all.
And they want everybody to plug their car in. It doesn't make any sense.
But
anyway, I'm not going to...
It works. I'll let you go. But it works for slow driving and local driving. So like that golf cart that I have, it's completely 100% solar powered. And I can go all around town all day long as the sun's out. And it never really taps into the 3 little lawnmower batteries I have in there. I have 3 little bitty lawnmower batteries, and that's it. And those batteries are just there so I can cruise around at nighttime. I don't need them during the day.
What do you think about these solar generators that they advertised? I forget the name of the one I was looking at. It comes with the 2 solar panels. But do you think those things are worth the money? It's very expensive, and I'm like, if the government shuts off the electricity, I'd like to have something just so I could plug the refrigerator in once in a while, or run the TV for a half an hour or something like that. Are they feasible, a solar powered generator?
Yep, they are. All right, somebody's calling here. We're going to ignore for a second, so you'll have to call back, whoever was just calling. Yes, but you want to stick with the ones. Now listen to me, everybody that's listening, please. Don't buy the ones that don't have the right battery chemistry. So Blue Eddy, not the Yeti, but the Blue Eddy is the company that I would point you towards, because you just need to make sure on the specs. But most of all of Blue Eddy's solar generators have the lithium iron phosphate chemistry. And the bonus of the lithium iron phosphate chemistry is it'll allow you to discharge it down to 0 and go back up to 100%. And they have a bigger life cycle. The other types of ones like Jackery and stuff like that, Jackery, they didn't used to, but you check and see what chemistry they use. If they use lithium iron phosphate, then I would trust it. But I would not get the ones that don't have lithium iron phosphate batteries. I would look at Blue Eddy and just kind of stick with them, because they're always pushing the envelope and adding features, and they're always upgrading their stuff. But yeah, Blue Eddy is what I would recommend.
The company I was looking at, I don't know if you've heard of them, it's called Lion Energy.
Yeah, I don't know of the smaller ones. Like I said, if you're going to get one, the batteries are what's going to die first. So get the one with the lithium iron phosphate and its proven technology. And Blue Eddy is beating Jackery when it comes to bang for your buck and the batteries chemistry.
Now I live in the Northeast, so we don't get a whole lot of sunshine. But the guy I talked to from that other company I just mentioned said that I could buy an extra set of panels and it would work, but it would just take longer to charge, even if the sun really wasn't out, it would still charge. Is that true?
Okay, so somebody's saying my mic's hot. I know my mic. It sounds like it's hot because the diaphragm is broken in here. So this is an old wireless mic. So I know my mic sounds like crap, but it's a wireless mic. See, and I can walk around with it. So anyway, you can charge. The only problem with some of these solar generators is the panels that come with them are expensive. So you probably want to look at Blue Eddy. They come with adapters. You can get your own solar panels and hook up to it, but just look at the voltage input specs. So you need to look at the maximum voltage that's allowed, and you want to get one that supports the highest voltage. And why I say that is the higher the voltage it can accept, the longer you can run your wires to get them away from your house, to get them out in the sun, and it's not going to lose your current. And generally they're all going to have the MPPT charge controller, which takes the higher voltage, turns it into amps, and it gives you more power from the sun. So make sure that they have the MPPT charge controller, and that's another thing you need to look in the specs, because it'll either be pulse width modulation, which is basically an on and off switch, it's a modulator, or it's going to be MPPT charge controller, which is basically it's tracking the voltage and it's optimizing the maximum voltage and turning that into the amperage according to the voltage where it's charging the battery. So just Blue Eddy is the way to go. I would not suggest buying their solar panels, because that's where they really start getting you. So that's expensive because they fold up and all that stuff. But you can take and put hinges on your own solar panels and put some stuff on them to where you can prop them up. You can make your own mounts. Just price the panels that they have and the panels that you can find on. And I can recommend some panels. Rich Solar on Amazon makes, that's where I buy. That's the ones in the front yard. Those are 100-watt panels, and it's a company called Rich Solar, and they're really good panels for the money. You can get 2 of them for under $200. So.
Yeah, this other company wanted $500 for 2 extra panels that went along with that generator I was telling you about. But the issue for me is we don't get a lot of sunlight, and my questions are, even when the sun's shining through the clouds, can they still charge? I know it's going to be a slower process.
Yeah. Okay. So just an example. So you say a 100-watt panel. So whoever's calling right now, I don't know if I can merge you. We'll have to test that out later. I'm going to click ignore. So we got 2 people that called, and I might call them back. So anyway, if you have a 100-watt panel, a 100-watt panel is going to give you about an average of 5 amps. Okay, maybe 6 on a good day on a 12-volt system. So let's just keep it simple. So you're getting 5 or 6 amps on a sunny day. If it's cloudy, you're going to get 1 amp, maybe 2. Depends on how dense. If it's a thunderstorm, you can just say nothing. Okay, but if it's a hazy day, geoengineering day, and just kind of a high cloud day, you could get 3 amps, 2 amps. So.
And even if you hook up a string of panels, that would help.
Yeah, it would start adding up, exactly. So each panel would add up as far as your amperage. Yeah.
Okay, now I understand. Hey, I'm going to let you go, Fry. I just called because I was laughing so hard when I said, let me try to call and see if I could get. I can't believe I got through, but that was hilarious toward the end. And I said, I gotta just call and let them know how funny.
Yeah.
I want to be on the wheel for all those speakers. I saw your subwoofers, and I'm totally into stuff like that. So I said, let me get on the wheel. This guy's gonna die.
Just remember one thing. Just remember this.
We just need cash.
I know a lot of people want to send blankets or water. Just send your cash.
Adios, mofo.
All right, I'll catch you later.
All right, Brian. Take care, buddy.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we're going to call back this number.
Thank you for using Magic Jack. Your yearly subscription has expired.
No, it's not.
Please follow the on-screen instructions
No, I
for
paid
renewal. Thank you.
No, it's paid. So.
Leave a message after the beep.
All right, that could have been a spam call, so we're going to call the other person that called.
Thank you for using Magic Jack.
No, it's not.
Your yearly subscription has expired. Please follow the
I guess I need to
on-screen
reboot my
instructions
Magic
for
Jack.
renewal. Thank you.
It still lets me call out, so of course it's not expired. But they need to fix their little system there. Let's see if this was a spam call or somebody wanting to be on the air. So the call is in progress. Nope. All right. All right, so now that went pretty well. And yes, I know this microphone sounds like garbage compared to this one. This one sounds a lot better, I know. This one does, but... All right, here we go. Could be spam, could be some, who knows? Here we go. This is Fry, you're on the air, go ahead.
Hello, I am calling from Magic Jack. We are looking to renew your subscription.
That's great. So how much is it going to cost me?
$9.95 a month.
$9.95 a month. Okay, because I'm already paying $39 for a year, so I guess I was getting a better deal. But you're going to charge me more?
That is correct. You have promotional offers for the first year. We no longer accept that promotion.
So what's your favorite color?
Blue.
Blue? Okay. How old are you?
22.
22? So how long have you been watching the stream?
Sir, you have to upgrade or else we'll cancel your phone service.
I've already paid it today.
We are not seeing that on our server. We take Cash App in Venmo.
You're serious? You don't see that I paid it even though it went through my bank account?
And wash your hands after touching any raw meat.
So that's kind of cool. So now people, even though I paid for my Magic Jack service, I might have to reboot the thing. People are calling in and trying to get me to pay them, even though I've paid it up to pay them more money for the Magic Jack. It's like $4 a month is what you end up paying for a Magic Jack. And that was a good call. I got that recorded. That's awesome. So that's my first Magic Jack scam caller. So yeah, I'm going to be looking for a new wireless mic, but I want one that's like this. I don't want one of those Rhodes where you have to have it up here to talk into it. I want one that has a lapel mic so I can do just like this, because this is an antenna. I made this for feeding hummingbirds. This is what I made to feed hummingbirds. And I would hang this like this. That would hang, and the hummingbirds would feed out of these little plastic caps. So I just rigged up this. This is the wireless. There's batteries in here, and then there's candle right here, so it can be lit up, you know, in the dark. But anyway, I don't want one that's got the microphone built in. I want one that's got the lapel. So yeah, this is an old system. I've had this old wireless mic for 20 years, probably, at least 20 years. But yeah, I've tweaked this thing for hours to try to get it to sound this good. The gains on both sides, it sounds like I'm coming in too hot to the mixer, I know, and I'm not. It's just this crappy mic. The diaphragm's probably broken in it, or, you know, shattered. So it is what it is. All right. Let's see. Ames solar is 300 watts. Yeah, Ames is okay. I would stick with, if you're going to do a solar generator, I would do Blue Eddy. Let's get some poker face going in the background again. All right. I don't know if you can hear that, so. But yeah, I'm not excited about the mic sound, but I am excited about not having to do this the whole time when I'm streaming. Maybe when I find my mic stand. I have the stand, but I don't have the little holder on the top. I lost the little holder that goes right there. So I'm going to have to either rig up something. I don't want to rig that up because it's going to be heavy and it's going to flop around. But yeah, I'll eventually get a better mic. But like I said, I have 2 studios set up now in this house, and I don't know if I'll ever stream unless I have a guest. That's probably what I'm going to do. If there's somebody that wants to be on the stream with me, I'll stream in the bigger studio. because we can sit on the couch and I'll just make the camera pull back wider, wide angle. But this is the great setup here, and so I don't know if I have enough slack, but this is why I love this setup here. Because right now I'm tired of sitting. And we'll test out our cable length. Yeah, we should be good. Let's see how our microphone works. We're going to have to raise our camera up. Alright, so give me a second. Alright, caller, you're on the air with Fry. Go ahead.
Well, hi, Fry. What's going on, buddy?
Just tweaking out the new setup here with the world's worst wireless mic. How's it going?
Well, not bad. I was going to try doing my best Indian impersonation for there, but I figured I'd just let that one go.
Yeah, I didn't know if somebody was really trolling me or if that was a scam call. I couldn't tell, but whoever it was, they were masters at the voice.
Yeah, definitely. I would have probably sat there and said, "Oh my goodness, you're gonna have to send me money for my goat. My goat is not feeling well. He's sitting on the fence." You know, I would have just literally, you know, with all the calls that you've gotten, I mean, I would have literally gave it back to them, and they probably would have been more confused or more upset that everything that I said to them would have offended them eventually.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. Do you think that was a real scam caller though? I'm still up in the air. I'm gonna make a poll.
I think he was probably pretty good at holding his own on that one, so I'd have to give that one probably some really good credit.
Yeah, it was a good call. All right, so I'm going to do a poll
What's happening
here.
down there in Texas?
What's that?
What's happening down in Texas?
We got 2 inches of rain yesterday within, I don't know, an hour or so. It was during, I was testing the fuel pump in the Suburban, and then it started raining probably an hour after that. I just kept streaming on my laptop, so.
Yeah, because I'm straight north of you, so you should know who I am.
Straight north, huh?
Yeah.
So I know you, is what you're saying.
You do know me, yes. I got a yellow truck that's in my icon picture.
Huh. Yellow truck and icon picture. So how long have I known you?
A good few weeks. You've helped me out with Prism and everything of that nature.
Okay. Huh.
I'm usually on Diego's panels
okay.
and Texas Girls panels. Ring a bell now?
Yep.
Okay. So, yeah, anyways, since you talked about your, did you work on your truck today or no?
Not today, I did yesterday.
Okay. And how did it turn all out?
The fuel pump is bad. So, yeah.
Oh, that's...
yeah, and I was really hoping it was like something in the lines, because those are original lines, and there's sections of the lines that have the braids on them, which have the rubber in the center, and sometimes those lines collapse. And that wasn't the case. I was really hoping it was something like that. But no, I got to pull the tank. And, you know, at this point, if I had the money to throw at it, but right now I got come up with $8,000 in property tax at the end of the year and a $12,000 new roof. So I got a pretty hard hit to swallow in like 6 months. So, but I really want to convert it to propane, and that's my goal. Just because I don't drive it that much.
That's usually an easy thing. You just got to figure out what you got to have there for a carburetor, and then just basically mount a tank somewhere and just run it off of LP or natural gas, or I don't know, do you guys even have compressed natural gas down there?
We got propane at the general store. You can go fill up your bottle, like a 5-pound bottle. Well, it used to be 5-pound bottle for like $17. I'm sure it's probably 30 now, but that's still better because you can store propane. You can't store gas. So that's the cool part.
Right.
And I don't drive it very much, and it'll burn cleaner. And yeah, I'll lose a little bit of BTUs. I'll lose a little horsepower, but I'm not out racing the thing, you know. I just want it to cruise down the road.
Right. Because, I mean, I've already driven a compressed natural gas semi, and I mean, in a way, it's still got the power there, but when you go up a hill, it just literally has got no power going up a hill. And I mean, it's literally almost digging down a couple gears in order just to get up a hill. But I mean, even for that Suburban, I mean, that should be able to handle it no problem.
Yeah, it's low geared, so it'll handle it no problem. Yeah. And I put the smaller tires back on it, so it had 38 Super Swampers, but it was just too bouncy going down the road. And you can't balance, mud tires like that. So.
And I suppose you couldn't put a soft lift on there for that size of a tire to kind of balance out the ride on it, could you?
I could, yeah, if I wanted to dump money into it, but I don't. That's my Armageddon, Mad Max truck, so I can run over anything on that truck, and I have. I've run over trees, gone through ditches, bottomed it out before on the bumper. I mean, hit the dirt. I went into ditches that steep, and I don't care, It's a tank,
Right.
I mean, look at the paint job on it.
Most of those trucks, they're the ones that last forever as long as people take, fairly good care of them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like a truck that just never seems to ever die. It's just more people are just bringing them out, restoring them, and getting the parts, and making them look good. It makes these new vehicles almost look like, I don't even want to go there.
Yeah, the new vehicles are junk. They're great if you have the money to throw away every 2 years. It's awesome. If you just want to throw away money, yeah, you got the comforts, but what I don't like about the new vehicles is the computer crap. It's trying to drive for you. Everything's screens now. I want muscle memory. I want buttons. I'm old school that way. I like the comfort of the screens. I like the backup camera. I like that kind of stuff, the navigation, but I don't like the fact that you have to touch the screen to turn up the radio, or like with the Teslas, to change your vents and your AC, you got to touch the screen. Oh, I know it's voice activated, but what if you're listening to music and you don't want to touch the screen? You got to stop the music, say the command, and then it's just crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, or else it interrupts the command, or the music gets interrupted because of the command. Yeah, I've seen a lot of those vehicles, but there was one stream I seen today. It was Happiness by the Mile, where she's actually test driving like a smart truck, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I can't believe that they're even remotely thinking about this, And I'm still very old school. I'd rather shift manual transmission and have better control of the truck than taking these trucks up hills and then trying to control them. And if the vehicles are lighter and everything else, it gets to lead to a problem after a while.
Well, I like automatics because I grew up on a farm driving grain trucks and tractors, and when I ran service and I was a plumber in Austin, you got a trailer behind you full of stuff. You're up on an incline. You're down there on 6th Street or 8th Street, and then those hills are like this. You're almost 30 degrees, and you got to sit there and hold your brake or put your emergency brake on, and you're sitting on that hill waiting for the light. And then you got to, you can't back up.
Yeah.
So you got to really know what's going on there. And so stop and go traffic, it's not happening with, if you got a work truck, it's just not the way to go anymore. But yeah, I feel you when it comes to being in the right gear.
Yeah, because I grew up on a farm too until I was about 17. So we didn't have as many hills as probably what you had there. But it's like, even still, farm life was very, very hectic, but though I learned a lot to where I'm at to my point now of knowing be able to just get my hands into anything. The only thing I haven't gotten my hands in, because I'm still jealous of your studio, but electronics that deep, with mixers and all that other stuff, and it's like I'm really drooling over there every time when I see your studio, and it's like, man, that'd be something I'd like to have, but taking the money and the time to do it is, the thing though.
Yeah, and I just got me a sound effect thing set up here so I can do something like this.
Hot Pockets!
Yeah, and I'm going to do custom...
have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm going to do custom sound effects too. I'm going to, when I get time, I'm going to pull clips out from the panels, and the first one I'm going to add is Diego saying, "Turn down your YouTube."
Right. And then put the troll one behind it.
Yep. So I can't wait to get that.
I did actually a 4-hour live stream last night, or barely almost 4 hours and stuff. But I wanted to kind of do a full day, but I didn't get to the point, and I was sitting there waiting to get unloaded this morning. So I was like, we'll just shut the stream down and be done with it. But I'm slowly getting more and more to know Prism and trying to get it connected to Twitch and Facebook. So I mean, I'm slowly getting there. But I know if I would talk about Rumble, you would probably just go on a good rant for probably almost like 3 minutes. So
yeah. Yeah,
I haven't tried Rumble.
Rumble's a fumble. It's a joke. It's they promise us everything and have done nothing. So Rumble is just they took our money and ran. Is what happened. And they had a big influx of cash. We pay them at the radio station over $100 a month just to be on their service, and I think I'm paying them $10 a month, and I don't even use their stuff anymore. And they still have not fixed one simple thing that would put them on the map. And if you're listening, Rumble, I'm going to say this, and I'm not going to say anything else. Fix your stream key issue. I should not have to upload a placeholder video to go live and change my stream key every time I want to go live. That's ridiculous. Nobody else does it. Nobody. I've used the same stream key with Tiki Live since I started with their service. I've used the same stream key with YouTube since I started live streaming, February 11th. So there's no need for your stream key to change. That's why it's called a key. You don't change your house key every time you go into your house. Okay? Rumble, you don't change your house key every time you go into your house. You don't need to change your stream key. All right, I'm done.
Another mic drop there.
Yeah.
You know, the one thing I was kind of noticing, because it was like this morning when I was streaming, I asked my wife to look on Facebook to see if I was streaming, and for some odd reason it didn't carry, Prism didn't carry it into Facebook, so I was just wondering what could be the problem that I couldn't carry it into Facebook for my stream.
I don't know. Like I said, I deal with so many tech problems. Right now I'm dealing with Skype call issues, so that's another reason why I'm testing this out for Gary Garver, because he's got Skype set up in his studio and he has a Skype phone number, and he's having problem getting the calls to merge. So I'm not sure if I can do call merging on here, but I can take calls, and he, just having one call come into his board would be fine. He could get two Skype numbers and do it. I mean, sorry, two Magic Jack numbers and do it that way. But so far, this is working good. And the worst part about this is my crappy mic. So I could jump on this mic. I could turn this one down, so I sound a little muddier here, but it's probably not as edgy, and it doesn't sound like the diaphragm's blown. So this one probably sounds better.
Actually, when you hear the live stream, it sounds like on the live stream, because I know you're using the wireless, that one seems like you're more distant away, but talking to you on here, it sounds like you're perfectly clear. And then if you were using the mic there just a short minute ago, it seemed like you were more far away.
Well, I'm using the handheld, the karaoke mic right now, and I'll switch back to the... So you probably can't tell over a phone because a phone is narrow banded. It's probably 8,000 kilohertz, so they use a different codec for the packets to be smaller. So you're not going to notice a difference really over the phone, but the stream's going to notice a difference because I'm streaming out at 48K, like higher than CD quality sample rate. And that's why it sounds like garbage on the stream. But yeah, I'm sure everybody on the stream says, "Oh yeah, that mic sounds a lot better." But I don't like holding the mic, so I'm going to go back to the crusty wireless. And I'm back on the crusty wireless.
Yeah, on the crusty wireless, believe it or not, on my, because I've got Verizon. I mean, I can tell the difference between the two mics, and the crusty wireless, believe it or not, sounds better than what it does on the actual live stream.
Huh,
and then
that's
when
crazy.
you switch to the mic, yeah, it is. It really is crazy. But, I'd figure I'd give you a call, my brother, and then, take care. I'll keep watching you every way, shape, or form. And hopefully you get your truck up and running, and that's one thing that I'm hoping for. Yeah, I'm not in any hurry to mess with the gas. What my plans are is to, the pump pumps enough gas to pump it out of the line, so I'm going to back up my Dodge right beside that truck, and I'm going to take a small battery that I have, and I'm going to pull out the pigtail going to the fuel pump and figure out which one is the positive and negative, and then hit it with 12 volts, and then pump the gas straight into the Dodge and empty the tank as much as possible. And then I might buy one of those motorcycle lifts or lawnmower lift or whatever at Harbor Freight
and use that to take the tank down, because it's still going to be heavy, and you know, you're not going to get all the gas out of it, is what I'm saying.
No, no, because I got to get one of those lifts myself, because I got two tractors in my garage that I got to work on. One is almost 50 years old, and then the other one is my father-in-law's tractor, and that one's probably 45, 42 years old. So I've got to get a lift myself here pretty soon, so I can get those tractors up and running. But you know,
yeah,
one day at a time, and when you can get at it.
Another reason why I want to use a lift is because the way that they set those up, you can't just drop the tank down as soon as you undo the straps. There's two bands that hold it up, because the lines are too short, and you got to kind of put it down in an angle and get up there and take the lines off, and then you can drop it. So, and then you also have to take the damn refiller, the return line, the vapor line, and the one coming off the side. So it was
like a poor engineering design from Chevrolet. That's what it seemed like. Because
well, anybody
that drop a tank myself.
Anybody that puts a pump in a tank is just, and they're all doing it. I mean, why do that whenever you could have it right there on the frame rail? It makes absolutely no sense at all. I'll have it up closer to the engine. You know, if they're worried about it getting wet.
Yeah, that was a lot of the issues with the fuel pump along the side of the engine. I mean, it was basically about it getting wet, you know, and then all of a sudden it's right down there, you know. But I mean, it was the best idea that was. I mean, I've never had a problem with a fuel pump, you know, on those older engines, and all of a sudden they changed it and put them in the fuel tanks. It was like, why? Why'd you do something so stupid like that?
Yeah,
you could have just stuck a. Ooh, speaking of that, you know, you could probably there's a lift pump that they use for a diesel. What's the name of it? Look up that, I think I mentioned it to you before there, but look up that lift pump, and that should work for your capacity of being able to pump that fuel right out of that tank if you decide to do that.
Yeah, I'm hoping, well, if I have to go that route, I'll just, I'll do something tricky. I'll use a compressor and push the fuel out. All right, somebody else is calling here, so.
All right, take care, Fry. We'll be in touch.
All right, later.
Yeah, bye.
You're on the air. This is Fry. Go ahead.
Hello.
How's it going?
Hello, sir. My name is James. I'm calling from Senior Benefits. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
God bless you, sir. Actually, sir, I'm calling to let you know of a new low-cost final expense insurance plan, which covers 100% of your funeral expenses. So our licensed agent can provide you an obligation quote on your final expense insurance plan today. So may I ask you how old are you, sir?
I'm 51.
Okay, sir. Sir, if you choose to take coverage, how would the benefits go to? All I need in the relationship, such as your son, your spouse, your daughter?
I don't have any kids, so I'll probably just give it to somebody that I know.
Anyone in your home, your family?
No, I don't have. I'm lonely. I don't have anybody.
Okay. Okay, sir. Please talk to my supervisor. Stay with me online.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter. I'm the supervisor. Yes, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good.
Bless you, sir, with a great help. Sir, you told me that you are 61, and what's your date of birth, sir?
I'm 51.
And what's your date of birth, sir?
Well, can you do the math? I mean, I'm 51.
Like you're born in Yeah, so you're born in 68 or 69?
I was born in 71. Close enough there. There'll be a test later, by the way.
I get you. And sir, if you choose to take coverage, who do you want to put as a beneficiary? Like your son, your spouse, maybe your daughter?
We just need cash.
I know a lot of people want to send blankets or water. Just send your cash.
So yeah, I just need cash. That's all I need. I don't have any kids.
I
have some goldfish. Can I give it to my?
Adios, mofo.
Are we having fun yet? Oh God. So yeah, here's the story behind my Magic Jack. I was getting an average of 30 calls a day. So I just disconnected it. And I just let it expire. It expired a week or two ago. And I said, you know what? I'm going to hook it back up because this will be fun. And I also can do a test to see how it works for other studios. And I can recommend this when people are having problems with their call-in setup. So, yeah, so this is a Magic Jack. And you know what a Magic Jack looks like, right? It's a little bitty thing you plug into a USB port or your router. You can either plug it straight into your computer or your USB port, and it opens up a software program that looks, well, I don't want to show the numbers, but it looks, you know, it's just a software program. It's got a keypad. You can adjust. You can talk on a regular old school phone, or you can talk with through a mixer like this, like what I'm doing, and it's cool. And I've been using Magic Jack with the radio stations since 2004 or 5 or 6, I can't remember. But that's how we took calls on the Polka Show and all the satellite studios. Is I had a Magic Jack at each satellite studio. I had one at the main studio, and that's what we used. We didn't have main telephone lines. We had Magic Jacks going into our phone hybrids, and that's the way I set it up, and it works great. So yeah. All right. So I'm confused there. Steve S., you're putting, okay, these numbers in the chat. Does anybody know what the Steve S. guy does? He's putting, like, last number was 61I, and the last one was 51I, and then 57IMAO, and then the letter I before that, and then 55. 55I, can somebody please tell me what's going on with Steve S? Okay, what is that? What are all those numbers? And I remember him doing that before. Can somebody please tell me what the numbers are about? Help me. All right, we're going to start up. Let's see. Let's play real quick before somebody calls. We're going to do this. We're going to put him over here. And we're going to make him a little bit smaller. This is another channel I watch. We'll put him right here in the yard, hanging out right below the solar panels. And this was a report. So what he does is, this is Southern Prepper 1. I'm sure everybody watches this guy. He's got 242,000 subscribers, and it's climbing every day. So what happens is he's got a whole bunch of people that email him all this stuff that's going on in their part of the world, you know, shortages, whatever. So this is an 18-minute audio of him, you know, reading emails and stuff, and it's about shortages and all the crazy stuff that's going on. And this was posted June 27th, so this was yesterday's. This was yesterday. So we'll listen to that for a second, and I'm gonna go take a 10-100 real quick.
Boots on the ground. Thank you for all that you have contributed. You guys out there are the success of this series because you're providing the information. I couldn't do it without you, so I appreciate it. I know it takes time to sit there and type me something, but it's very beneficial to me. It's definitely beneficial to other people because they can gauge what's going on in the United States, in the economy, and also in the world. So let's get right into it. If you got anything you can send me, I'd appreciate it. Send it to Southern Prepper 1, number 1, Southern Prepper 1 at yahoo.com. I have some to give you today. I have still a lot more. I could actually put another report in before the evening because I have that much more information. So I appreciate it. Let's get right into it. This is Virginia Beach, dry dog food. The Isla was extremely thin. He sent me a picture. He bought some 47 pounds of Purina Pro Plan, and it is almost $89 a bag now. So you're looking at almost $2 a pound just for dog food. This is someone wants you to check this out because it's really a good site. It's called Still Tasty, your ultimate shelf life guide. Save money, eat better, help the environment. It's basically, will talk about whatever you want. So if you're thinking about black beans, it will tell you how long they're going to last in the proper storage. It's a great site. I'll put a link into it, so go check it out. They don't sell you anything, it looks like. It's just a lot of good information. This is Coleman. This is sad because I grew up with Coleman. And this is the camping gear maker. And in Texas, they've been in operation 40 years. And they're closing one of their plants. They've already announced, I guess, 150 people laid off. And they're going to announce more layoffs coming in the next month. So it's sort of sad. I grew up with Coleman. Let's move over to Florida. This is a post office box. I don't know if it's a post office box that you get at the post office. They weren't specific, or if you can get a post office box at a private company, like an up store. But they've had it for many years, and they were paying $38 for 6 months worth of use, rent, 6 months. Then, in January, it was raised to $76 for 6 months. Now, when they renew it in July, it's going to be $91. So just a little bit ago, it was $38 for 6 months. Now it's $91. This is huge inflation. This is San Francisco, California. This is a Safeway grocery store. They were low on meat, empty coolers, and they said this is starting to look like this more and more in different stores in the Bay Area. The pictures I'm getting are crazy. They're just empty, empty, empty. Now, some of these coolers could be down because they're not being repaired, but I have never seen this many people complaining about coolers being empty. And if it's because of the cooler being broken, I guarantee you it is because of lack of parts. They can't get them fixed. This person ordered a new Ford F-150 XL. They ordered it on 3/11/2022, and
we're going to pause that for a second and take this call. So, caller, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hi there, Fry. My name's Ryan. I watched you since you're doing all your trucker convoy things. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I just saw you. Finally got to rejoin you here for a little bit. I like the setup and appreciate everything that you do. And you have a wonderful day unless you want to ask me anything. So.
Well, what part of the world are you living in?
I live in Michigan, USA.
So what's the temperature there right now?
It is lower 80s right now. Sunny and beautiful.
Alexa, what's the temperature?
Right now, it's 87 degrees Fahrenheit. Tonight, expect a low of 69 degrees. Would you also like to check the high for today?
Yes.
Today, expect a high of 91 degrees Fahrenheit.
All right, so there you go.
Not bad.
And I think that's wrong. Let me check the temperature real quick. I can still talk to you with. We'll just test this out here.
Sure.
I'm going to walk out here and see what the temperature is, so give me a second, because I think they're wrong. I don't think we're going to get 91 today, so let's see what we got. We got 88. Yeah, it's 88 right now, so it's kind of been sprinkling and raining a little bit, so I don't think we're going to get up to 91, but they're always measuring those temperatures right there next to concrete or pavement.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice out. We're going to enjoy it while it lasts. It's going to be 90s and humid like Florida in a couple of days here, so.
So when did you find the stream? When did you start watching the convoy stuff?
Oh, gosh, it must, I got my months confused, but it was pretty early into it. Before you started fry bombing people and all that stuff.
So is when I was just kind of getting my feet wet with the YouTube restream and stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
And it was probably Canada at the time, and that's when the channel had the most growth. I don't know if you were watching back when I was covering the hearings and all that stuff in Canada, but the channel was peaking out at like sometimes 4,500, 4,200 people watching in the chat at the same time. It was crazy.
Yeah, that was awesome. And then, with Mrs. Fry every once in a while, she's still doing awesome.
Yeah, she's doing good. Her and Ginger, they're doing good. But yeah, I'm kind of single right now at this point, so we've kind of parted ways. And it was a it's fine. We've been kind of drifting for about 2 years, so it's not a thing, not a thing at all.
Okay.
She's happier and I'm happier, and there's no, we parted happy. There's no. The only thing I miss is Ginger. Yeah, she was fun. Yeah. But yeah, it's all good.
Awesome. Excellent. Well, I will get back to work, and you have a good rest of your day, and keep it up, okay?
I'm glad the call-in line works, so call anytime whenever I'm taking calls. So I'll have it
Excellent.
posted
It
up there
sounds
if I'm taking
solid.
calls. So
Sounds solid. So
appreciate
you
the
have a
support.
good one.
Thank you.
See ya.
All right, bye. All right, so there we go. We're going to get back to Southern Prepper real quick. And okay, so before I get to that, can somebody please, Steve S., what are the numbers in the chat room? All right, like a couple of them up say 6OWOR63. All right, here we go. Caller, you're on the air. This is Fry. Go ahead.
Oh, hey, Fry, it's happening, man. It's Terry calling.
Hey, what's happening, man? What part of the world are you from?
I mean, I get around. I live in Homestead, Florida with the rest of the fun bunch now, though.
Oh, you live in the Free State. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Oh, cool. You're like that?
Florida? Yeah. I wish Texas was as good as Florida when it comes to the...
Oh, you think Texas isn't free enough?
No, Texas is not free enough. No.
Wow.
No.
Kudos to that. You don't hear that that often. You must want to do some outrageous things.
Yeah, I'm all about freedom. There's a reason why I'm doing what I do. I'm a truth seeker, and I'm always fine-tuning my freedom. I've made it a point.
I appreciate that. Speaking of fine-tuning, though, if we could, let's enough of the mashed potatoes. Let's talk turkey. What kind of setup you got there? I'm a bit of a tech head, and the song will play now. But I'm always excited when I see a cool tech setup. And let me tell you, my friend, as far as tech setups go, you're freaking winning the Super Bowl World Series.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I'm doing it's just like the kitchen. When I'm in the kitchen, I make something with nothing. And this is basically the same concept, because this is an old wireless Radio Shack mic. And I'm going to get a better mic, because it's making my setup sound bad. People think he doesn't know how to adjust his gear. No, the diaphragm's blown in this little mic here, so that's why I sound edgy, and it's crackling because the diaphragm is just broken. But
I'm glad that you mentioned it. I didn't want to jump down your throat. It sounds like the mic already is jumping down your throat, if you know what I'm saying. But that's a little bit of tech humor. But no, I didn't want to jump down your throat about it. But yeah, to have all of this, the gadgets and all of the bells and whistles, and then just sound so abhorrent, and just to sound so.
Well, I'm kind of trolling people, because that was kind of the thing.
Sick. I love that.
It was kind of the thing a long time ago, because here's the thing. I don't know if you heard my rant earlier, but I've shipped out all my nice microphones. My RE20s, my Sures, I had some badass sports headphones with the $250, $300 something headsets with the microphones.
What type of Shure are we talking? I used to use an SM58. I'm on an SM7B now. What were you working with?
I think it was a 77 or 55.
Nah, you just made up that number. That's not one of the numbers. But it's all good, man. It's all good. I don't want to give you a hard time here. I thought you were a tech guy. It's sort of.
Oh yeah, right.
It's sort of. Yeah, it's making me feel a little bit now like you're not necessarily.
Oh come on, dude! I had a 77.
Well, it just kind of feels like you're making it up. You're pretending to be a tech guy. And that's sort of stolen valor. That's akin. No, hang on. That's akin to basically wearing a military uniform if you didn't serve. As far as I'm concerned, what you're doing right now, pretending to be a tech guy, and you actually don't know anything about tech, and you can't even make yourself sound, halfway decent. So I gotta bow out here, brother. I respect tech, and clearly you don't.
Oh, so we got us a troll now. That's funny. No, it was a Shure 77. I'm pretty sure. Shure 77 or 55. Sure, it could have been. Yeah, nope, it wasn't a 55. It was a 77. I'm pretty sure. 77. Yep. Hey, that was fun. We got our first troll. All right, so, and I got his phone number too. Yeah, and he thinks that I don't know that the microphone sounds like shit. I can use this microphone right here if that makes everybody happy, but then that involves me working harder, and then I have to go over here and use this crappy microphone too. So then I'll have to come over here and use this crap. Does that make the guy happy? So is this what everybody wants? Some AMSR here, and I can just pull up the highs a little bit more on that mic there. Is that what everybody wants? No, I kind of like to troll everybody right now, so we're going to do a little crap microphone that I got set up wireless with a candle on it. We're going to go back to there. That way we'll go back to the cracking mic. And no, I'm not trying to raise funds for the mic. I just need to get I just need to order one. I need to make up my mind on what I'm going to get. I'm going to have a stationary mic that's better than this one. And this is an old Audio Technica. And I'm going to have a wireless mic so I kind of want to be able to pin it like a lapel mic, but this one is supposed to be pinnable, but the diaphragm's broken, so it doesn't pick up like it used to. So anyway, all right. So let's get back to Southern Prepper real quick. And if you don't know who Southern Prepper is, I'll put the link in the chat here. Let's see. We're going to put his link in there. We're going to get back to his audio. And this is the audio is called Boots on the Ground. Okay, so this is about shortages and what's going on in these people's towns. So this was yesterday's Boots on the Ground.
The build process, they tell you how everything's going with your process, started on 5/5. The truck was completed at 5/11, the 11th month, or the 11th day. They were promised to be arrived and delivered to them on the 24th of the 5th month, the 24th. But it's still not here. Now they've changed the back order date to maybe the first week in July, which will be coming up. So eager to see if they get their truck. Please keep us posted if you get your truck. But he was told there's 6,000 vehicles parked somewhere and they can't get loaded on a rail car or get hooked up. So there's a rail transportation problem, which we all know is here. So I don't know when this person's going to get their new truck, but that's widespread problems in the auto industry. This is an American working in New Zealand. They say gas is equivalently priced for $13 a gallon. We complain at $13. They said fresh fruit's very expensive because they're being imported or shipped in. He even gave an example of a $100 watermelon. Now, granted, it was a huge watermelon, and they have to ship it, so it's a huge shipping cost. You got to do it quick. $100. But all the other fruits that were imported were astronomically high. We are so lucky in this country. He showed me a picture of him eating a Kentucky Fried Chicken, and the place was empty. He says usually that place is full. So they are feeling, I guess, the financial screws being tightened down on them in New Zealand. He also said shortage of over-the-counter pain medicine, and we have the same shortage here. These are widespread in all countries. This is the Dollar General in Indiana. The employee said that every Tuesday they raise their price. So if you're going to go to the Dollar General and buy something, and you can get in there before Tuesday, get in there on Monday, because you'll probably beat a price increase. This is baby formula. People are out of baby formula everywhere. And people are giving suggestions. Goat's milk or different recipes, and those are all good. But some of these babies need very specific because of allergies. So if you can get away with an alternative, look into that. Also look into it because in a worst case crisis there might not be baby formula. So knowing how to make it or what you can use as an alternative is great. Breast milk is definitely the best. Some people can't do that. So you need to find out what you can use in alternative source. This guy needs a new deck or some repairs on his deck, mowing deck of his Cub Cadet. The mower has been in the shop for 5 months, that part of the mower. In the shop for 5 months because they cannot get blade shafts and shaft bearings. No ETA on parts. Also, the local auto repair shop, he called to get some parts or wanted to get a car fixed. The local auto shop won't even take your car in unless they can guarantee they can get the parts because their parking lot is full of cars parked there that they can't get parts for. This is a bottled water supplier that makes the delivery, I think, at a business. But the business can get the 5-gallon bottles, but there is no 16-ounce bottles of water that can be delivered with their 5-gallon bottles. And they were told it's a supply chain issue. There is no bottles. That's why you're seeing water prices go up and shortages. I guess it's just simply getting the plastic bottles. This is a trash company in Missouri. They've been in business, I think, 65 years in business. This viewer that uses them have been using the same company for 18 years. They were told they're going out of business, so that's sort of sad. Also, they gave the information that no car dealerships in their area has any new cars available on the lot. Let's go up to Hendersonville, North Carolina. I've been there many times, not too far from me. Restaurants all need workers. These people went out to eat on Father's Day. They went to 2 independently owned restaurants, and they were both closed early. One had to sign up because of staffing problems were closed. The other one just was closed, didn't have a reason. This person said, I talked to a car salesman in Texas. I asked how was business. She said that the Houston port was hacked. They had to close the port and redo all of the software. That backed up cars in the port. Now there's not enough truckers to bring the cars to the dealership. And that particular port delivers to 5 southern states. So another reason why cars can't get in there. Something was hacked.
Want to join the 6-figure club? Google and other tech companies are hiring hundreds of thousands of workers in non-coding
Yeah, so let's just watch a commercial.
Over 400 of the hottest technology companies are ready.
There's not enough truckers. I don't know why. There's a lot of truckers out there. But I give you this report.
Okay, so the troll that just called was picking on a guy with dyslexia. He should feel bad. So yeah, it was a Shure 7, SM7, and I was saying 77. So yes, I had added an extra 7 on there. So there you go, troll. I like the SM7, the 7B better than the RE20s, and the RE20s are more expensive. That's the Rush Limbaugh mics. Alex Jones uses an RE20. His is painted a different color because the last time I bought one, it didn't come in black. I think Alex's is black. But that's RE20s, and everybody loves those mics. They're too heavy, so the mic booms, you have to get the heavy-duty springs in the mic booms. The 77s are a little bit lighter, and with my voice, a 77 sounds better to me than an RE20, but that's just me. That's my preference. So there you go, troll. But I'm having fun with the trolls, though. That was a good one, though. I want more spam calls, and I'm usually getting a spam call every 30 minutes. So it hasn't been 30 minutes since we had one, so I guess we're going to get one in another 10 minutes.
I haven't verified it independently. The purpose of this is to let you help me verify information. So, something got hacked, more problems with the supply chain. This is information from a big bank. They just let go 1,000 workers from the home lending division. 1,000 layoffs in the home lending division. They also said they are raising their rates and loan qualification to discourage mortgage applicants. They believe the economy will turn down so bad that they don't want to be stuck with thousands of foreclosed properties. So another big layoff, 1,000. This is East Tennessee Walmart. It was about a 20 to 30 foot long freezer, nothing in it. The entire chicken and processed meat case, lunch meat, sausages, nothing in there, completely empty. They asked why it was empty, and a worker said the freezer was broken. This viewer has a special needs daughter. She uses a trach. She's also on a ventilator and a feeding tube that goes through a G tube, and they've been on this tube for months. It's sad they can't get the trachs or the G tube, and no ventilator circuits, whatever that means. But I will tell you, terrible. You have a loved one, especially a child, in need of medical care, and you have to hunt and peck and struggle to get the necessary cheap, these are cheap tubings, but it's widespread. Today's task for you, just pray for this family, pray for strength, pray for the supply issues can be resolved, pray for healing if necessary, and just for mom and dad to feel peace and comfort today. Let's go over to South Georgia. This guy's house is near a railroad track. They used to get long lines of trains, like 100 plus cars on a train. Now they're only getting short trains, like 50 cars each. And they used to run on a set schedule every day. Now it is a different. The first train used to come through around 4 a.m. That's a good wake-up call for you. But the other day, the first train wasn't there till 3:15 p.m. in the afternoon. So he's seeing train traffic down. This person's battling cancer. She's taking high doses of a chemo pill, and she had to go in to get a scan to see if the cancer has spread and where it is. She needs the contrast dye to be put in to make it really efficient. And she waited in the room, and they came and got her and took her right back to the scan. And she said, whoa, I haven't got the dye yet. Typically, it takes 45 minutes for the dye to get through your system before they scan you. And the nurse said, there is no dye. The person that wrote this said this. So someone is now picking and choosing who's going to live or die, or let's just play Russian roulette on people. Very sad. This is America. This is something that we need to make sure we have. We need to fix this problem. This is affecting people's lives. It's not just a discomfort. You can't find your favorite food on the shelf. This is life and death for some people. This is someone wants to tell you that you need to look at your shower, look at your on-off switch, look at your faucets, look at your valves. Their valve went bad on the hot and cold side, and they have a Kohler bath fitting, and they contacted the company to get a new replacement. 120 days to get their part. 120 days. So look at what you got, and if it looks a little bit shoddy, if it looks like it's going bad, immediately get one ordered. This is Southern Oregon. Fuel ranging in about 525 to 550, depends where you get it. Large increase in homeless population. Large increase in homeless population. Many are on drugs and mentally ill or mentally ill. They've set up tents everywhere, camping on public land, trash is everywhere in the parks and public walking paths. This person's lived there all their lives, and they've never seen it this bad. Also mentioned the crime is increasing. Let's move over to Northeast Indiana. This person went to get a zero-turn mower. So they looked for Cub Cadet, they looked for the Bad Boys, they looked for John Deere, and no one had a zero-turn. So they finally found one that was actually 3 hours away at another dealership in another state, and they're having it sent to their dealer so they can buy it. But common things, hard to find. The person wants you to know car batteries. They're becoming harder to find, and they're becoming expensive. So look at your car battery. If it's getting weak, you might want to replace it. This is northeast of San Diego. This is a grocery store. They said eggs have been scarce there. Organic eggs are selling for $8 a dozen. Regular eggs, $6 a dozen. Food is available, but the prices have increased between 20 and 100% in the general categories.
Your body's only healthy when your hormones are balanced, and that's why so many guys suffer from low T. Unbalanced hormones.
Meat in that store has gone up about 300%. Canned fruit and vegetables have doubled in price. An example of some fresh vegetables. $2 for one bell pepper, $2 for one large regular onion, $2 for one cucumber, $1 for a romaine tomato. Price of evaporated milk is up 125%. And they also said that restaurant pricing for food is up between 25 and 50% generally over the board. The one positive note they said was their car wash. The car wash place where they take their car has not gone up 1 penny in the last year. So, some good news there. Let's go up to Ontario, Canada, our friends up north. They live in a rural area. They heat with propane. They just got a notice in the mail that their propane bill will be going up 30% starting on August 1st. They also said, and I quote, "My job has cut hours and I'm only working just over half the hours I normally would work. Trying to find another job for the last couple months, but no luck. It's all just minimum wage." Hopefully they will find a job that they like and pays better than they had. This is in Wyoming. They say the tourism is down in May and June. Not many cars on the road. Many hotels look empty. The nicest hotel had only about 12 cars in the parking lot. There's empty spaces in the RV park. They said Yellowstone is close by, and it was closed for a week. I think this is before the big storms and all the flooding. So being closed for a week would definitely impact this area. So they're looking for July 4th weekend to do a good, proper evaluation of the economy, of the people there, people spending. So I look forward to, please send me another report after the July 4th big weekend and tell us, what are you seeing there? This is South Georgia. Another person has cancer and they couldn't get a proper screening because of this dye. Very sad. This is a dollar store in Michigan. There was a sign in the window when they went to go buy something, closed, no employees. Waynesville, North Carolina, not far from me. I have some friends there. They sent some pictures. They had one aisle. They took a picture of it, a long aisle, and it probably had 1,000 5-gallon buckets on it. They were all stacked together, just a big old line. So they have 5-gallon buckets, but used to be there were some other products there that they're short on. So they're trying to cover up, trying to show that the store is full, but there are products missing. This is from a person at a hospital facing scary medical shortages. Their words, not mine. This is at a children's hospital. They're short on IV tubing. Had to give a child Benadryl pushed straight through a central line due to the IV tubing shortage. Short on heparin. Have to flush with saline. Short on formula for certain people that need it in feeding tubes. Short on butterfly needles and are having to start an IV to draw blood. Scary, scary times. This person's been in the construction industry for 45 years. Currently a code enforcer. They're in the South in a large city. They said restaurants are short-staffed and reduce lobby hours across the board. Electrical panels for commercial projects are on back order approximately 54 weeks, which is slowing down local projects big time. Bad internet connections being reported across the area in the city as well as the rural area. And now construction crews are going to a 4-day work week so they can save a little bit of gas on that 5th day where they'll stay home. So they're probably working like 4 10-hour days. This is someone from a major box manufacturing company. During COVID, their business really flourished because everyone was doing online ordering. And retail sales were doing poorly because we weren't going into there because of all the shutdowns. They're talking about part shortages for machinery. Some of our 6 to 9 months out. And all vendors we work with are warning delivery times will only be worse next year. Quote, I expect plants will be beginning to shut down due to not having available replacement parts to fix machines. The person that sent me the information about the great jobs and the available jobs that work for the steel plant, could you please send me some more information? Typically, I go through, I thank the person that sends me the information, and I hit the erase button, just because if not, I will have thousands and thousands of emails that I have to go through just to find one. So if you have that information, please send it to me. There's some people looking for work, and maybe they're close by. That would be awesome. Article about farmers, the shortages of chemicals, the prices going up, seed costs is getting through the roof on their seeds, fertilizer. So farmers are feeling it very badly, and farmers feed us. This is a Walmart in Kentucky. They were unloading pallets of goods, and they were winter clothes already sent, but they were putting them directly into clearance. Somebody said that they've been waiting for these products for the last 2 years. So there you go, boots on the ground. I hope you are enjoying this. If you got anything to send it to southernprepper1@yahoo.com. It would be greatly appreciated. Keep on prepping. Thanks for watching.
All right, so there you go. I'll put the link in the chat there. I'll put it again. That's Southern Prepper 1. And I watch his stuff almost every day. And yeah, some people are saying it's depressing, but it's just what's going on. I mean, it's information. So I'm going to put the link in the chat. I'm going to click share of this actual video here from yesterday. And right there we go in the chat. Boom. Southern Prepper 1. And I'll put his name in the chat there. But he's got a good channel there, a lot of information. There's Jared Allen. I was just thinking about you. All right, so that's Southern Prepper 1. All right, so we're going to put this back here. We're going to put some... Jared, I got a call-in line set up, so you can call me if you want and be on the air if you want. All right, so we're going to start some poker face back up in the background here. Just a little bit there. So... Steve S. Is that likes on the video? Is that what you're putting in there? No, because the other is 110, and there's according to the studio there's 100 likes on the video. So that's weird. So right now we're playing some poker face in the background here, music, and I usually get about, I don't know, I get more scam calls. Maybe they know they're going to be live streamed now. Maybe they got my number. So I'm hoping we'll get another scam call pretty quick, because I like to have fun with them. So the music that I'm listening to in the background is Poker Face. They're very awake, and like I said earlier, they shipped the CD to the radio station 15 years ago. I don't want to show his phone number, but he put his business card in there, and I finally called him yesterday, and he said I can run his music on the stream, and I'd like to do a panel with him, and I'd like to get a better microphone. But it's kind of fun talking over a 20-year-old crusty wireless mic with a broken diaphragm. It's fun, it really is. Because people think, oh, this guy, poor guy, doesn't know how to set up his equipment. Oh, poor guy. Not true. I've set up recording studios before, and I'll have to show you pictures of that one day. Even set up one at the radio station, a small recording studio. But yeah, full-blown one with vocal rooms, everything. So I'll have to show you the pictures of that one day. So yeah, Poker Face, put the link in the chat. Go check them out. They got some new stuff out there. They're even doing videos. I need to check all that stuff out. I haven't had time. And what we're hearing now is from their album Made in America. So it has this album art on it. I'll just take this out and show you. So I don't know if you can see that. It's a little out of focus, but you get the idea. This is actually a poster. So, and it came with a deception dollar as a Easter egg folded up inside the poster. The old school deception dollar. This one's the old one, but it has lots of URLs that are all dead now. For the most part, all the links on this deception dollar are not live anymore. Which is kind of a bummer, but I guess, you know, all my websites are down too. And I had tons of websites. A ton. But yeah, I don't have them up anymore. I just don't have the time to mess with websites right now. I really need to get to work. But I wanted to test out the phone call system. That's for sure. I do have time to do my work later. So yeah, today I broke my fast. It was a 41-hour fast. I wanted to do exactly 2 days, but I wasn't really that hungry, but I ate anyway just to kind of get it over with. So yeah, I did 41 hours, and I broke my fast with 3 over easy eggs that didn't have any soy, because all the eggs that you get from the store, they're feeding the chickens soy. These are soy-free eggs. And I had uncured bacon and air-fried sweet potato. So that's how I broke my fast. And then I had some blueberries and pecans earlier, I'm pretty sure, for a snack. And that's it. So that's what I'm going to eat today, and that's it. Yeah, rockin' tune. So let's see. Let's turn this one up a little bit here. This is Poker Face. Put the link in the chat.
Did anybody tell you what's going on? Did anybody show you where you have gone wrong? See the towers burning in the sky, they are your signs. Did you do it for the money? What price for your soul? And I just want to know what side you're fighting for. Come to the light, shine on, feel God's glory. Did you see the leaves falling from the trees up on the ground? How do you live with yourself and the conscience you own? Look at your reflection in the mirror. Do you like what you see? In the darkest hour, do you know who you can count on now? 'Cause I just want to know what side you're fighting for. Come to the light, shine on, real God's glory.
That's what I'm talking about. So I put the link in the chat right there. That's this was a promo CD, so some of these songs were not even labeled right because this is not even what they ship out. It has extra songs than what it said on the back. Let me turn this down a little bit here. But yeah, all their stuff has perfect mastering. The mastering of this reminds me of Tool, the way you would hear a Tool CD. It's the same clean bass. I mean, listen to it. Just everything sounds clean. So you just have to hear it on the system in here. I got subs. It's just amazing. I know it's not coming through if you're listening on a TV or something, but maybe you got a home theater system. But yeah, the CDs are mastered amazing. I don't know if they ship CDs anymore, but this is a rare CD, and I guess they shipped it for promos for radio stations, or I don't know why, but it's it has more songs on it than the back says, and some of the songs are not even labeled, so I don't know what some of these songs are named because they didn't show up with names. So this one here is called Illuminati. stuff hits hard, clean stuff there. So they've been, I don't know how long they've been together. I need to call him and talk to him more. Yesterday when I talked to him, I was a little bit rushed, but I want to have him on a panel. I want to interview him. Once I get a microphone that doesn't have a broken diaphragm, I want to interview him and get this story of when he started waking up. Because, yeah, these guys are truth seekers. They're very awake. All their, if you look at their posters, listen to all their lyrics, that, you know, their names of some of these songs. Control with a K, I Want to Know, Thief in the Night, Revolution. Let's see if Revolution is labeled. Some of these are not labeled on this promo CD, and I don't see the name Revolution. Let's see if we can find that. I'd like to hear Revolution. See if we can find it.
Too many people in America fear their government, and the government is being run by too many powerful agencies like the IRS and others. I think it's time that people take the country back through their representative government.
Yeah, this is it right here. This is Revolution.
Politician living on that hill, living in that lap of luxury on we the people's bill. Don't have a clue how the other half lives, and that is a shame. It's time to stop the tyranny. You keep pushing through your bills, calling for revolution, calling for it now. It's time to save our Constitution while we still got the guns in our hands. And there's a farmer who's starving on their land. The rancher tries to feed his cattle and sheep on we the people.
So yeah, that's Revolution. All right, so yeah, Don G, I do have a mic stand, and I guess you just got here, but this is a wireless mic, so I can walk anywhere with it. Like if I'm working in the kitchen, I can still stream if I want. And I do have a microphone stand, but I really don't want, I have to go through all my totes. I have totes full of radio gear. I just don't want to mess with that right now. But I do have a desk microphone stand. I also have one that sits on the floor. I just don't want that arm sitting right here, always having to deal with it. So I'll probably do a desk microphone stand for my Shure SM7 instead of 77. I'll get the letters right. But I don't know what I'm going to get. I'm not going to get an RE20 for sure. So I'll probably get a Shure. I like the way the Shures are. They're lighter. They're just a little bit crispier sounding. I don't know. The RE20s are a little flat to me. So yeah, that is Poker Face, and they got some great stuff. So somebody in the chat said this was 1992. So these guys have been awake for a long time. If this album came out in 92, if you just hear the, I don't have my glasses on. I can't see a date on here, but someone said 92. But yeah, all their stuff is awake music. So these guys are truth seekers. The mic sucks. I know. That's the whole point. But I don't want to sit here like this, okay? So, Thomas, I don't want to sit here like I did the other day like this. And I don't want to go through my totes and look for my microphone stand. So I'm not going to do this for the rest of my stream. So we're just going to have to put up with the broken diaphragm. The broken diaphragm of this microphone. And we'll just have to deal with that. And, yeah. I was going to say go look in the closet. Yeah, no, it's not in the closet. It's in the totes with all the radio gear. And I'll just have to start going through my radio gear and find it. Yes, here's another good one. And here's a little bit of a slower one.
cry for my country, for the pain that it's been through. She's been...
So anyway, yeah. So Don, I know about microphones. I have a cover over it. I have a pop filter on it. The diaphragm is broke. So I know y'all are probably trolling me at this point, so I'm just kind of having fun with it. But yeah. Sounds like a blast from the past, Rose. Yeah. It's a lot of good stuff, and the way they mastered it is amazing. So it's good, clean. It's not, you know, some of this stuff I hear nowadays, the bass is muddy, and it's definitely mastered great. They got a really nice studio. And they sing some of the songs in Spanish too, to wake up the people that don't speak English.
I didn't want to hurt you. I only speak because I care.
So yeah, they got all kinds of cool stuff. So yeah, that's Poker Face. I'll put the link in the chat real quick here again. Check those guys out. I always like to promote people that are awake and truth seekers. Gotta seek some truth here. Alright, so maybe I should send this microphone off to somebody and show them how good a microphone can sound. Who could we ship this to? I could ship this to Tommy Temper and say, man, I found the best sounding mic. If I could just get him to hook it up to his system. But like I said, this thing's been in a tote for, I don't know, 15 years. And the diaphragm is obviously broken. But it's kind of cool because it makes me sound overmodulated. It makes me sound like I don't know how to adjust the gain on a mixer. Alright, so here, what were we doing earlier? This is what I wanted to do. Alright, so we did the Southern Prepper, boots on the ground thing. We played some Poker Face. Let's see who's live streaming right now. Let's see, anybody out there? Don't have anybody live streaming. Let's see, GW's live streaming. What's he got going on here?
Soy and some other stuff. Wheat. I think that's
That is a rough ride right there. So yeah, that's GWT333. So he's out there streaming. Maybe I'll say hi. We can go give him a deep fry. Let's do that. Let's have a little fun. Let me label his video real quick and we'll give him a little deep fry, just like the good old days. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna do some of this.
I don't know about corn. I think he does wheat and soy for the most part. He's just south of Minot out there, North Dakota.
Alright, so let's do this. I'm going to put his link in the chat with a bad microphone and all. Oh, he's got a phone call. That should be the right link. Let's go give him a little deep fry. Alright, there we go. And this is what we need to put in the chat. So we're going to put this in the chat. Yeah, he's on the phone right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bad timing. It's okay. Let's see. Where is it at? FryTVNow sent me. Here we go. So copy and paste this when you go over there and give him a little deep fry right there.
I'm about 21 miles out from there. It's going to park over there at the Loves. I said I was going to park over at the Loves there in town.
There we go. It's been a while since we've done a little deep fry.
Yeah, you said I could get there in the morning, right? Okay, I'm going to try to get over there first thing in the morning.
Hey, Tommy Temper's even watching. We even got Tommy Temper over there. That's awesome. Appreciate that, Tommy.
I don't even have to load until tomorrow morning. So it starts like my buddy Jose told me. He said, they're going to call you like 50,000 times. What's up? Is Fry on there? What's up, Fry? We get French fried taters slung all over the place. Thanks for coming over. Hey, Tommy Temper, what's up? Out here, just out here working. Hey, Zero, can you drop that link for the sheriff deal for these guys? They need to get that out there if they don't mind.
All right, caller, you're on the air. Go ahead.
G, can you do it?
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Fry.
Yep, this is Fry. You got him. Go ahead.
How you doing?
I'm just having fun with my new setup here. I just wish I had my microphone over here, so I'm using this broken microphone. So it's kind of a fun conversation, but it's kind of getting old after a while.
That's not what you're testing, though, is it? You're testing something else for somebody else, right? You're not testing the microphone.
No, I'm actually testing out my new phone setup. So
yeah, with the callers, right?
Yeah, the Magic Jack stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm really checking out. But
Magic
I'm also testing out the broken microphone.
Lower you here.
Yeah.
Right. So, I was thinking I'm not going to call into my normal phone, but then I'm thinking, well, I got Vonage, so I'm going to set my Vonage up and I'm going to call you because it's kind of secured, like your Magic Jack.
Yeah.
Right.
And this number has been doxed, so everybody knows this number. So I don't care about everybody having this number. It's an old number that I have. It's on all of my web domains. So yeah, this number is completely destroyed, which is fine. It's an open number, so tear it up. Everybody, just tear it up.
Right. Hey, anyway, hey, dude, I like what you do. I just called. I'm pretty secure because I'm on like I said, Vonage. So who cares? It's voice over IP.
Yeah, man, I remember we had Vonage at the radio station.
You need the FBI.
we had
track them down.
We had Vonage at the radio station in California. They used to ship routers, and I don't know if Vonage still does that, but they had their own routers that they would ship out.
Yeah. Yeah. With the internet these days, we can do anything, that's for sure.
Yep. So let's see, we got some GW audio. Let me know if you can hear GW.
Hold on, let me turn it on.
He's not talking yet.
Oh, you're talking?
Yeah, well, I want GW's audio to run too while you're on the phone. So I'm going to run GW in the background.
It's awesome to see y'all again.
Oh yeah, so he's talking. So now you can hear GW while you're talking. So we'll see how that mixes. How's it going, GW? I got you on the screen here, and I'm taking phone calls with my new setup there. And I got a caller right now on the air. So.
What's up, Granny? Hello, everybody. Love all of you. Appreciate you stopping by.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Yep, it all works. Gotcha.
Cool.
Awesome. Well, appreciate it, GW. I'm going to pull down your audio for a little bit, and we'll pull you back up here in a second. So I'm going to finish taking this call, GW. So we'll see you. I still got you up on the screen. I'm just going to pull your audio down for a little bit so I can finish this call. I'm testing out my new call system here. I got a Magic Jack hooked up into my stream setup here.
All I can say is God bless everybody, love everybody. And I'm using Vonage, so, you got to probably be the FBI to fucking catch me.
Oh, I'm not worried about somebody. Everybody has this number. I ain't worried. I'm not worried about that because they know where I. If you have a cell phone, man, they know where you live.
Right. They track you.
Yeah, I'm not concerned
about that. Like I said, this isn't on a cell phone. I'm on Vonage, so that's why I kind of like going over the edge and calling you. Actually.
Well, I'm not a Fed, so I'm not giving out anybody's phone numbers. So you don't have to call in on your burner phone. You don't have to have a burner phone to call me.
You're freaking awesome. I watched you all through the convoys. I had the most fun, dude. Dude, trust me.
Yeah.
And I seen what you did. You got all them live streams together, and dude, that was bad. Sasnak, love you, peace.
Have a good one.
Okay, Frei.
Are you saying later?
Huh?
Are you hanging up? Is that what you're saying, or are you just saying peace to Sasnak?
No, I was gonna. I mean, unless you want to talk about something.
No. So how long have you?
I'm just saying.
When did you start watching the convoy stuff? When did you start watching the channel? Was it back in Canada?
Well, I live in upstate New York, but I started watching like 2 months ago.
2 months ago. So.
With the Canada convoy.
Yeah, I started on February
really?
11th
Did you
with
cover
Canada.
That? Did you really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and that's when the channel actually was having a lot more growth, and then it kind of slowed down with the U.S. convoy.
Yeah, well, we got a lot to deal with our mainstream media right now and all that.
Yeah, it just was hard to get eyeballs on the U.S. stuff. Everybody was, Canada's a lot worse off too, so that's the thing. Yeah, they're in really bad shape.
Everybody is these days.
Yeah.
So.
Well, cool. Well, I appreciate your call, and send the trolls this way, man. I love the trolls. I want more trolls. I like to feed the trolls,
they're fun,
man.
Aren't they?
Yeah, they're fun.
Well, I don't know Steve S. guy.
The Steve S. guy? No, he's cool.
Fun too, I guess. If we can figure him out, whatever the hell he's talking about.
Well, I think he's talking about likes, because right now the channel has 120 likes, so if you look in my chat room, it says 120 likes, but I don't understand what the I's are, and sometimes he puts letters, and then he says 10-100, so he's obviously peeing a lot. So he's putting 10-100 in there a lot, so he might be drinking beer, so maybe that's why he's going to the restroom a lot. Because he went into GWT's chat and put in 37, because I hit the like button. It's 37 likes, so I think that's what the number means. So.
Right. Okay, well, peace out, my man.
All right, have a good one, man. Thanks for the call. Call anytime.
You too. Yep.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Tommy?
Yeah, I got your audio up there now. There, you're gonna start getting audio feedback there with yourself there, GW. But yeah, I got your audio up in the background. But yeah, excuse my microphone. I got a broken mic here, and I just didn't want to look for my mic stand. So it's all good. But yeah, it's fun that people think that I don't know how to adjust a microphone, but just it is what it is. But yeah, it's an old mic with a broken diaphragm. It makes my voice sound like I've been smoking a lot of cigarettes. But yeah, I'm still fine-tuning this setup here at GW, so if you wanted to call in, you can call in. I can put the number in your chat if you wanted to call in and be on the stream. It's up to you, but I can put the phone number in your chat, and if you wanted to call, you got my cell, but the cell is not the number to get into the studio here. So if you want to call, just let me know. Text me, and I can text you the phone number or whatever, or I can put it in your chat. So Tommy Temper 10-8 and 1010. 10-8, 1010. Yeah, I didn't know you were in there. Thanks for the raid there, Tommy. That was a lot of help. So yeah, I'm sure you're cringing a lot there, Tommy, with with this broken microphone. Tommy's cringing because you got a nice sounding setup. Tommy's going, oh, come on, Fry. You can do better than that. I know, I can talk on this one. I'll hold this for a while. That way it doesn't sound as bad. This one's a little muddier sounding, but let me turn down GW's audio a little bit because it's right there. Oh, you just started buffering. So yeah, this one sounds better, obviously, but it's a little muddier, and then I'll have to sit here like this the whole time, and I don't want to feel like I'm DJing or something like that all the time. I want freedom. See, that's why I got this wireless set up. I want freedom. I want to be able to go into the kitchen and still have my microphone and my candle. See, I got a candle right here. So at nighttime, if the lights are out, I can see. It's a multi-purpose. It's a prepping microphone, right? All right, so I'm going to get back to the other mic because I don't want to sit here and hold this. Back to the broken microphone, everybody. How's everybody doing? All right, so we're probably going to pull down GW's audio. We'll keep him up on the screen. And we'll probably take some more calls here. So the phone number is, I'm going to put it in the chat. It's 512-221-1953. So if you want to get on the air and chat, even if you want to criticize the microphone, we can have fun with that too. So let's see, nice high end on the piezo mic. Yeah, laugh out loud. Yeah, this is actually, I can take off the pop filter that I made. I can show you how crusty this thing is. I made a little pop filter, so not like it has any low end to pop, but you know what I mean. It really doesn't have any low end to pop, but check out this old crusty thing. Yeah, it's old. It's a Radio Shack, and it's got a mute button in the front. So look at this. I really don't think I could make a microphone sound any worse. If I was in the microphone business, you have to go out of your way to make a microphone sound this bad. And I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt that it is it's a broken diaphragm and it didn't come from the factory like this. But who knows? So yeah, I definitely need to get another mic soon. I want to get a headset mic and a wireless mic, because I really don't want a mic stand on my desk. I really don't. This is okay, but I really don't like the setup here. It's okay, but I want to be able to set a plate here if I want to eat. So this is not going to work. I guess I could put it over on the side and have something over here. but I'll figure something out. Yeah, old game show Price is Right microphone. Yeah, that's what it's like. Yeah, the old long ones that he, what was his name? It was like this long, the microphone, but it sounded 1,000 times better. Yeah. And I've tweaked this thing. It's not input gains. I'm not running it too hot into the mixer, you know, just like what you would think, Tommy. I'm not running the mic too hot. It's just I think the diaphragm's broken in it. It didn't sound this way. I used to use this mic for singing and stuff, just for fun around the house, a long time ago, and it didn't sound this way. So it recently has had some damage to it. And I don't know if it got too hot. It probably got too hot in the garage or something. That mic is so cute though. Yeah, isn't it cool with the candles? And this is an antenna, so it's adjustable. You can go up and down with it, and I can go up as high as you want there. This antenna goes all the way up here, and I've got this wire here, and yeah, so it's a cool setup, and it's wireless. That's the cool thing. So I can just pick it up right here like this, and just walk around with it. So I could go outside. It's got some pretty good distance too, because the transmitter, the receiver is right behind. It's got a long antenna. I don't know what frequency it transmits on, but I'm guessing in the 900 megahertz spectrum, because the length of the antenna is so long. It's probably on the lower frequency. It's definitely not 2.4 or something. I think it's probably 900 megahertz, but it is kind of close to a wire there. We don't want to get any SWR action. Move it away there, but yeah. So yeah, I'm just testing out the call system. It works great. It's better than nothing. Yeah, just barely. At least you don't have to predict, read lips. But yeah, it's just barely better than nothing. I guess I could use a combination of the two, and I could talk into this one as well, so we'd get some crack and some muddiness there. That would be the combo microphone setup there. But I probably will look for the microphone stand and just use this one with the desk mic stand until I figure out what kind of mic I'm going to buy. So I do want to get a wireless mic though, because I do want to be able to take my kitchen cam. Alright, we got a call come in. Let's see if this is a spam call or a caller that wants to be on the air. Caller, you're on the air. This is Fry. Go ahead.
What's going on, Fry?
Alright, so we could either have a troll or we could... This is not a spam call, so that's a bonus.
Nah, man, I'm calling you from my cell phone.
Oh, cool. So how's it going?
Maybe you won't dox me.
I'm not doxing you. No, your phone numbers are not showing up on the screen. I'm not that. I'm not that person. No.
I'm watching you, brother. I trust you.
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm not a Fed. Yeah.
I trust you, brother. I trust you, man.
Yeah, I'm not data mining anybody. I don't do that. Yeah.
You might know me as Bananas.
Oh, I know who you are. Yeah, Bananas. What's happening?
Not a whole lot, man. I just thought I'd call in and see what it's all about. I'm not super techie, so I'm not offended by your poor microphones.
Well, I am actually. It's bothering me more and more that the more I stream and the more I hear myself in my ear, the more it's just I just want to stop the stream and just go find my microphone stand. But I'm just going to do it just for fun at this point. I'm just going to keep the stream going.
Now you got it going on, brother. I like the candles and the Rubik's Cube and the blinky lights. So
The Rubik's Cube's holding up my sound effect tablet, so if I want to play something like Hot Pockets, of course that was a little bit loud, but or something like this.
All right, dude.
Chemtrails. Or
That's true.
You can take that to the bank.
Let's see. Somewhere in here is Obama stuttering. I want to find that one. Obama stutters. Here we go. Check this out.
I think I heard that somewhere.
How does it sound over the phone? Is it distorted or does it sound okay?
Well, I don't have that great of a cell phone either, so I had to turn the volume on the TV. I've got you playing through my Roku on my big screen.
Gotcha. So here's the Obama phone thing. Here's a cool one.
Everybody in Cleveland, low minority, got Obama phone. Keep Obama in president, you know. He gave us a phone.
You remember that one?
No, I haven't heard that one, no.
Yeah, that was a pretty popular video back in the day. Yeah.
That's funny, man.
See, I got the soundboard set up finally. I've been wanting to do that for 3 months now. Since I started streaming.
I wish I had time. You know,
Well,
I wish I had time to play around with this stuff a little bit more than I do. Of course, time and money. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, and I've pieced this together with just extra equipment I had around the house. I still have totes and boxes full of stuff I need to go through, and like I said earlier, I have this $35,000 Axia audio console that I just don't have room for that would take up this whole desk here, and it's just state of the art. It was the original live wire Axia audio back in 2005 or 6 when it came out. We were kind of the guinea pigs. That's back when they had separate components for everything. But yeah, I have all that stuff, and I just don't have the room for it, and I really don't want it. I don't need it, you know, because I like old school analog in a lot of ways, because I like the smaller compact setups here. I'm going to get a better mixer one of these days because I need more faders, and I want to have mix minus. I don't have mix minus on this, so I'm having to use the auxiliary send for my mix minus bus, and that's how I'm getting the audio back and everything, which works, but you're constantly riding faders, and you know, it gets kind of complicated. But that's how I'm pulling off the phone stuff and the sound effects, is I'm using the auxiliary send out of this this mixer here, because this isn't a broadcast mixer. It's just a regular, you know, just a mixer if you were just gonna, you know, record something with your guitar and, you know, that kind of stuff. It's a basic Behringer, you know, crappy microphone preamps, the whole 9 yards. It's just old school. This thing's probably 20 years old, at least 15 for sure.
There's nothing wrong with that if you can make it work, man. If you can hook it up and make it work, and I mean, just all the gadgetry I think that you got, you know, it's impressive. You know, it doesn't matter how old the stuff is, man. If you can make that stuff work.
It's my job, and that's another reason why I'm setting up this Magic Jack, is because there's a problem at Gary Garver's studio where he's taking phone calls through the Skype phone system, and I'm trying to get him into an alternative backup system, so I'm testing out the Magic Jack. I used to use the Magic Jack for the radio station in Texas years ago. I just wanted to see how good it's going to work with just, you know, this setup. So it's going to give me another option to tell him, you know, that way he doesn't feel like he's backed in a corner with Skype, because Skype call merging is really giving him problems right now. And I've spent at least, I think, 4 hours last week working with that problem.
Yeah, I have pretty much no idea what you're talking about. I know what Skype is.
Yeah, well, it's my job. So, you know, a lot of people think I'm sitting here just playing around with technology, but no, I'm constantly doing stuff, and I'll set up stuff and I'll ship it out sometimes. You know, and I used to pre-configure studios and get them all tuned up and ship them out, and they were all pre-wired, and that's a lot of the fun stuff that I get to do. I get to buy lots of gear sometimes, but here lately, everybody's studios have been pretty much set up. They're doing their own stuff because the equipment's getting easier to hook up, but there are a lot of people that don't even know how to set up a mixer, and so, you know, I got to kind of walk them through it. And I've spent hours and hours on video calls telling people how to plug in their stuff, and it's just maddening sometimes because I just can't be there on site to hook things up for them.
I know my way around some of the sound equipment. I've run sound for bands. So a mixing board, you know, I can find my way around a mixing board. I've bought and sold more equipment than I own. I'm talking soundboards, amplifiers, you know, you name it. I used to run around, go to auctions, and just buy and sell. So my neighbor's my techie guy. They actually have a band, and he's got just a room full of equipment. They got the digital drums and just everything you could imagine.
Yep. I have a lot of friends that are in the music business. Malford Milligan lives in the same hometown. I'm sure you've heard of him. There's a lot of talent in this town.
I'm not aware of who he is.
He's a blues singer. He was actually on Voice or America's Got Talent once. So yeah, he's well-known blues singer, really good. But there's a lot of talent from this area, and there's a lot of artists and music, and just really cool to live this close to Austin.
Yep. I used to watch Austin City Limits. That was like on PBS. I don't know if it still is. I don't watch a lot of TV like I used to. I've got onto this YouTube thing, and I pretty much have glued myself to YouTube. Like I pay for Netflix. I've been paying for that, and haven't watched it in like 6 months. I pay for Amazon Prime. Haven't watched it in about 6 months. Back in February, the Canadian Convoy, I got hooked, and that's pretty much where I came across you. I got hooked to the YouTube and just haven't let it go.
Yeah, it can be addictive. And my first computer was a Commodore VIC-20, so I grew up with a house that had a party line phone line. So you had to wait for the rings to see if it was your line, and we shared our phone with 3 other neighbors. And those neighbors were not next door. They could have been a mile down the road or whatever, out in the country.
I'm familiar. Yep. When I was a little boy, I lived in Pennsylvania. We lived in out in the country, like way out in the country, and we had the party line that you didn't. The phone would ring differently depending on who's.
Yep. It was 2 longs and a short, or 2 shorts and a long, or whatever. I can't remember, but.
Yep. So anybody in the neighborhood, well, I think we were on with 3, maybe 4 other people, so it wasn't too crazy, but
yeah, and
anybody could answer your phone for you.
My internet back then was my CB radio, and I had a mean setup. I had a President Washington Uniden with upper and lower sideband tuned, and I had a sound effect thing with a voice echo modulator. And I have a D104. I still have all this equipment. A D104 microphone, Lollipop. I had a Starduster antenna, omnidirectional, and I was hitting it with 400 watts upper lower sideband. So I could, and it was tuned. I had my SWR meters. I would tune everything flat, and I had a good grounding system. I actually put a grounding system under my antenna with the copper wires going out of the antenna from the array a little bit, so I'd get a better ground plane. I even put salt and water on the ground to get a better conductivity coming off the ground plane. And I could talk skip easy to Winnipeg, Hawaii, shoot and skip, no problem. And a lot of stuff I would do line of sight. Are you listening, FCC? I could easily talk 50 miles line of sight with my setup. Clean, good modulation. And I was 10, 12 years old doing that. That was my internet back when I was a kid.
No, I understand. My father. I still have my dad's base radio they had at the house.
So we got Melissa's Freedom in the chat. Shout out to Melissa's Freedom in the chat room. Love you too, there, Nightbot.
And I had an old UHF. Was it a UHF radio? I don't remember. But this thing you could pick up. Now, this is when I lived in Florida. Somebody gave me this thing. It was already ancient, and they just gave it to me. And I could hear all kinds of stuff, like boats, out on the ocean, radio signals from them. I could pick up, radio stations from, hundreds of miles away, it seemed. And I don't remember even what that thing, I don't remember what it was called. It wasn't a ham radio. It was, but it might have been part of a ham radio setup. It was oh man, I forget what it was called, but it was the coolest thing, I thought. I would sit there and just scroll through the channels and pick stuff up, and I was like, wow, man, I might could talk to some aliens or something.
Yeah, it was fun, and I used to listen to shortwave radio a lot when I was a kid too.
This might have been a shortwave radio. This might have been a shortwave radio.
Probably shortwave radio, yeah. So I guess this microphone, if I come back here a little bit, doesn't crack as much. If I go back here a little further, but then it sounds probably like I'm distant. So I don't know.
It
doesn't
sound fine to me. It sounds okay.
Oh, it sounds like
opinion.
crap to me. I'm a audio engineer, and it's kind of therapy for me actually to even start a stream with the world's worst sounding microphone. Hey, what's happening? GWT's in the chat. Hello, Fry. We're coming swarmy. Awesome, yeah. Appreciate that, GW.
Look, brother, I'm gonna let you go, man. I'm don't want to consume up your time. I should be outside. I should be outside mowing the grass or something. I just worked a 10-hour day.
Yeah,
so
and I still have to do my workflow for the day after I get my stream done. And but I should be outside doing a lot of things. But last couple of weeks have been so intense. I'm just kind of enjoying when I'm not getting a tech phone call from the radio station. So I'm and this is actually, I'm at work right now testing out the phone call systems for another studio. So far, except for the crappy microphone I got, it's working good with Magic Jack. So that's another solution I'm going to be able to offer to these shows. So
I never got familiar with a Magic Jack. I remember, like 20 years ago, I remember seeing the commercials,
This one is one of the originals. It's not one of the originals. I have the original Magic Jacks. Probably have 4 or 5 of them. They were silver, and some of them were clear. We could see the little chips on the board. Those were the originals. And this one is probably 5 or 6 years old, maybe 7 years old. And
I remember coming across one. Like I said, I used to run auctions and stuff like that, so I would go to any auction that I could attend. I would go, whether it be a farm auction or a restaurant auction or a storage auction. Any auction that I could attend, I would go to it. So I remember coming across one of those Magic Jacks in somebody's storage unit, and I was like, I don't know what this is. I think I threw it in the trash.
You can reactivate them. Yeah, you can reactivate them. But I don't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can take somebody else's account and reactivate it if it's not active. Big shout out to GW. They're giving us a wave, giving us a room raid. So GW is giving us a room raid. Appreciate that. So let's see.
Well, honestly, it's been a pleasure talking to you, Fry. I know you're familiar with who I am, and I just say what you're doing is awesome. What you're doing is awesome, man. I had mixed, we may have talked about this before, but I had somewhat mixed emotions about the restreaming thing.
Yeah.
When I came across it, but I kept kind of coming back, and then I figured out exactly kind of what was going on, and you were networking through the restreaming. You were networking.
Yeah, we were taking channels in the heyday of the channel when it was when the Convoy had a lot of momentum. We could take a channel from 38 subs to over 1,000 in 30 minutes, and I've seen it happen before. And what we were doing is we were putting more eyeballs on the Convoy, because that person they would have more people watching them, and then maybe they didn't like me, and they would go watch that other personality, because I'm not holding anybody hostage. So that was the whole point. I was deep frying as many people as we could when the channel had enough momentum to where we could do that. And I had never thought that it would happen, because when I first started streaming, I was just, 30 people watching, and then it just took off like crazy. And then Katie came up with the whole French fry thing, so that's why she has an honorary wrench to this day, Katie does. And then the whole deep fry thing started. I can't remember how that kind of, somebody in the chat, I actually have a notepad that talks about deep frying and who came up with the ideas. So that's how it all grew from there, and then that's where the deep fry thing came up with. And then everybody started coming up with their own icons, and then when they were doing room raids, everybody had their own icon. So it was really cool. So it was like a big family, like Mudpig, GW, all these people were just raiding each other and sharing the love. I was feeding the pigs fries and corn. The pigs were coming over here to eat, and it was just a great community. So, yeah, fun stuff.
It still is, man, and it still is. I mean...
Yeah, it's starting to come back.
I was a witness. I witnessed it. I remember being, watching the chats. Like, I've always done this, run it through my Roku on the big screen, and then I get on my cell phone or the laptop, mostly my cell phone, and just kind of watch the chat.
Yep.
And I remember plenty of Fry raids, man. I was like, oh, that guy.
Yeah.
So I would kind of, I would go back to your channel and
there was a few streamers out there that didn't like to be restreamed, so that's cool. And if you don't want to be restreamed, that's fine with me, because all I'm trying to do is spread the love.
Was it oh Lord, I forget what. It wasn't Canadian Rambo. It was the other guy. War campaign. I think he didn't want to be restreamed.
Oh, he didn't have a problem with me restreaming him. No, he didn't have.
I remember somebody did. I've got a whole list, like you said, like you have a notepad where you have things written down.
Yeah.
I've got all the streamers that I came across written down on a sheet of paper.
No, War Campaign's cool as rain. I love his setup. He was remember when he first started, he had his Bluetooth speakers around his neck, and that's where his guest caller was always on there. So he had a show guest, and then he had the GoPro on his head, and it was the coolest setup. The only problem with the GoPro is it didn't have very good night. The optics were just low light, and that GoPro didn't work very well. So when it started getting dark. All right, so here comes another caller. I'm gonna let you go there, Bananas. And appreciate you calling. I'm going to take this other call.
All right, I'll
have a good one.
You around, dude.
You're on the air. This is Fry. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Greg from Ohio again. I just had to call you and let you know, don't put that wireless mic in your will, okay?
So you want everything but the wireless mic. I got you.
I'll let you go.
Hey, man.
I'm sitting here watching, just cracking up.
Yeah, I'm having fun with an old broken wireless mic. But again, I'm going to find my microphone stand because I just don't want to sit here and do this.
I love it.
I don't want to do this.
Put your broken glasses on.
Yeah, I do have a set of broken glasses. Yeah. I could do that. Yeah.
I'll talk to you later.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right, bye.
So yeah, the broken mic thing's almost kind of I want to kind of keep it around for novelty. I'm going to break out and do the show with a broken microphone today. We might do that once I get the new mic. All right, so let's pull up GW's audio here real quick. See what he's got going on. He's got some icons on his screen. Anybody else want to call? The number is pinned to the top of the chat, and I'll put it in the chat there.
Hey Michael, how you doing?
So I'm going to put it in the chat here. 512. You can talk to me on the broken microphone. 221.
Hey Melissa.
19.
Love you, sweetheart.
All right. Boom.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Just testing out the new system with the phone here, just to make sure it's going to sound okay with the phone. Of course, the microphone is broken, but everybody knows that.
Pretty good delay here.
Yep. You could always call in if you want there, GW, but I don't know if you're using the same phone. But you can call in and be on the show if you wanted to. I can put the number in your chat. Here, I'll put it in your chat. I said, "Hey, Jackie," a long time ago. I forgot to hit the enter button. So, let's see. At GWT, if you want to be on air, call 512-221-1953.
I'll call in.
53. All right, he's calling. Here we go.
I'll call you.
All right, he's calling. Rock and roll. All right. So that'll be cool. I'll have GW on the show. Sweet. All right. So everybody thought that was a scam call earlier. So I'm going to end that poll. And if you're not familiar with the scammer, it was the first one that called and was trying to get money out of me from the Magic Jack stuff when I had just paid it to renew it. Oh, that's the wrong number, but we'll have him call the other one here. Hey, so this is my cell. Can you call the other number that I put in your chat? That way I can put you on the air on the stream. Yeah, I put it in the chat. It's a 512 number. I'll put it back in if you can't find it.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
All right.
All right. Let me see if I can get that in there.
All right. So he called my cell. It's all good.
I got it.
So he's going to call the right number, and then we'll pull his audio down so we don't get an echo, an endless echo. Doesn't get any better than this. We're going to be testing out the new setup. There we go. Hit accept. You're live on the air. Talking to Fry. How's it going?
Pretty good, brother. That's a pretty nice setup you got there.
Yeah, except for the broken microphone. This is a wireless mic here. It's broken, but it's an old Radio Shack. I'm gonna get a better mic, but I just don't have my microphone stand. That's why the mic sounds like it's broken, because the diaphragm is.
Right.
But yeah, this is the new living room studio setup, and it's got sound effects and everything, so we can do a mic drop. We can do hot pockets.
Hot pockets.
We can even say we like bugs.
I love bugs. bugs.
Yeah.
Tastes like poo.
Gotta have some fun over here, you know.
Yeah. Well, looks like you got a pretty good setup going on there. How many screens you got up there? What, 3, 4?
I got 3 here, and then in the living room, this camera here. I have the 4th one over here. I'm not using it for anything right now, but I can use that for a 4th screen. But right now, I'm kind of getting by. The problem with having that screen over there, it's out of my focal range, so I can't really focus on it. So I'm going to have 4 screens here. I'm going to have 4, and I can get by with 4. The other system in this other studio had 5 screens, and that was the cream of the crop. But I'm going to get by with 4. I'm going to have a screen down here, and then I'm going to keep this one up here. So I'm going to have, this one's actually going to be a little bit higher, so I'm going to have 2 screens right here when I'm done with the setup, and then I'll be cooking with butter.
Right. Well, that's cool.
And I'm able to do more wiring with this one than the other setup, just because I was so, before I was so stressed with time, I didn't have time to set up my sound effects. I didn't have time to set up a call-in number, because I was getting an average of 4 to 5 hours of sleep. I still had to do my day job. I didn't have time to do any of that. So since I haven't been streaming all the time, I'm slowly putting together another studio that's a lot more sophisticated as far as taking calls, sound effects, and just really cool stuff. And I just didn't have the time to do that with the studio in there. But it's nice to have a few extra minutes.
I just dropped that link in here for everybody if they didn't get it over there on my channel when they came over. That's that protectamerica.vote with Sheriff Lamb. They're asking everybody to get involved with that in their local counties and stuff. Also, I'm trying to get linked up with them as well for the USLA. Everybody needs to get over there if they can to the USLA over on Clout Hub, and hopefully get set up in their states so we can start having rallies and stuff. Get with Lisa, the mayor. She's still working on that, and they're trying to get all that organized. So I just, like I said, I just dropped that link in there for everybody if they want to go over there and check that out.
So this is about what we were talking about the other night with the local control. The sheriffs obviously have more power than anybody else, and that's where we need to start is locally.
Exactly. And then yesterday, I'm going to show this on my video here if everybody can see this. This is North Dakota. They've already got, I don't know if y'all can read that or not. It's Sons of Liberty.
Let me make you bigger here. Hold on. I'm going to make this screen bigger for a second. There we go.
This is the Sons of Liberty. They're out of North Dakota. It's www.ndsonsofliberty.com. Anybody over in that area wants to get in touch with them, there's their card. I met them the other day. Going to try to get some, do some networking with them as well, probably with the USLA. So
awesome.
I'll hold that up there again.
Yeah, so I got you big
See that.
screen so they can see that better, so that looks good. Somebody says it looks like a Chinese movie with your videos not matching your lips. That's because he's calling into the board here, and I'm pulling up his live stream, so there's going to be a little bit of delay on the video.
Whoa!
That's great.
Look like some Bruce Lee stuff going on, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. Well, you know, I could always do a StreamYard too. I can also set it up where I can get pull people in with the StreamYard, and that's where having that extra screen would really come in handy. And
right,
because I really need another screen just to do a StreamYard and port it into my OBS instead of most people stream out from their StreamYard and then point their StreamYard profile to their YouTube channels. And I'm doing it just the opposite, so I can stay in control of the quality, because if you you have to pay a lot of money to StreamYard to just get 1080p. It defaults to 720, and it's just I don't do enough panels to even mess with that. So that's why I'm doing it backwards. I'm porting the StreamYard into OBS, and that's why I need an extra screen.
Right, right. Well,
But yeah, everybody check out that link that GW put in the chat, and I'm going to repost that. It's protectamerica.vote. So I'm going to do that in the chat here. Everybody go check that out, and it'll send you to this website right beside GW there. I have it on the screen. And
we're still working on it, guys. We're still working on our freedoms. We're still fighting. Some of us just might be out here working and everything, but we're still working on it. We're still pushing the message. You know, like the other deal too. Everybody call your local reps. Tell them to end the 1976 National Emergencies Act. Ask for a response. Get put on the record. You know, that's your vote on that legislation and stuff as well.
Yeah.
Me and Frei had a pretty good talk the other night about keeping this going, and people that are actually still working in the freedom movement out here keep this going, not to let these guys defeat us, like they think they did, but it hadn't happened yet. We're still going.
Nope, it didn't. It's not stopping anybody. It's just getting reorganized, and everybody's regrouping. And, you know, like Grey Wolf, he's doing his walk, you're doing your thing, and everybody's sticking together when it comes to supporting freedom. So everybody's doing a little bit of different stuff, but it adds up. Every little bit adds up.
Yes, sir. And I mean, with the more groups we meet, we can get them networked together. Always just keep trying. You know, it's like, I hate saying his name, but Trump said in that one speech he did, said, never give up, no matter what. No matter what anybody tells you, never give up.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
It's like it's the tortoise. It might be slow and steady, but we're going to win the race.
Yeah, and I've always adopted that philosophy as I got older, is to eliminate, and I kind of learned this from my dad. I'm pretty sure that's where I got it from. His philosophy in life was to eliminate people in his life that told him no. And there's a lot of people in your life that tell you no. So you just got to slowly eliminate them, and that's called freedom. So.
Well, we've got a gentleman too that comes into our room. He's from up in northwestern, I want to say Ontario, Canada, up there as well. He's got his little group. He's trying to get on Facebook. They go out and they hold their flags and everything, and we're supporting him. We're spreading links on our channels, whatever we can, to help in any of the fights anywhere. You know, whatever we can do, what everybody wants to be a part of, you make your choice. You know, but it's still the standpoint we all got to come together and we all got to fight together.
Yep.
You know, and
see, Tommy,
keep on keeping on.
Tommy's been taking up the reins really good with restreaming, and he got a strike. Tommy, I want to set up a panel maybe tomorrow or something, and I'd love to get you on the panel and tell the story about what's going on with your channel, because I think I heard you had a strike from voter election misinformation. Somebody on the stream said something about the election, and I was watching your stream live, and boom, they shut you down, and it said community guideline violation, and you were down and out, and you haven't been back up since. So I'd really like to know exactly, is it an official strike? Was it well, actually it has to be an official strike, because a warning, they don't just shut your channel down. So is that your first strike or your second one? It's getting kind of crazy when you can't even say words and you get a guideline strike. It's just, I don't know. It gets kind of frustrating. But,
well, and another thing we need to do too is one of the other messages I've been trying to push out there to everybody is everybody in these local communities. One of the things about us coming together more and more in the smaller communities and building from there. We need to get out there and we need to help our neighbors if we can. There's going to be a lot of elderly people out there right now that are on fixed incomes. They're hurting real bad right now and don't have food. They don't have the necessities that they need. And one of the big things I was really thinking about is, going around and planting gardens in people's yards, maybe building chicken coops, getting them a few chickens where they can have some fresh eggs. Little stuff like that where we all work together and do stuff like that would be awesome.
Yeah,
we got to
everything helps.
To combat back what they're going to try to do with this lack. They're going to create this lack, and we don't have to let them. We do not have to let them create that.
Yeah,
we can create an abundance ourselves.
And the most important thing is your health, and that's the thing I've been focusing on. Is I've been fine-tuning. I just got off of a 41-hour fast. I was going to do almost 48, but I just ate earlier today. So I did a 41-hour fast just to see how my blood sugar would act, if I could handle it. And I used to fast a lot, and I did good. So that's another thing. You have to get your body ready for the lack of food. You have to be able to go and walk like what Grey Wolf's doing. He's going to be walking across the country. You got to be able to do stuff like that. You got to get your health, and that's the biggest prep of them all. If you don't have any health, you have no wealth. So all your guns and your gold is not going to really do you any good if you don't have your health. And I've just been preaching that. And I'm a perfect example of I had some major metabolic issues, and I've been correcting them slowly without going to a doctor. And I've just been listening to my body and just doing this and that and finding what works. And what's working for me is cleaning up the food that I eat. No processed garbage. I drink distilled water. No hot chocolate and ice cream anymore. I don't have any processed sugars and that kind of stuff. We just all need to kind of check and see what we're addicted to and pull those out of our system, because it's not going to be easy to find that stuff if things get really, really bad. The more processed the food is, the more it's going to be hard to find at a certain point.
And my understanding is there's been, I haven't really checked the real numbers, but someone else was telling me the other day, but how rumors can fly around, but there's over 100 food processing plants that's experiencing issues or been shut down. So, to me, I think it's a good thing. I totally think it's a good thing, because then they can't poison us with their nasty poison food and processed food, and plus they're not going to be able to make money off of it. So
yeah, I guess there is a bright side to that. There is a baby formula shortage, so the women that do have the ability to feed their babies breast milk, the babies are going to be healthier, and the only downfall is the people that don't have the ability to produce breast milk. They're the ones that are suffering. But yeah, the whole.
Well, I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to tell you right now, guys. You can go to, if you can find a local dairy farm that'll sell you fresh milk right out of the tank. I'm telling you right now, that's the best milk you'll ever get. And I seen a truck driver one day. I was like, yeah, I wish you could crack some of that open and let me have some of that out of the back of that truck. And he's like, oh, no, that'll make you sick. That's full of shit. I was raised on a dairy when I was a kid. We drank milk. The babies drank milk straight out of the tank. Fresh.
Yep. That's the way we, back in the day, you know, it wasn't pasteurized or any of that stuff. But the biggest problem nowadays is the way they're, what they're feeding the cows and everything. It's just, you know, all the soy and all the corn and all that stuff. The cows are not eating grass. So you want cows that are eating grass because that's their normal food intake. This soy and corn and all this other filler, they're feeding some cows. I have videos of them feeding cows candy, wrappers and all, back when there was a hay shortage. They'll feed them the wrappers and all, and the cows will eat it. Yep. Look up cows eating candy on YouTube, and the videos are still out there. Just look it up. So yeah, there's all kinds of stuff that's in the milk and the meat that we don't need to be eating.
Hey, Miss Jackie, can you jump over here and drop that link over into Fry's room for the USLA? I appreciate it. That way everybody can have that link. But yeah, that's pretty much it. You know, we've been running back and forth. We're still trying to play catch up and everything else from all the time we took down from work. Matter of fact, I'm trying to figure out how to find me a good bargain on some tires and stuff like that.
So, what is your fuel bill running you a week? Do you know, like, a weekly average of your diesel bill?
Well, I figured it up just for that one load coming out of Brownwood, Texas to Williston, North Dakota. It cost me over $1,400 for fuel for one load. That was about 1,400 miles. So it's $1. It's $1 a mile. That's what it's running.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So, it's really hurting, you know. I mean, that's big money. I mean, the one load I took down to Midland, Texas from Oklahoma City last week when I went down and saw Lisa, that paid about $17.50, and pretty much I used what I made on that whole load to make the load up here. Then I had to wait for the money to clear the bank for that load, you know, and then turn around and I've got a load that I'm picking up down the road here in the morning that's going back over to Wyoming. I'm going to Gillette. It's got 3 drops on it, but it's paying $7,000, so it's a good load. It's a decent load. I was lucky to find that this morning.
That's good. I'm going to turn you up over here, and I'm going to use the wireless mic. I'm going to take off my headphones, and I'm going to go turn on this window unit real quick. I'm going to turn on both of them.
She don't have a wrench over here. Is there a way you could give her a wrench where she could drop those links for that stuff there?
Yep,
Brian,
I can give her a wrench to be a link dropper, but not to be a mod, because the channel is modless now. And that's
pretty much what all the mods are doing over there on my place too.
Yeah, and it's not to bash mods. I loved all the mods I had, so if the mods are watching and lurking, I'm not bashing any of the old mods. So if that's what you're thinking, it's none of that. It's just because I don't want people to protect. With all the drama that's happened in my life in the last 3 months, people were so afraid of people putting personal information or, you know, talking trash about my relationships, and it's okay. I'm cool with that. I can handle, and it got to a point to where it was distracting. So it's like, okay, everybody can have a day off, And I just pulled everybody's wrenches, and then I figured out, okay, well, they don't have to work so hard now. So now they can work and be mods in other chat rooms. So it was nothing against mods that were here. I still love them to death. They still have wrenches, as a matter of fact. Almost every one of the mods has wrenches because everybody that has a channel like you has a wrench to promote their channel. So I just haven't seen them in the chat because they got their own channels and they're busy with their own stuff. But yeah, Texas Girl has a wrench. Diego has a wrench. I think they both have wrenches for their. She has both wrenches for both of her channels. I think Juniper has a wrench for his new channel. So yeah, everybody still has wrenches.
Well,
It's just,
the last couple of days, I've had several people jump in there and go, "Oh, is this a mod chat? There's so many mods over here." No, it's just people that's kind of promoting their thing and some other things and dropping links, doing research. You know, if we're talking about a subject, I need somebody to go do a little research and get a link to it. They're going to drop a link. About the only person in there anymore that'll spank you is me or Nightbot if you say the wrong words. So I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, come in, be respectful, you know, and we won't have no problems.
yeah,
You know?
and I don't have 1,200 people or 2,000 people watching like back in the growth days, so I don't need moderators at this point. Now, if the channel gets to where it starts having 3,000 people watching or 4,000 like we're in Canada, yeah, I'll throw out some mod wrenches to the original mods. They'll be the first ones to get wrenches. But yeah, it's I don't need them anymore because you know, it's just the channel. I mean, look right now, 57 people watching, you know. Which is fine.
You've been better than what I've been doing. I've only been having like well, sometimes I break 20. I think I've broke as many 26. People are just, I think, bored watching me drive down the road. But, you know, as for the most part, that's what I'm doing right now.
You can tell on the gravity of any movement is how the Restreamer's channel gets activity. And I could tell you when the Convoy was at its peak. I could tell you what was going on in Canada, like when it had the most momentum. I could tell you when the states had the most momentum, and I can tell you when it started dropping. This channel is losing every time I go live. I'm losing about 30 subs every time I hit the live button. It's just the opposite of before. It was gaining 1,000 subs every 3 days. Now I'm losing 30 a day, and I lose more when I stream than when I don't. And the reason why is because the channel is typecast to Convoy restreaming only. So when they see me streaming, like me doing audio editing or testing out some radio gear for the radio station or just whatever, they'll unsub. And they're sending a message like, okay, well, I was only subbed for the Convoy restream, which is fine because I'm rebuilding the channel. I'm still going to be supporting GW. Anybody that's out there sending out the right message for freedom, anybody that's doing that, the Grey Wolf Walk, all that kind of stuff. Anybody who wants me to restream them, send me an email. So that's the deal. And I'm going to support people that want me to support them. But I'm not going to be restreaming anybody that doesn't email me first, just because I'm done with all that drama, you know. I'm just done with it. And
well, and that's the whole problem. We had so much drama in that and everything else. To be quite honest with you, I was so tired of it. I mean, you know, I didn't even really want to go back to Hagerstown. I hopped back in. I was kind of upset that we didn't zigzag across the states. That would have been great because a lot of people wanted to see us. And, you know, there were several things that had been said over the time that the convoy was going, that this was going to happen, that was going to happen, and it wouldn't happen, you know. And it was really a letdown. I mean, because even Mike Landis, Marcus, they were saying the same thing about wanting to, you know, I don't know why they didn't do it, but we could have kept the convoy going from here on out, and people jump in and people jump out and keep on going back and forth, you know, going to out do a little work, come back in, but keep it going across the country, because there were so many people that did not see us, that did not know about the convoy. And that's one of the things that I learned when I had my little You know, I had to take my little sabbatical and go out and make some money, you know, and so I could try to stay in the fight. And it was just a standpoint that asking people all over the place, you know, have you heard of the Convoy? No. Have you heard of the Canadian Convoy? Boy, they heard all about everybody heard about the Canadian Convoy, but nobody knew about the one that was going on right here in the United States. You know, and that really hit me in the gut that day that I went to the state capital of Wyoming, and, you know, there was two beautiful people there. You know, we met Sweet Bits. We met another lady that's running for Cheney's seat there in Wyoming. But it was just two people there, you know, and the message had been out for the whole month that there was a rally, supposed to be a rally at every state, and not that many people showed up. Some states had more than others, you know.
Yeah.
But for the most part, for what it was, nobody showed up. And the reality of it is, you know, like I was telling people the whole time, if you think a few people going into Washington, D.C. is going to save the world, you are sadly, I'm going to say the words, fucking mistaken. It's not going to happen. It's everybody has to stand up. And the way I look at it, prove to God, because this is a free will deal, that this is what you want. You want Him in action in your life, and you want Him to take care of this, and Him to get into it and take care of this. And until everybody stands up and knows, I mean, it says it right in the Scripture, every knee shall bow and know that I am the Lord thy God. You know, it's right in the Scripture. And it's going to get to a point that I feel like if people don't get busy with this stuff and help with this stuff, that's pretty much where we're going to be driven, is all the way to our knees.
Oh yeah, it's actually
down on there.
It's happening right now. It's not ready, set, go Armageddon. It's a slow burn.
Yeah. It's going to get so bad. I mean, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it right now, just in what I do with my job. I'm feeling the squeeze, and I'm telling you, everybody. You're going to get to a point, if we don't stand up now, it's going to be harder to come back from where we're going.
Yep.
Trust me. Because it's going to be pretty much everybody's going to be starting out with nothing.
Yep. And again, I'm going to go back to the health thing. Do you want to be chasing health problems whenever you're already having economic issues and struggling? My answer to that is a no. So that's what I've been working on is, you know, all of my health issues, any metabolic issue I've been having in the last year or two was all self-induced. It was all something I was drinking or eating that it was just not good for me. So it's just trial and error. You know, you just got to take out this bad stuff and keep things simple and eat clean. And I know it's, I had 5 things that I quit 2 weeks ago. I stopped the ice cream, the hot chocolate, mineral water. Not because mineral water is bad for you, just it's hard to find in the store now and it's expensive. It's just the whole thing. And other things. Any processed sugar. I don't even have ketchup with sugar in it. I was eating bacon, didn't even realize it till I looked at the back, uncured bacon that had sugar added to it. So now I got this bacon right here that has no sugar. So it has no sugar in it. And unless it says no sugar, that's the only, every other bacon has all this other sodium benzoate and nitrates or whatever in there. It's just a bunch of stuff that your body does not want. So you got to clean up your act. And once you do that, then you have the power to overcome all this stuff they're going to throw at us, because they're going to throw at us a lot of stuff. Food shortages, you know, all this nonsense. More, you know, pandemics and all that nonsense.
Well, and a lot of things is this. This is one of the things they want us to give up. They want us to just throw in the towel. And, you know, it ain't, you know, in the Bible, what people need to be reading is not all the other stories in the Bible. They need to go straight to Revelation and start asking God what that means, you know, what things mean in there. Because the reality of it is that is where we're at. Tribulation, it means to be tried. You're going to be tried, you're going to be tried, you're going to be tried. You're going to be tested to the limit. And when it gets down to the part where it says the meek shall inherit the earth, that does not mean weak, that means humble. Those people are humbled, and they humble themselves before God, and they're not in judgment. They are, you know, they turn it all over to God, you know, and that's one of the things that I have to catch myself on a lot, because I do it myself. Sometimes I get in that mode of, well, nothing's working out right. This is bad. You know what? And usually I just say, God, here, take the wheel. You know, take this from me. You tell me which way to go. And it's, you know, it's like yesterday. You know, I didn't come to Williston, North Dakota, because I knew there was no loads there. And you know, literally, when I looked at the load boards, no loads. Nothing. Literally looking at a load that was only going to pay 87 cents a mile to go from, like, Williston area going all the way back to Houston. That doesn't even pay for the fuel. I would have paid to take that load.
It's crazy.
And I said, you know, I get back over to the truck stop, and I say, you know, Father, what do you want me to do? And I just go back to where you know, started out over there in Grand Forks. I went back to Grand Forks last night. We went in, sat down, had us a nice meal, relaxed. Went to bed last night pretty early. And the next thing I know, I'll get up this morning, sit down in front of the load board, and boom, this load popped up. And I was like, hit the button, you know, send the thing to my phone to call it. Called them up, still got the load. Yeah. It was at 65.50 on the load, and I said, well, I got to drive 250 miles for the deadhead. You think you can do 7,000? And he's like, yeah, we'll do 7. I was like, okay. You know, no arguments, nothing. It just all worked out. Pretty as you please, you know. So that's just one of those things. Sometimes you just got to relax and allow him to do things. And because I was still stressing, you know, I'm like, well, even though this load here, I got to pay this, and now I've got an extra 7,000, you know. So, well, maybe not a whole 7,000, but you know what I'm getting at.
Yep. Yeah. And like you were saying the other day, is when, you know, a lot of people don't realize this when you're in the trucking business, but if you go and haul a load and you go back empty where your other load is you're paying for that. You know, that's, and the diesel, the more the diesel keeps going up, the more that's going to, it's going to just slow down everything, because a lot of this stuff doesn't get moved like it used to.
Well, the other thing, too, is, like, a lot of people didn't understand there in Hagerstown why some of us couldn't stay there, you know, or a lot of people left. I mean, the reality of it is we have big payments, we have big insurance, we have, you know, the $6,200. I had $279 come out of that just for my factoring, so I could get my money. Okay, so that's like 4%. So I got like $5,900 in the bank. Then I turn around this morning and I got online, because today my truck payment was due, and that's about $1,900. And then I've got my cat payment that was about $1,300. So within a couple of minutes, I'd already spent basically freaking, oh shit, you know, more than half of that money. And then I turned around and spent $1,900 on my credit card bill that I'd maxed out that had no money in it that I'd put all in the fuel. Because the last money I got, I put that on the credit card to pay for the fuel to get here for that load. So it was like, you know, that money that I made yesterday is gone.
Yeah, that quick too. And yeah, it sounds like you're making a lot of money, but between payments and diesel and wear and tear, it's
Yeah, I've still got to buy. I've got to get 8 new tires, and I was just pricing the tires at that last place for the drive tires on my truck, because I've got almost about 170,000 miles on these tires, and they're right at the wear marks. So they're getting to a point where I'm going to pull in and get pulled over for an inspection or something, and the inspector's going to say, well, you don't pass inspection because of your tires. So now I've got to buy new tires, and when I hit them up back there, they were at $560 a tire. Wow. So I'm sitting there looking at the guy going, yeah, I don't think so.
So we got GWT333 on the phone here, so if you're wondering who's talking to us, you just joined us, it's GWT333 on the phone.
So the standpoint is you know, I'm sitting there, well, take that times 8, you know, then you've got excise taxes, and you still got to have them installed and everything. You know, I mean, 4 tires, that's going to be what, $2,000, $4,000. It'll probably cost me about $5,500 to put the tires on there.
God.
For the 8 tires. Then I got 2 on my trailer that definitely need to be changed. Matter of fact, I'm going to go right over here and see if they've got a couple of the double coins that I use on my trailer, and I'm probably going to buy them because I have to, you know.
And those are do they sell recaps anymore? Do any truckers use recaps anymore?
I will. Yeah, a lot of trucks will still use recaps, but I will not use recaps, because if you have one of those recaps go out, you can cause more damage to your equipment.
And
because
other
when that
people.
thing comes off,
Yeah.
right. That's, you know, if it comes off my truck and slams into the front end of somebody's car and they run over it and rip a bunch of shit out, that's going to make me liable.
Yep.
Because that's off my truck, you know. So, and why people like to tailgate you and stuff, I've seen it. I've seen it tear up cars before.
I've dodged many a
you know,
recaps. Treads on the road. Dodged many of those in my...
Well, I'm talking about when it actually happens.
Yeah, it'll tear up
And
your lines and your fenders and all that stuff, your mud flaps, everything.
Right. It just makes more damage, so it's just better to go ahead and spend a little bit more money on some virgin rubber, you know?
Yep.
So, my wife was looking at them back there at that last place. My wife looked at it, she's like, what's that line across there? I said, that's a recap. And she goes, oh. I said, yeah, and what'll happen is that thing will separate right there. It'll separate right there. And you really don't want to be using recaps in the summer, for sure.
Yeah.
Because of the heat, you know?
Yep.
But, yeah. People, I mean, like I was telling everybody, you know, right now, if I make this load completed by Friday, the load that I got last Friday, so in 7 days, if I can finish this by Friday, that'll be $13,200 in a week, in 7 days.
And you calculated when you were in the convoy, you probably lost
9 weeks,
$80,000 in revenue that you got to catch up.
Well, I was going on the light side, say 6,000, but everybody's seen me in every week that I've worked do at least 7 to 8. I mean, if I do the 13 this week, that's going to be a really damn good week. But the reality of it is, you know, you figure I've got 1,200 miles on this track, so that's going to be $1,200 worth of fuel. So, you know, that's can't even really count that. So we're what, $6,800, but then I got to buy tires.
Yep.
So,
so
yeah.
your truck runs on. You have DEF in your truck, right? You got to deal with that problem too.
Yeah, this morning, and I don't know, my truck from because I filled it up, the DEF tank up. Usually it doesn't use as much DEF, but it's been going through the DEF pretty quick here lately. And yeah, I think I put $36 worth of that stuff in there, but it was only $2.99 a gallon. Usually most places it's like $3.89, almost $4 a gallon.
And that's just the biggest scam on the trucking industry there ever was. It's all it is urea, and there are research that people have done out there that a lot of it is to get rid of the pig urine, and they're just reselling pig urine. But it's just crazy what they're doing.
Yeah.
And the pig urine is a waste product, so they figure, well, let's just throw it in let's sell it to these people. And some lobbyists somehow got this passed. It probably started in California, and it just trickled on through. But yeah, they're just basically reselling urea.
Well, it's everything that they do. I mean, it's everything they do is. The reality of it is, it's kind of like this ELD they make us put in our trucks now, right? It's another company that went to the government to force us to run something in our trucks, you know, and it's really ridiculous, you know. It would be kind of like me or you having a law passed. Everybody's got to give us $1 for every $10 they make. You know what I'm saying? That's basically the way this is working. And to be quite honest with you, it's all unconstitutional, even down to the standpoint of being forced to buy insurance to drive a vehicle down the road. You know, I mean, should people be insured? Yes. I think everybody should have to pay for liability insurance, to be quite honest with you, on themselves instead of a vehicle. Because it's like I was asking somebody one time about that. I says, why can't people just go out there and just get a liability policy for a couple $1 million? You know, I think I had one at one time for my locksmith business. I think I spent like $400 for a whole year for $1 million liability policy on myself, and it was actually for my business. That way, if I laid down a screwdriver, a kid picked it up, fell on it at somebody's house or whatever, I was covered, you know, or had some liability. But in reality, 90% of the time, I say 99% of the time, if your vehicle's sitting still, it's not going to do damage to somebody else's vehicle or property or something like that. In rare cases, you know, it might slip out of gear or e-brake don't work or something like that, and it might get away from somebody. But in reality, 99% of the issues when it comes down to a vehicle is operator error anyways that causes damage. So why isn't the operator, why do we have to buy an insurance policy on every vehicle out there, but just the person themselves get a liability policy on themselves, so that way any car they get into, they're automatically covered under liability insurance?
Well, that would be perfect worst case scenario, because I have 4 trucks. I would be driving more trucks if that's the case, but just having insurance and tags and all that nonsense to have them roadworthy. That's why the 80 model Chevy and the 65 Chevy don't see the pavement anymore. It's just because I don't have the time to drive them anymore, so I don't have insurance on them. So I got insurance on the Dodge and the Suburban, and that's it. And they're legal. They have tags and everything, but it's just keeping up with all that stuff. But yeah, I always wanted to have insurance on myself because I'm the only one that's going to be driving those vehicles. And if I let somebody else drive it, they would have insurance on themselves. So yeah, that makes too much sense. But you know, we don't live in that world.
Right. I mean, it's like right now. When I first started my trucking business, and a lot of people, you know, you pay out the ass to get into this game because your first 2 years, on a minimum, you're going to be looking at around $17,000 to $18,000 a year for your insurance for one truck. Some people that's got worse driving records and stuff like that, or bad driving records, and that's me with a clean, spotless record. Okay. And one of my insurance agents, he said, I've had guys that were first 2 years at $35,000 a year to put the truck on the road.
God.
Yeah. I mean, it is stupid how much we have to pay. And I could more along the lines see the whole thing about the personal liability instead of automobile liability, because that way, when you have to cover yourself, that's an individual insurance, right? So if you're out there acting stupid and your insurance keeps going up every year, you know, maybe pretty soon you might start straightening up. You know?
What's your truck payment a month?
19.
So it's $1,900. So the trucks that you're looking at in front of you there, are those probably about the same payments too, you think?
Probably not. The new trucks right now, when the prices were up, a lot of people went out and still trying to buy trucks. You know, the use. I mean, what was it? 2 years ago, my truck, when they tried to book it out, they tried to tell me, oh, trade-in value's $35,000, but they were turning around selling these trucks right now with probably about the same mileage I got on my truck. They were selling them here last year for about $120,000. I paid $82,000 for this one originally. But my interest rate, because they hit you real high on commercial, is about 11 to 12%, 11.9%. So they just kill you on the interest rate on these, and that's me financing through like a top tier finance company.
So
like
what do you think the
Mercedes-Benz.
average truck payment is for those trucks that are sitting in front of you?
It can vary. I mean, anywhere from, I've seen as low as $800 a month, depending upon the truck, from all the way up to about $6,000 a month.
Good God.
I mean, you take a truck like Sasnak's, for instance. If you go buy that truck, and you're buying it on time, you're going to put, I think it's 15 to 20% down. And I think there were somewhere, because I'm at $1,800 a month right now, okay? So I almost bought a used truck 2 years ago. I just put in to buy it. It was like Sasnak's truck, one of the ARI sleepers.
Yep.
And they wanted $160,000 for it. So figure I bought my truck for $80,000. It had 500,000 miles on it. So one of those trucks, brand new, you're looking at. I looked at some brand new ones. They were about $295. So you figure if my payment is $1,900 a month, double that at 160, triple, maybe what, triple or quadruple that for the $295,000 truck.
So let's just average out. Everybody's paying $2,000 a month for those trucks. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can see 9 trucks there. So let's do this. So Alexa, what's 9 times 2,000?
9 times 2,000 is 18,000.
18,000.
So yeah, that was easy math. But anyway, so just them trucks we're looking at right there is 18,000 a month just in payments. That's probably conservative.
No. I figure about $1,000 a month for insurance.
And that's not including the one I'm looking at in
Give or
your
take.
mirror. So there's a white truck in your mirror on the left. So, huh.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And just
So,
in that
well,
one
no,
area.
This lot's, yeah. When these things are sitting still, they're not making any money. I mean, literally, you get paid by the mile. So, they're sitting still. You're not making anything, you know. And generally, the days that I work, I try to make at least $1,500 a day. That's my minimum.
Yeah, and most of that goes to diesel expense.
Yeah. Well, now it's up there. I need to be at least making about $2,000 a day, but that's kind of hard to do.
I'm going to take a 10-100. You want to hold the floor for a bit?
Sure.
All right, I'll be right back.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, my bills every month range from, depending upon what month it is. If you catch me at the time that I got into the Convoy, well, all my yearly expenses come up that I have to pay. Like the ELD was about $500 this year because they want all their money up front. That was about March when that hit me on my credit card, and then I've got, it's just like here this next month in July, I've got $550 I got to pay for my heavy road use taxes, and then at the same time I got to put in my miles that I've driven from, I want to say from last year to this year to rebuy my tag, which is going to cost me probably about $1,700, give or take. It's like then you have your monthly bills, you know, and it could range anywhere from $6,000 to $9,000 a month just for the baseline bills.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know, so I really.
And see, all that's passed on through the food system too, because one of the most processed foods I buy is it's avocado mayonnaise, and it was $5 or $6 a jar, and 3 months later now it's $9.98 a jar just for a little thing of mayonnaise. So I'm eating it less. I really don't need it. So.
Well, see, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Well, what a lot of people don't understand as well. For the most part, unless I go directly to, I usually get my loads off the load board. So what I'm taking is the scraps, basically. These big corporate companies, like you said, that Stevens transport truck over there or whatever, or these trucks that's got all these drivers and everything, they don't pay these drivers jack shit. Some of these drivers are getting paid 34, maybe 43 cents cents per mile, you know, and they're barely scraping by. And when they send them somewhere, like I've seen guys have to sit for a whole week in a parking lot, you know, and then they'll pay them, you know, $260 for layover fee per night or something like that, you know, which when you think about it, you may think that's a lot of money, but in reality it's not, because when you're having to buy your food at these truck stops and stuff, and the food inside the truck stops are a lot higher than your regular places to go eat, and 90% of what you get inside the truck stops anymore is junk processed food anyways.
Yeah.
You're really not making that much money. It's like my buddy that's now working for my other buddy. I got him a job over with him because he was wanting to put on another truck, and I linked them up together. He worked for JCT, John Christopher Trucking, out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and he was doing a lease purchase on his truck. Well, these guys, they've got it worked down to a science how they can screw you over, nickel and dime you to death. But figure he'd run anywhere from 3 to 3,600 miles, you know, 3,000 to 3,600 miles a week. Never at home. They were paying him $1.10 a mile for his truck, basically. And when they're probably doing $5, and he's running reefer trucks, so they're probably charging anywhere from $5.56, maybe $7.50 a mile is what they're charging their customer for that truck, but he's only getting $1.10 and maybe a little bit of a fuel surcharge. So he's paying for part of the fuel, he's paying for the truck payment, the insurance, wear and tear, you know, normal wear and tear on the truck, maintenance and everything else out of $1.10 a mile. Okay, now, right now, you look at the concept of where we're at right now, where it costs you $1 a mile for fuel. He is so lucky that he's working with my buddy now, because now he's making, I can't remember how much he's making, about 28% of what the truck is making. I think 29, maybe 30%. Shit, I can't remember off the top of my head. But he's driving someone else's truck, who's taking care of the maintenance on it. He still has to watch where but this is after fuel now, so he kind of has to watch where it makes him more responsible where he's getting fuel at. But before, he's always told him, I'm broke. This is killing me. I'm broke. Now, the other day I talked to him, and he's like, man, this is awesome. He says, I love my job. And I was like, cool, you doing good? He said, yeah. I said, you got any money saved up? He says, yeah, I got like $14,000 in the bank right now. And I was like, that's awesome. Because before, you know, where he was making maybe 3,000, you know, I can't remember. I think he was said something about he was probably bringing home about 3,000 a month after expenses. You know, $3,200 a month, and having to live in this truck.
That's crazy.
It was sad. Now, I think what was it? It was I think it was like something like $800 a week or something. What he was bringing home, I can't remember. But that was his bring home in his own truck, and somebody is you know, he's paying the payment on the truck, he's paying the insurance on the truck, and everything else, and somebody's dictating to him how much he's going to make a mile. It's $1.10 a mile, flat rate. That's it. So they really sucker these guys into these deals. It's like these big corporations, they're leeches, you know. And when you really want to talk about human trafficking, you might as well say that's what that is. Because they get these guys locked into this deal, and they you know, a lot of a lot of people, they get right out of school, you know, and
they just throw them into debt immediately.
Yeah. And then then they give you the loads. So if they want to screw you over, they just park you for a week somewhere on a layover, you know, or don't give you a good load, or they put you on a shitty route, throw you a couple shitty loads. I've literally seen guys be in the negative, you know, and it's a sad thing. You know, I mean.
So do you see, where do you see things in a year if it keeps up at this pace with trucking business?
At this pace, I see fucked up situations is what I see.
Is it going to be more of cost of goods going up, or just more shortages? What do you think is going to be happening?
Oh, everything's going to continue to go up.
At a certain point, people are just going to stop buying stuff, or I mean, what do you think is going to happen here? It's just there's going to be a breaking point.
That's the reason why I was talking about the gardens and stuff, because some people, you're going to have a way to supplement your food to feed your families, because no matter what, if you've got a job, the majority of the people, unless you're working from home, that have to, you know, drive back and forth to work, got to buy that fuel. And when that fuel keeps on increasing, and I've heard the possibility here in the United States upwards of around $10 per gallon or more. And right now, when you've got a 15-gallon fuel tank and it costs you over $100 to fill that fuel tank to go back and forth to work for, you know, 3 or 4 days. And you're really, and if you've got the car payment, then the insurance, your house payment, people are going to have to make choices.
So
they're going to have to make hard choices.
Here's something I kind of want to get a message out there, and I want this to be just like the message of what GW's promoting there, that website, protectamerica.vote, to get involved with your local sheriffs and that website, and the 76 Act, in the 1976 Emergency Act, and all that stuff. This is a message I'm going to be focusing on with people, and I want you to hear me loud and clear. If everybody stopped moving and didn't use gas for 48 hours, that would make a difference. And the thing is don't make up for it when you start using the gas again. So, you know, get your setup where you don't have to move, and don't go out there and do double duty when you start moving again. And the same thing goes with food. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying to use less gas, but I'm saying fast for 2 days. You can do it. I did a 41-hour fast, and I could have been going right now without eating, but I just went ahead and ate so I could get it out of the way. But next week, every Monday, I'm going to fast, and I'm going to be fasting into the next day. So I'm going to do 48 hours. Now, if everybody fasted for 48 hours, that's food that you're not eating for 2 days. So you take a household of 3. That's 3 times 6. That's 6 meals or more. Some people eat 3 times a day that would be skipped. And that would make a difference when it comes to you surviving, less load on your body, your DNA repairs, all kinds of things happen when you fast. So the thing we need to start preaching as well is, you know, as far as freedom, if you want food freedom, start fasting. Challenge your body. You can do it. Food is mostly an addiction. You don't need to eat as much as you are. Just look into fasting and how good it is for you. And if everybody would start practicing fasting once a week, just do it 1 day. You don't have to do 48 hours. Just do 1 day. and fast, and that can make a difference in the control that they have over people when it comes to food supply. Will it lower the cost of food? Who knows? Supply and demand. But if everybody would practice fasting, look at the difference that would make, and it would take the strain off the food supply right now.
Well, and it's not only that. Actually, eating 1 time a day is better for you than eating 3.
Exactly, and that's what I've been focusing on, is getting it down to 1 time a day.
I mean, sometimes if you want breakfast, have it for dinner, you know?
Yeah.
Breakfast always makes a good dinner. But, yeah, but also, you know, like I said, find other ways to supplement your food with what you're having to put out. If you can put you a little garden in the backyard, you know, get out there with the kids, teach them how to plant something, you know, get you a couple of chickens. You know, if you got 3 or 4 people in your household, get, you know, 5 or 6 chickens. That way, that should feed, you know, 1 egg a day. You know, you could literally survive off that for a long time.
Yeah.
But the thing is we've got to find some other way to stop them from being in control of us.
Yeah.
And the whole garden thing for me is, I think if everybody planted a garden in their yard, there would be more than enough to go around, and people could do canning, they could do stuff like that, and to have stuff to go throughout the winter. But these are literally some things that people really need to get to looking at. And if you're out in the country, I've always told people this, even if you can't go buy a rifle, an expensive rifle, go get you a high-powered pellet gun, or a couple of them, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, squirrels, rabbits.
Yep. And if you want another defense weapon, get a flare gun. So I switched mics. This one's going to be a little lower volume and muddier, but the other mic somebody said was hurting their ears. It's hurting my ears too. So trust me, it's a cracked diaphragm. So I'm switching to the karaoke mic for a second. But yeah, flare gun is a good defense weapon. A lot of people don't realize you can just go buy them at Walmart or wherever, Academy, order them on the internet, and that's a good defense mechanism. You're not going to kill a squirrel with it, but it'll get somebody's attention. It'll definitely.
Well, I can guarantee you one thing: you hit somebody in the eye with a pellet, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There's pellet guns out there right now. Let's put it this way: I've done a lot of hunting, and you can go buy a package of pellets for like 500 shots for maybe $5.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a damn good shot, that's 500 mils right there. You know, the way I look at it.
Yep. I have a gun within arm's reach of me everywhere I'm at in this house, so I'm well prepared for any situation. But when it comes down to that, if you don't point a gun at something you're not ready to put a hole in and ready to go to court over. So it's going to change your life if you do that. So that's not.
Well, I guarantee you right now, you shoot somebody with a pellet gun, you're gonna slow them down for a minute, at least.
Yeah.
And if you're a good shot, hit them in the eye, you might take them out. Who knows?
Yeah, 22s.
But,
I mean, isn't an AR-15 just 22 rifles? It's just an automatic 22. So.
It's not automatic.
Well, it's semi, but yeah. But yeah, it's.
I mean, like mine, I've got it set up to where I can literally. I bought a because the 223 round or the 5.56 and all that stuff was expensive for those rounds, you know.
Yeah.
But I got a conversion kit that I can pull my bolt on mine, slip the conversion into it, and it's a 22 LR.
Yeah.
And you go buy you want to practice with your AR, that's a good cheap way to do it. You don't have the same punch, but you know, you still get to practice, you know, a lot cheaper when you can buy, you know, one of them bricks of 500 rounds or something like that, and you can sit there and shoot pretty much all day playing with it, you know, plinking or whatever.
Yep, plinking. I don't plink anymore, but I got plenty of ammo to plink, but I don't want to waste the ammo anymore.
Yeah, but there's things out there everybody can do. You know, I mean, I've always been an advocate of getting that pellet gun because every time I'd go into Walmart, I'd buy me a couple packages of you know, $10, buy me 1,000 pellets, you know, and if all else fails, you've got sinkers, you know, for fishing lines or some more lead. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah. But again, I want to put the focus back on if you don't have any health, you don't have any wealth. And the whole point of everybody wants to be wealthy. Wealth is not monetary. It's not fiat currency in the bank. It's your health. So to get through any situation, the things are not getting any better. I haven't seen anything that's given me a sign that things are going to get any better. So the first thing you want to focus on is your health. That's number one. And then all this other stuff is just stuff that you will need if you have enough health to need it. But if you're sick, you don't really care about anything else. Look at all these rich people that have died. The money didn't do them any good. They had whatever.
Actually, I want to make a comment about that. You said you hadn't seen anything getting better. I have in the last week or so. There was two things that the Supreme Court did, and that was the one on the abortion bill, sending that back to the states, giving the states the power. So that's where the power's supposed to be anyways, is in the states. And that's one of the things I've been trying to explain to everybody. I think that's what's going to wind up happening. Everything's going to go back to the states. That's the reason why we have to have good people that follow the Constitution in your state.
Yeah, I agree. That's a bonus, but that doesn't really affect the economic system as far as the cost of things and inflation. That's what I was getting at.
Right. Well, yeah, as far as the money goes, but I mean, I do see a few things happening as far as the power with the states and everything else going on. I mean, to me, those are just a couple little signs in that one, that one gun law that's been on the books for 110, 120 years in New York, getting overruled by the Supreme Court as well. So I'm just saying, guys, there are some good things, and if everybody gets on board with this stuff back at the states and everything else, and they start working on this, I really see it coming back. But
so I'm reading the chat there. Super Salty says that his D6 cat dozer burns 100 gallons per day, and that's just a bulldozer. So imagine all the construction that's going on out there. 100 gallons a day.
Oh.
So.
Yeah.
And what's diesel at right now?
I would say we was talking. Well, here at Lowe's, I mean, I imagine those guys buy it in bulk from the big construction companies. I know they do. But, and more or less, I'll probably get a better deal on it, but still it's went up on them. That's what we were discussing just the day before yesterday. We was driving down the road, and we were looking at all this equipment sitting on the highway, right? That was all lined up there that's doing all this construction on these highways. And it was, I think it was Sunday or Saturday or Sunday we was driving along there. And just think, if you put in a bid for that job, right? If you put in a bid for that job at, when the fuel was $3 a gallon, now it's almost $6 a gallon in some places. You are stuck in that bid.
So he's looking at $600 a day just in diesel for a dozer, running his dozer a day.
I tell you right now, I'll tell you right now, I was looking at that too, because I've got a 289 D3 cat at the house that I do a lot of the stuff on my property that I've been using to work on my property. And I went out and brush hogged the other day, and I used, I don't know how many gallons the tank is, I don't have a gauge, but I think it's probably 20 gallons. But I brush hogged for a day and a half. I was at a half tank fuel, then I filled up the next day. I used that whole tank fuel, and usually I got a 100-gallon tank, or 100-gallon tank I throw up on my truck that I go into town and fill it up. And the diesel down the road from my house was $5.99 a gallon.
That's
And I was
crazy.
sitting there thinking about that. The last time I fueled up that tank, we were $3-something a gallon, which was $300. Now, if I go fill up that tank, it's going to cost me $600. I was really thinking about that concept of, oh shit.
Yeah, and that goes
know?
back to what I'm starting to push on people, the message. Sherry Palmer said, starting to fast for 16 hours is very easy to do. Everyone should try it. Everyone should do it. And I would say 24. And the reason why I say 24 is because you get to a certain point in the day, and then the hunger stuff is gone, and then you actually start feeling more energetic. And then you sleep through the night, and you wake up in the morning, and then you can make your, quote, breakfast, break your fast. That's what the word means, breaking your fast. So that, and it's easy to do a more than a 16-hour fast. And think about that. We can put less fuel in our bellies and still survive. We don't need to eat as much. So as food costs go up, practice fasting. You can leverage yourself against the system that's kicking our butts right now. You can't do that with a dozer or a truck. You got to still put the same amount of fuel in there, but we have control of what we put in our mouth, so we can still control that. So fasting is the most important thing right now that I'm stressing to people, because it can save you money, it can improve your health, and you can see what you really need and what you don't need. And that puts you more in control. It puts you in a power position instead of a fear and a control position.
Right. I mean, and that's one of the things about this is us taking back our control. I mean, as long as they, I'm going to reiterate again, doing them gardens. Right now, most everybody goes to the grocery store to get their products, to get the food that they want you to have, what they've put in it, what chemicals they've put on it, and everything else. And you've been controlled with that, and because it's so much easier to go to the supermarket and get a head of lettuce or some tomatoes or whatever. Actually, in reality, if you just went out there and spent a few hours a day out in your garden, you might find it will be a lot easier to do that than go to the store, But think about the concept of you spending extra money to go to the store to buy these items, then you're paying the higher price for those items and everything else, when you could literally, for a couple pennies, walk out there and pick one out of your garden and have that fresh, what was on it, what you did to it, but still you're taking away another form of control from them on what you're getting and what you're able to get.
Yep, and like I said, that's why I quit a lot of things that I thought I needed in my life, but I really don't, like the hot chocolate, the ice cream. I know I didn't need it, but it was just a bad habit, something that you want, and even the mineral water. So it's all those things that add up. And Super Salty was saying if we stop using less diesel, it's not going to affect anything. Well, I was talking about our food intake. We can control that. So we can control what we eat.
Well, here's another thing, too. Remember those farmers and those big equipment I was passing down the road there? Those farmers' prices have went up on their diesel as well. And that's all going to get passed along to you guys.
Yeah, and Sun Honey just said in the chat, gardening reduces stress. It's a proven fact. Of course it does. Exactly. And think about it. While you're gardening, you're not stressing about the food that you don't have. You're growing your own food. And then it's just, it dominoes on itself the right direction. But if you're sitting in your house worried about where your next food product's going to come from, you're not empowering yourself. You're not in a control position. Put yourself in a control position, and yes, it will lower your stress level, and it'll empower you. And then your neighbor is going to see you growing tomatoes in your yard, and then pretty soon these stupid HOAs are going to get a clue. whenever they're starving over there with their gated communities, and all these other communities that don't have HOAs that got chickens and tomatoes and potatoes in their yard, they're surviving. So who's going to be knocking on whose door when stuff really gets bad?
Well, and that's the whole thing, you know. I mean, I watched a documentary several years ago, and I just thought how sad it was. And it was more or less like in New York, for the most part, because they showed the shanties and everything else that these people were skinning bones, you know, sitting around their fire waiting for the next meal at the bread line, you know, standing in the bread line. And if you go and look at that, if you go and look at the bread lines back during the Great Depression and during the Dust Bowl and everything that was going on in the country, and literally, like, these wide streets were just literally packed full as far as you could see with people standing in line for a piece of bread, you know, and that's where they started the whole welfare deal. And it's the standpoint that when I was looking at that, I'm like, what the hell is going on here? You know, why didn't they just take these people out, give them a hole or something, and a package of seeds, walk them out to a field somewhere. You know, all you got to do is do a little chopping here and there with a hoe, stick a few seeds in the water and a bucket of water, and water it.
Yeah.
And then every day you go to the next field and the next field. Next thing you know, you've got plenty of food for everybody.
Yeah, and see, that's the way politicians don't think about that. They create the problems, and they don't want to solve anything. But I said that when they were doing these stimulus checks, instead of sending people cash, send them seeds and get them growing their own gardens. But no, we can't have anything like that. You don't want to empower people.
Because everything, when you go back to everything, they control everything.
Yep.
Everything's metered. They control the fuel. They control. When I had my vape shop is when I really realized how much control they had, because, you know, the name of my vape shop at the time was Arcadia Vapes, and I was off Route 66 in Arcadia, Oklahoma. And they were trying to regulate the system. And my first day that I opened my doors, my very first customer walked in the door, and he goes, "So what are you going to do when the FDA comes in here and shuts you down?" I looked at him like, "What the are you talking about? Screw the FDA," you know. And I started doing the research on it and everything else. But one of the things I found, well, in my lease, I had to have liability insurance on the building, okay, that I was leasing. And it was just for if somebody walked in and slipped or fell or hurt themselves. If I plugged something in, the building caught on fire type deal or something like that. It was just protection for that type stuff. Nothing to do with any of my products. But it took me 4 months to be able to find one insurance company to insurance me under for that liability insurance, because my business name had vapes in it.
Yep.
Just because it had the word vapes in it.
Yeah, and they're cracking down on
And
vapes right now, because I think big tobacco, it's too much of a threat to big tobacco.
But I was dealing with that stuff back then. I was up against big tobacco and big pharma both.
Yeah.
You know? So I struggled through that. I already know what that's about and everything else, and how they can try, they literally manipulate everything and control everything, because all the insurance companies are owned by the same people for the most part.
Yep.
All the grocery stores, all the big conglomerates, everything are owned by the same people. And it just goes, and they pyramid down. And it's like they have the monopoly on everything, which is supposed to be illegal in the United States, but they have the monopoly on everything.
Yeah. So when I was
and
talking
literally
about,
down to the
sorry, gotta love the internet delays.
in literally down to the standpoint of even your food that you get through the FDA.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like some of these restaurants and stuff that I see hurting out here right now. I was like, well, why don't you just go to the farmer markets and buy your goods? Well, we can't because we're under contract for these places, and the health department won't let us do it.
Yep.
We have to do this. We have to do that. And I'm like, that's bullshit.
Yeah. So
You know?
when I was talking about the seed stuff, Kristen in the chat says, "Didn't China try that? Laugh out loud. She got some or whoever got some seeds that never ordered. Remember when China was shipping out seeds, the mystery seeds?"
Oh, yeah.
And then Based POV says, even the Great Depression was by design. If you remember, the Spanish flu was going on. It's just like today. It's all the same. We're just replaying the same old shit. Yeah, same.
History repeats itself.
Yep.
If you don't know history, it's going to repeat itself. And we're literally in a Holocaust situation as well. And they're being completely and utterly indiscriminate of who they're taking out, to be quite honest with you. And the main thing that they're trying to take out is the old people, that history, the people that know how to do things.
So
I mean,
we got GWT333 on the phone. So people are asking in the chat who's talking. So it's GWT333.
I'll flip my camera back around and wave at everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. Give everybody a good wave there. So yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'm probably going to be easing out of the stream here in a little bit. So, but yeah, I can talk all day about this kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's so much stuff that they've literally taken control of, religion, every bit of it to use to control, you know, and up until, and really even the standpoint of changing the words in the Bible itself, you know. I mean, I'm just saying, everybody, we've got to pull together. I was just asking Jackie earlier. She went and did some research for me because I was going to see if there was a rally somewhere in Oklahoma around the 4th of July. There's just one thing going on down in Durant. And it's a protest. It's a counter-protest to the protest about the SCOTUS doing the stuff with the abortion deal. I really don't want to get into a counter-protest, but I'm surprised there's no rallies around. We really have got to start doing this deal where we're standing at our state capitals every weekend, once a weekend, whatever y'all want to figure out how to do. To me, I think once a month, because I know how everybody is struggling for money and fuel and everything else. If you can get a ride with somebody, you know, carpool down or something like that. But let's start doing this. Let's start standing at our city, our county courthouses and at our, you know, in front of your damn county sheriff's office. You know, they're the highest elected official in your county. You know, we got to start doing something.
Yep. And again, that's it starts locally. Everything does. So,
Yeah.
I know when I was in the I did IT work for the city and the county, and I did this security stuff, and I was in control of the servers, domain servers, and everything for the police department. And I had local control. I was actually on the Board of Adjustments in the town that I live in. I was a judge, and I was the guy that would pass variances or fail them. And I always voted for the freedom side of things. So if there was an encroachment on a sidewalk or signage that was too big, I always leveraged the person and not the government side. So I always put the power into the people when I did my vote. And I've always been that way. I think I was on the Board of Adjustments for about 3 years but it was just too much to handle because once a week you're getting the paperwork that thick, and then you got to study this stuff, and then you got to go up there and, you know, dress nice and deal with all that nonsense. And it was fun while it lasted, but yeah, I had local control of my community at that time. I worked locally. I was doing IT, worked with the county, the sheriffs, the police department. I did all that stuff. That's where the power is. And it's the same way. But again, I'm going to go back to the health thing. If you don't have health, nothing else matters. So focus on yourself first and then everything else. So if you don't have your health, then you don't have control of your own body. Then all this other stuff is pointless.
And remember one thing too, guys. You know, a lot of the things that happened in the convoy, I'm going to be quite honest with you, I didn't really agree with. A lot of the partying and stuff like that, I thought really reflected really bad on the convoy. For the simple fact of the business that some of the stupid stuff that people were doing on other people's property, they were not self-governing themselves. That's another thing that really people need to look into as well, is that standpoint of self-governance. It doesn't mean that when you're free, you get to do whatever the hell you want to do. It's kind of like coming into these chats and talking a bunch of shit and everything. You know, this is his house. You're literally right there in his living room, or whatever.
And that's a
room
good
that
point
is.
you make there. That's a really good point, because
you're in his room. You're in his house. You're coming into his. Might be on YouTube. This whole thing about freedom of speech and everything else doesn't mean that, you know, sometimes in the Bible it says what's what you say and what's what you think. You know, that doesn't mean that it's just a free for all and you can do whatever you want.
Right.
I mean,
so you make a lot of sense
there. It's
there.
about respect.
So you're talking about Hagerstown, where they were doing some stuff there, and the property owner obviously didn't appreciate that. So you think about this. The protest was for ending the mandates for the jabs and that kind of stuff. And the people didn't want to take the jab. I'm not taking the jab. I don't wear a mask. No jabbery, no mask here. That's my choice. It's my body. All right, so I'm self-governing myself here. I do not want the government forcing the jab on me, but I'm going to govern myself and have respect for somebody else's house and their property. So if you don't want the government jabbing you, but yet you're going to go to somebody else's house and you're not going to govern yourself and respect them, that's just counterproductive. You need to also learn how to govern yourself, or the government's going to govern you. That's the whole point.
Exactly.
The government's controlling
That's
these.
the thing.
Yeah, so people need to realize that you got to have respect.
Right, and that's a problem. You know, it's the golden rule. You know, the golden rule to treat others how you would want to be treated, and the other thing is to, like, the law of the land is literally to do no harm, to cause no loss. You don't kill me, and I don't kill you. You know, pretty simple. You know, so it's the reality of knowing that from the moment that you wake up in the morning, that you make every decision in your life, okay? You make every decision from the moment you wake up in the morning to whether you go to work, what pants you put on, even if you're going to go to that job. It is your choice, and it is your free will. But the reality of it is, with freedom comes great responsibility. And this is, for years, one of the things I've always heard is this standpoint that I've always said, we need to do away with, if we could do away with the government and self-govern ourselves, and then everybody always telling me the same thing, well, that'll never happen because people won't do it,
Yeah, there's leaders.
But I believe there's a difference in that. I didn't mean to walk on you there, but there's a difference in that scenario. It's like when I was sitting there and I had my vision of it being in judgment after I was ordained. And I'm sitting there, and I told God, I said, Father, you know, He was showing me the blood on my hands and everything else, and it was literally the standpoint: this blood is on your hands because this is what you've allowed to happen. You know, you allowed these people to represent you. You paid taxes to these people. You did all this stuff, so that blood is on our hands. And that's the reason why I believe in the Bible it says, judge not lest ye be judged. That's the whole meaning behind that. And it's literally, we've got to have that Christ moment where we're hanging on the cross, basically, and saying, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do, type deal.
Yeah.
You know,
and you
still
don't have
having
to,
forgiveness.
Exactly. You don't have to be in an organized religion, but you can live Christ-like. So there's a big difference.
Exactly. And the thing is, when I asked Father, He said, I gave each and every one of you power and authority. I gave each and every one of you power and authority. But it's over yourself, not over anybody else.
Yeah.
I have no power and authority over anybody out there, to be quite honest with you. The only place I have power and authority is in my castle, you know, on my property. And the thing is, with myself. So when I told him, I said, you know, Father, I can't change the world. He says, I don't expect you to change the world. The only thing you have power and authority over is yourself. That's it. All you have to change is yourself.
Yep.
And that is what everybody needs to know. You have that power and authority to change yourself.
Yeah, and if
you
there,
have the power. Go ahead.
If there be more people governing themselves, there'd be less police and less government. That's exactly what you're saying.
Exactly. You would not. There would not be a need for it. But when people are out there acting like fools, acting, you know, not respecting simple rules and respecting other people's rights, whether it be speeding or whatever, you know, going over the speed limit. I mean, if everybody did the speed limit, would we need a cop out there writing tickets for it? No. If everybody stopped at the stop signs, we wouldn't need an officer there to do that. Now what you're going to get, now what they're working on doing, is they're going to put cameras at every one of these things and AI and everything else. It's going to tell whether you or not you were sitting there looking at your cell phone as you went through the light or down the road or whatever, and you're just going to automatically get a bill on your phone. It's just going to automatically deduct from your account. You know, literally, this is where we're going. Go look at what China has in their social credit score. If people really want that, you want to be judged by AI, keep it up.
Yeah. Oh,
because it's literally happening. We got cameras right now. Go look at Keep Trucking. Just go. Here's the interesting deal. Go look at Keep Trucking and this ELV. I don't have the camera shit installed in my truck, but it's literally got a camera that will look at the driver, and it will determine and take points off that driver's stuff if it says he's distracted, okay, or he's distracted driving. It literally will take points away from him. And it's kind of like, remember what was that one game? What was that one show where that girl with the red hair, she was like the savior? Oh shit! It's kind of like in the future.
Hold on just a second. Jared Allen says, sorry to interrupt. Bree just headed to bed, and she give Bree a big hug. So good night there, Bree. Much love. Hope you had a good day. So.
But it was something about the 5 elements, and the last element was love. Remember that deal? It was kind of like a space.
Maybe the chat room
show.
can help me with that. I don't know.
Well, this like planet or something was coming towards the Earth. It was kind of a comedy type deal. It had Bruce Willis in it.
Oh yeah. Got it. Yeah.
You remember which one I'm talking about?
Yep.
Anyways, literally, like in the cab that he was driving, it's like you have no more points on your license. Your license is now suspended. You know, literally, there is a point system in the back of this thing that if I take a curve too hard, or if I slam on the brakes too hard, or if I speed, or anything, it's literally taking points away from me back here in the back. And if your points get too low, it's kind of like that deal people are plugging into their cars, you know, for Progressive insurance. It's doing the same thing. It's sending information back to Progressive on, the sixth element, that's it. Go back and watch that. Look at the concept of this whole thing, and it was literally one part where, remember where he choked on the cherry pit or whatever, and the guy was choking, and that priest walked around there and slapped him on the back, and he coughed it up. You didn't have a robot for that, did you? You know, the guy sitting there pushing all these different buttons trying to save himself. The reality of it is these people are wanting to put all their faith into AI. That's the new God, AI. And literally, you're going to have, it's like when you watch some of these videos and stuff, they're talking about having these VPNs and everything else, that literally they can tell by your facial expressions if you're going to do something, you know, even on these live videos.
Wasn't Demolition Man the same way? Wasn't that the movie where Sandra Bullock was in there, and they're driving down the road, and when he would say a cuss word, he would get a ticket, and he would be fined, and eventually the car stopped?
Yeah, well, yeah, and or it was a fine or whatever, and all they had was Taco Bell. Well, look at it. Who was the only places that were open? Taco Bell's and McDonald's, all your mainstream, I
think you're talking about Idiocracy there. Idiocracy was the same thing, too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you literally had that same thing where you had some deal where if you weren't politically correct or something like that, it would literally spit out a little fine, you know?
Yeah, and that's what's happening with the YouTube channels, just on the simple level of streaming. Tommy Temper got a strike.
Yeah.
I got a community guideline strike for a warning for medical misinformation a month or so ago, and it was me restreaming a doctor. So if a doctor can't talk about medical stuff, who can? And that's the same thing. And I'm getting my hand spanked. Oh, don't do that, because you can't have words
But
said.
Mark Winter, hey, hold on here. Mark Winter's being a smart aleck over here about this. All AI will drive truck drivers out of business, and finally the complaining will stop. But here's the thing. Also, the companies that are driving the AI, the AI will be what you'll have at that point. You will have a monopoly. Then everybody you won't have competition anymore. So whatever they decide to charge for that freight will be the charge that you'll pay for. And not to mention the fact, if you go and look, the same deal that's going on with the, that you're getting in your arms where they're not liable for, they've already put into place, if one of these trucks goes haywire going down the road, and it kills somebody, they're not liable. Okay, so you might want to do a little bit more research into that. And the problem with that being is you're being set up, because pretty soon AI you won't even be able to drive your cars. They already got self-driving cars going down the road. So
yeah, I want to add to that AI stuff taking over the trucking business. That is not going to happen. Here's why. The most high-tech system for car AI right now is the Tesla. Tesla is more advanced than anybody because they got more miles driven with their data points than any other company out there. But they're using a camera-based system. So when it's snowing and raining, you can't do autopilot. It's just not going to happen. So you cannot have self-driving cars in bad weather. So that means not in the snow, in a blizzard, or in the rain, or anything like that. Fog. It's not going to happen. So what is a truck doing all the time? A truck's going 24/7. And so it's going through the fog, rain, snowstorms all the time. So this AI fantasy about taking over the truck drivers is nonsense. And then when you get to where you need to go and unload, that ain't going to happen because somebody has to get out of the truck, hook up the hoses, open the valves, do all that stuff, and undo the trailer, all that stuff. You're not going to get AI to do that. Somebody's still going to have to be in the truck to drive the truck. So that's just complete nonsense that truck drivers are going to be taken over by AI.
Let me tell you another thing about that whole thing as well. Like, I don't see any trucks. Maybe one truck over there, that white one across the way, he's got it on the front of his truck. But they've got this following deal, you know. It's got a radar. My truck's got it on here. But I'm going to tell you right now, I've been driving for 30 years. I've had my CDL for 30 years. I've never had an accident. I've had probably about the max $300 worth of loss. That's it, as far as like stuff that was on the trailer that got damaged, and that's in 30 years. Now, this piece of shit right here that's on my truck is what caused me to have that loss, because of some idiot in a car that come across from the left-hand side up here on my passenger side, tried to scrape the paint off of his bumper when he came over in front of me, and then he took off, and then he slammed on his brakes, and as soon as he slammed on his brakes, these brakes locked up on this truck. In 30 years, I've never had to have anything operate the brakes on my truck because, number one, I don't follow that close. I try not to follow that close. I give myself plenty of following distance when I'm behind somebody. But literally several times, just out of the blue, nothing there, this thing would do a malfunction and do a collision deal. At one point in time, I was going down the road, and I had another truck right on my ass, and this thing slammed on the brakes by itself. And literally, I thought I was going to get rear-ended by the other truck, and the only way I could override it was to slam on the freaking fuel. I've also am a mechanic and done a lot of work over the years, and even machines that sit in a fixed position in a building that has vibration have watched circuit boards burn up because, I mean, there is nothing. I look at the cars today. If you want to prove to me that AI or these trucks going down the road, self-driven and everything else, would be safe, then make the vehicles that are going down the road last and be safe.
And you got a good point.
Because everything is set up to break.
Right. The chips.
They've manufactured everything to break.
Yeah. The software
burn up.
The software gets obsolete. The chips, the capacitors. So even just the chemical concept of a capacitor, the capacitors go bad, the screens leak, all this stuff, and they're looking for an excuse to put a computer chip in everything they can, and all that does is just complicate things.
And track it.
It's more points of failure, and it's just not. This whole fantasy of self-driving electric cars is complete absurdity. It's not gonna happen.
Yes. And not to mention the fact, like the other day, okay, and where's all this shit being made? China? Really? I can't even go buy a fucking coffee pot that will fucking last 3 or 4 months that is made in China. You know?
I have a CD player that I bought from the mall at Radio Shack. It's an Optima CD player. The thing still works. It's 30 years old. I bought one from China Mart 4 years ago, and it lasted 6 months, a DVD player.
Exactly.
Garbage.
Well, it's like the other day, we was coming up before we hit Oklahoma. We was right there close to the Oklahoma border, right south of Burke-Burnett. I'm driving along here, and one of the things is, you know, we have these plastic airlines on our trucks, right? And they have these little quick connects. Well, I'm driving along there, and this thing, when you lose air pressure fast, when you start losing air pressure real fast, you have to get to the side of the road before the brakes lock up, okay? Because this emergency brake right here will pop out, okay, when you lose air pressure. Now, I'm driving along there, and I'm being quite honest with you, I'm very glad my wife was not driving, because I don't know if she'd been able to handle the situation as well as what I did, because I actually got stopped before the brakes locked up. But it was like an instant thing that I knew what to do. Now, I'm driving along there, and all of a sudden I hear, and I'm like, oh shit, and all of a sudden my air gauge drops, and then the alarm comes on, and I'm off to the shoulder of the road, foot on the brakes, trying to get stopped, got pulled over, and literally, luckily, and what it was is one of these cheap Chinese freaking plastic deals that came from the factory. And I'm going to tell you right now, they're not DOT compliant, okay? Just so it's a Y. It's where two lines go into one. It's a splitter. And it literally blew the line out of it. And the whole plastic piece came out where it pushes in. So luckily I had another one. But, I was looking in the back because it sounded like it come from the back because I had my window up. And I was looking around, popped the hood, and sure enough, I see the line sticking out there. And I was like, literally, it took me 13 minutes and 29 seconds to be back on the road because I had an extra one of those.
Yeah, and the thing is that's an important part of your truck, and that's a junk Chinese item. It's just that's what I'm getting at. And imagine if an AI truck was going down the road and it happened that way, the thing wouldn't know what to do. It would not have the ability to think about what's happening, and it would just end up crashing into somebody. Or if it did have the ability to stop, then somebody's got to go and fix it.
Down in the middle of the road.
Yeah,
it'd lock up right in the middle of the road.
Yeah, and then somebody have to go out and fix it.
So yeah, and one of the things is usually y'all have all been down the road and everything, and down the highways and interstates and shit like that, and you've seen these black marks where you see where a truck's tires locked up, right? Literally, what happened? Something blew on that truck, and that driver had to get off to the side of it. And you're talking about jackknives. You're talking about all these different things that could have happened with what happened with me, literally, generally when you see them black marks going off the road, it's either where there was something that happened with traffic in that location and the driver tried to swerve to go off the road to keep from hitting people, or literally they lost their airlines. And the thing is luckily I had that spare part because I knew, and plus the problem was when we went out to go look at it, I looked for that part, I went to the damn dealership, we don't have that. And I'm going, what do you mean you don't have that? You put this, it was manufactured on the damn truck. Well, we don't have them. And finally, I found some of them at one place over in Tulsa, so I bought a couple of them. But literally the standpoint is, if it can break on a vehicle, I've seen it break on a vehicle. I'm from the old days where DOT was not as stringent as it is today. where brakes failed on trucks. You name it. I've driven the biggest pieces of shit that shouldn't have ever been on the road that you've ever seen for some of these companies. And, but we're able to drive them safely down the road and not kill anybody. But back then it was one of these deals where you didn't really have the choice. Either you drove the load or you didn't have a job on Monday. So the reality of it is the vibration. Y'all seen how rough these roads are going down the road and everything else. You would literally have to have these roads smooth as glass. You're going to have the standpoint of shit that is heat resistant, wear resistant, all these different things to be put into place. I mean, literally, even NASA every once in a while has a fucking rocket blow up.
Yeah.
You know?
And we, the people in the chat, said the same thing happened to him, had one of his lines fittings blow like that in Florida.
Yeah. I mean, you literally are asking for problems. How many times does your computer lock up on you or glitch out?
Yeah, especially if you make your own white box, you know, those things, you know, just the hardware's not compatible, it's driver issues. You get blue screens all the time if you make your own computer. Sometimes.
You know, how many times does your computers crash? How many times have you had to have a computer replaced on a vehicle or some kind of an ECL module on a transmission?
Well, that's what keeps me in business is computers failing. I do
exactly.
I do at least one or two a month of rebuilding boxes and that kind of stuff. You know, it's not where I make.
What was that one show? Remember that one show? I think it was the Outer Limits or something like that, where all the vehicles like surrounded these people in a restaurant, and you had military vehicles and everything else that was shooting at them and all this other shit, but the vehicles were all like autonomous, you know, or possessed or some kind of shit. Think about that concept.
Yeah.
You know, not to mention the fact that any computer system can be hacked.
Yep.
You know, what if somebody decides to hack into one of those trucks and drive it down through a neighborhood or a bunch of houses?
Yeah, and it's not even going to get to that point, though. Again, there's no technology that can replace a person when it comes to the prediction of the lines blowing, the getting out and unhooking and hooking the lines, and all the stuff that goes along with backing up to a dock and everything. It's not just the truck getting to a certain point, and people say, okay, the truck's going to drive to a certain point, and then somebody's going to take over. That's what I see that can happen. There's going to be somebody there that's going to back the truck up and unload it and do all that stuff. But yes, that could happen, but it's only going to be for short hauls. You're not going to have long haul where you have to go through a thunderstorm, snow, and all this fog and all this stuff at nighttime. It's not going to happen. So AI is not going to take over the truck industry.
Okay. Remember Terminator, guys. Okay? Yeah. You know, look at a lot of these things that were basically where AI turned against the people, you know? So I would take those warnings and maybe think about that for a minute. I have a problem going to sleep with somebody else driving, even my own wife, who I love and trust, you know. But the problem is I can't even sleep while she's driving down the road. Because in reality, the only person that I really trust is myself when it comes down to that. I don't even like riding in somebody else's car.
Yeah, I don't ride with anybody. I don't.
Y'all should have seen me when I was riding in Sweet Bit's little hoopty car. She hit the bump. She flew off the side of the road. Because what happened is when she come out of the parking lot, she just shot out of there. And right there at that truck stop, you know, you go off the road where the trucks park, and there was like a deep, like, trench there beside the concrete, and she shot right across that, right on the other side of the road, and I was sitting here, and literally this car has got, what, say 12-inch or 13-inch wheels on it, or tires, and little bitty thing, and literally you're going down the road, you feel it scraping the road, you know, and I was like, oh my God, I think we overloaded this car, you know. But the point is, the crap that they put on the road today, with all the plastics and the polymers and everything else, and it, to make them lighter and more fuel efficient and all this stuff, you're putting yourselves at risk. And not only that, they literally have made it to where these vehicles, if they get in an accident and kill somebody, there's no liability.
Yeah, and they're doing the same thing with the GMO foods and the jabs and you name it. So what's the saying? They reward failure and they penalize progress, but there's another saying that goes along with that. They God, I can't remember what it is, but yeah, it's the same concept. And that's
I worked in mechanic. I worked in mechanic. I was a mechanic there at Weatherford International, and we mainly worked on Max and, you know, the equipment out in the oil field. But, you know, literally down to the standpoint that, you know, everything fails. Everything fails on these things. That's the reason why 90% of the parts are replaceable. And right now, all they're doing is they're slapping that AI in these same trucks that are on the road. I've seen a few of them, pictures of them, where they've got all these sensors and all this other shit. Well, how many sensors go out on these trucks? You know what I mean? Literally the sensors for the oxygen sensors and everything else, you know, they go out.
Yeah, it's
what if
not
one of those
happen.
sensors go out?
Yeah, it's not going to happen in anybody's. Not in the near future. It may be incrementalism in 10 or 20 years, but again,
they already have them on the road.
Yeah, but it's not.
That, right?
It's not something you can't leave You can't leave a dock, and then go down and go through thunderstorms and all the bad weather, and then unload your load. It's not working that way.
Your Nightbot said drink some water.
All right, I need to refill. So I'll be right back.
So you got your Nightbot to boss you around. That's funny. See, now here we go with AI. Fry's using the AI to tell him what to do. Anyways. But, no. I'll be honest with you. I don't really want to drive anymore. I don't. But right now, I mean, it's kind of like the only thing that I can do to really make any money because everything moves by trucks, you know. But they're trying to kill it, you know. They're trying to kill it with the fuel and everything else, the prices, and everything else is going up. I mean, literally.
All right, so
it is. It's hard.
Nightbot's defense, she's done a good job. She was reminding me. She's not telling me what to do. She was just suggesting for me to drink water. And don't be too hard on Nightbot. She's a good person.
Oh, it's a she, huh?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a she. Yeah. I never have a problem with Nightbot. That's the best female relationship I got. That one right there.
Well, if she starts drinking that or dropping that quite too many times in there, you know, that could get a little nagging.
I know. She hasn't been very naggy. She's been doing pretty good. And she's even lurking the chat room right now, too, if you look. So, she's good. Yeah. I have a real Nightbot. It's not AI. That's actually a real person. So, she's a good volunteer.
Okay. Anyways, Lord.
Yeah,
No, 692 in South Cal. Oh my gosh. That's bad. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. Any bit of technology that they make, I'm telling you right now, and this is coming from somebody, I built computers too, and I'm going to tell you right now, shit breaks. That shit breaks, and something goes haywire. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, you got firmware updates. That's on the chipset level. Then you have software that lays on top of that. So you always have software updates. And then you have the components that interact with the software and the firmware. And then you have environmental issues. It's just not going to happen. Period. It's not going to be this
damn.
fantasy.
They didn't even give you a free cup of coffee, John? That's bullshit. Sorry. John said they didn't even give him a free cup of coffee either.
Yeah, that's yeah. I don't even want to go there, but yeah.
They gave you something, all right, but
Yeah.
it wasn't nice. Let's
yeah,
put it that
I'm
way.
not going there.
That's what they gave you.
Yeah. Well,
but anyways, I'm going to hop off here, guys. It was lovely talking to y'all. Fry, I love you, brother. I'm glad to see you back up and running. We need to do more of this. We need to keep, we all need to get back together and start working together as we were before. Not allow these a-holes out here to try to defeat us.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm doing my best to.
I'm not going to give up till I'm in the grave. I know that.
I'm doing my best to get rid of my burnout and my mojo back to start bringing people together again and networking. That's what I like about restreaming and streaming is bringing a family of people together to fight for truth and freedom.
Exactly. I mean, that's literally what we're here to do. I think we're doing God's work by helping one another, trying to do the best we can at all times. It's all we can do.
Yep. And my message is health and wellness, and everything else will be you'll be able to do everything else a lot easier. So we got to focus on ourselves first, and then and that way all the messages that everybody else is putting out there, they don't have control over you if you fast. Just start fasting once a week, and that way you're more in control of yourself, and they're less in control of you when it comes to food. And start growing a garden. So look at the leverage of growing the garden and fasting.
There's other ways to fast too. Stop going to baseball games. Stop going to football games. Stop watching TV.
Yep.
The biggest thing is stop watching that TV. That'll probably give you the most health of all.
Yeah. There wouldn't be a monkeypox if they turn off their TV. People wouldn't know about monkeypox. It all comes through the television.
Right. Well, and also, like it said, the Bible said, watch what you believe, because I don't know if I told you this about my friend dying, Mike. We were friends for about 14, 15 years. And I talked to him after I left Hagerstown. And 3 days later, his wife that he was separated from called me and told me that he passed away and in his sleep. But for 2 years during the whole COVID deal, there was times that he wasn't working. He was a pipeline inspector, and he just sit there and complained about there wasn't no jobs. I told him there's plenty of jobs out there, Mike. You just got to go. You might not be doing what you're doing, but there's something out there in the inspection field that you could do. As a matter of fact, I sent him a link to something, and they have good paying jobs, but he didn't do it. All he was talking about is he was going to lose everything. He was going to lose his wife. He was going to lose, and he was going to die alone. And literally everything that he said, he spoke into being. And the standpoint is. That's the reason why it says in the Bible, watch what you believe, because we are, y'all know this, I really believe in manifestation. When your thinking controls you and you allow it to control you, no matter what it is, if you're in a bad relationship, anything, and it's something you need, if it's an abusive relationship, or even if it's something that happened before in a relationship, you're allowing that to control you. You need to release that, because even though it's kind of like I said, being in that bad relationship, you're still allowing what that person did to control your life, or another relationship that you're in, you're still allowing that person to control you. And nobody should be in control of yourself but you. And
yep, and that manifestation
that is the
stuff.
way it is.
Exactly. When you said manifest stuff, when I have tons of inventions, and I'm always inventing things and have gadgets and weird things, and I think them into existence. Literally, I'll be showering, I'll be dream about it, I'll be waking up, I'll have and it comes to me quick when I invent things, and I build it in my brain. Literally, I build it in my head, and then I manifest it, and it works every time for the most part. And yeah, I have to do some tweaking here and there, but it's manifesting things just like that. And you're talking about relationships and vibes and energy, and yeah, that's a whole nother manifestation there. So yeah.
Yes, and that's what I'm getting at. I mean, one of those, a lot of people really do not believe they're in control. I mean, when you're I listen to people all the time that, for the most part, it's, I hate to say it, but it's women. They've had something, they've been in an abusive relationship or something like that, or it's kind of like the whole hormone deal, okay, where guys have hormones, but in some sense of the word, it's kind of like, I liken it to the standpoint of driving down the road, everything's going good, and then all of a sudden you hit traffic. You automatically get pissed off for the most part. And one of the things that I found that I started catching myself, what I was thinking in that process, and then, just kind of it is what it is type deal, and go with the flow, you know what I mean? Instead of allowing that situation to control me, I take control of it, okay? Because literally at that point, I notice for the most part that I put it in like low gear, and I just creep along. Well, like I'm still moving forward. But I see these other people that'll run up there and slam on their brakes and hit their steering wheel and everything else, get all stressed out about it, but they're putting more wear and tear on their vehicle, and they're doing the whole stop and go deal, which uses more fuel. I mean, all these little things that you're doing, even I see big trucks do it all the time. They run up on people, and you hear their brakes, and I'm like, why? What if those brakes failed that one time? You've always got to think about that what if. What if those brakes failed that one time, or you did not stop in time, and you hit that car? Then, it's little things like that, like I said, you start realizing it. Start noticing what you're thinking. Start paying attention to what you're thinking. And then if it's going in that negative realm, you just say, I'm not giving this power and authority over me. And then you turn it to something else. Think of something positive. Flip it to a positive. Maybe there's something else, the reason why this is happening this way. You know, there's all kinds of signs, there's all kinds of things out there, I call them angels, and usually it's with my numbers, that are trying to tell me things, and I pay attention. What was I thinking when I seen 333, or 33, or the number 3, you know, or 3, 6, and 9? You know, like Nikola Tesla said, if you could break the code of 3, 6, and 9, you'd have the keys to the universe. Well, that's one of the things that I've done. It's the multiples of 3s, because that is God's number for confirmation. You know, that's the reason why the media learned that little trick to brainwash people, you know, in their mockingbird media. You know, they repeat things over and over again. You know, the lie becomes the truth. So
that's why they
like
call
I
it
said,
television programming, because it's telling you a vision and it's programming you, and it's a bunch of garbage to control you and keep you in fear.
Right. And, I mean, it's literally all in the Bible. You know, 3 kings, the 3 witnesses, you know, the third day, he was 33, you know, just boom, 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 boom.
Yeah,
and
that's one of the reasons why I started the YouTube channel years ago. It was FryTV.com. Fry your TV. Fry it now. FryTVNow. So it's in the channel name. So yeah,
right.
The television is what programs people. Most people don't have their own natural thoughts throughout the day. It all comes from an outside influence, whether it's a TV or radio. They don't have their own organic natural thoughts. They haven't actualized. They haven't self-actualized. They stay in this toddler mind state, and it's always about competition and duality. And people need to kind of check themselves and self-actualize. And when you start fasting, I'm going to keep going on this fasting thing, it's a spiritual thing. You know that you don't need to eat like you've been programmed to eat. You don't need to have 3 meals a day. You can actually skip food for a couple of days, and you're going to be perfectly fine.
Well, thank you for that, AMC Kingdom. We appreciate that. The thing is here, you know, like you're saying, everything you have control of. I mean, yeah, granted, we might not have control over the fuel prices, but technically we do. It's literally that standpoint. If we all stood up and said enough is enough, cut the bullshit, get rid of these people and put the people into place to do what needs to be done. We didn't forget how to make fuel. We didn't forget how to do this or that. They create that. Literally, there was an old speech that I was listening to one time. It's in the archives for President Reagan, and he was speaking on behalf of somebody else to get them elected, and it was literally about the farmers, where they told the farmers they couldn't grow this much, that they couldn't grow all of their property. You know, they started cutting them back and everything else to how much they could grow. Now, and if they did grow more, they would fine them and lock them up and throw them in jail. I mean, or take their land. Literally, this standpoint, they have been doing this whole time. They have been controlling every bit of it, and now they're trying to get more for less, and it's that standpoint, you know, supply and demand. Bullshit. They can sit here and build all of these fucking Amazons. I'm telling you right now, look at how many Amazon warehouses they have built all over the United States. And we can't build more facilities to process oil. We can't build more facilities to do other things that need to be done, to build parts here in this country. But we can damn well build a fucking Amazon plant to bring all that cheap Chinese shit in.
Yeah, they're building plants crazy around here. We've got Tesla, the Gigafactory, and then we got Samsung building that new chip factory for probably, as the crow flies, 12 miles from here. So, yeah. But at
Oh, they
least they're
built
going to be
one
making
when
the chips locally here. So shout out to Ride Along Gangs in the chat.
Right along, gang. Hey, what's going on, brother? Long time no see. Yeah, we literally could change everything. I mean, there was one. I remember there was one company. I saw one of the videos where they walked in, told everybody there that they had to, in so many days, they had to get the, you know what, and literally everybody said, okay, screw you, packed up their stuff, took their shit out of their lockers, and started walking out the gates right then and right there. And literally, these people, this company folded. Okay, they folded before they could get out the gates. They had the security and everything else stopping everybody, and that's what it needs to happen. Everybody stand up together and say, "No, we're not taking this shit." And then start walking out the door. Shut them down. Shut them down. I mean.
Yeah, and the chat room's talking about Monsanto. Yeah, that's another big. You got big ag, big chemical, big pharma, and then you got the UNESCO school system with the curriculum. That's dumbing down the kids and tearing apart the family unit and teaching people that there's more than two sex. So yeah, they're just dividing and conquering every direction. We need to unite, not divide. We all need to unite.
Well, that's what I told everybody. You know what? To hell with them. We take back our states. We take back our stuff. It comes down to it. We take back the factories. We take back the plants. We take back everything, and then we start doing shit right. I mean, literally. This is probably where it's going to come down to the standpoint that it's going to have to go.
Yep.
But it's going to take all of us to do it. I mean, the people that create the electric at the plants didn't forget how to make shit work. We dealt with storms all out throughout the last 100 years or more, horrific shit, and we still made it work. I come from Oklahoma, and when we have one of those tornadoes come through, literally everybody pretty much pitches in and starts helping each other. That's what we have to do. We have to protect one another. We have to stand up for one another. It ain't about, it's not about, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like you guys coming on and watching and hanging out, chit-chat and visiting. You're our family now, as far as I'm concerned. Most of you. And, some of you treat me better than my own family. Probably
that's a big
same
10-4.
thing with Fry, So the standpoint is that's what we've got to do. We've got to stand up as a family, as brothers and sisters, and fight back.
Yep. And you're starting to touch on ego there whenever you're talking about a lot of this stuff. But yeah, ego drives a lot of bad decisions in people's lives, and ego is basically a negative energy. And you got jealousy, greed. And it all goes back to if you can let the ego go off to the side, then a lot of other things are easier to deal with that could be holding you back.
Sometimes you have to, what's that old song, The Willow Bend with the Wind? That's one song I remember. It's a country song. sway in the wind. You know, sometimes you have to be able to bend a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, and that is the whole thing. You know, sometimes we've got to get over ourselves and understand that you're more powerful than what you think you are.
Yep.
See, for so long, we have been beat down that you're worthless, you're not worth. Even in the churches, I listen to that, you know, and I know that was part of Satan driving people away from the church. This criticizing you all the time, and this negative. You're a sinner, you're worthless. You know, you don't deserve to live. Death is your penalty for sin. But I'm tell you right now, in Revelation it says there will come a time where when heaven comes to earth, where there will be no more death. And I don't know about you, Fry. I've heard some of the technologies that's been hidden out there, like possibly these med beds and regeneration deals. It does it by frequency and holograms. And when I look at that concept, when they're talking about this hologram healing, it's literally you are watching like your arm grow back or something like that. You lost a limb, and you're literally watching it regenerate, you know, in this 3D holographic deal, and it literally convinces your mind that it's actually happening, and it tells your DNA to go and do that. Literally, your DNA replaces every cell in your body. I think it is, every 7 years? I do believe it is.
Exactly.
Like
yeah, that touches on another subject. But yeah, technically, if you're single for 7 years and you don't have a partner, you can technically be a virgin because all of your cells have regenerated in that 7-year period. Your physical body can be. And I'm just going to catch up with the chat here real quick. So hold your thoughts. Jackie's talking about weather modification. Yes. And then Base POV said, look up time to time. Yesterday they were spraying like crazy. It's been perfectly blue skies. Spraying like crazy, and then we had 2 inches of rain. So yeah, they're definitely altering the weather. Didn't want to get off track there, but yeah, there's so much stuff they got their hands on. And I say I hate to give them any power, but they're everything that's in the world at this point, even our weather, is controlled by powers that shouldn't be, not for our benefit. So
I don't know. You know, I'm driving across up here because usually when I drive up here in the north part of the country, even through Wyoming, usually here, you know, the last few years it's looked really dry and kind of brown and everything. And this year, driving around, it's just such a beautiful green. I mean, it just seems different. Something seems different about it. I don't know what, but it was just like really pretty, you know.
Yeah, and I've been researching geoengineering since the 90s, late 90s. I got so it's I still don't know what the intentions are, other than they are altering weather patterns. They're amplifying storms for the most part, and the stuff that's coming out of the sky, that's being tested. It's barium, strontium, and aluminum, and that's the 3 main chemicals that they're finding, that they're spraying. And the question is, okay, they're spraying it, now why? And is it good for you? No, it's not. It's not a nutritional supplement.
No.
So that's a whole nother...
Aluminum is one of the big things that when you get into that, you know, back in the day, the aluminum can pass through the blood-brain barrier, and it accumulates in the brain, and it it coats the receptors in your brain. That's what causes Alzheimer's and dementia and a lot of other things to go wrong, neurological problems in your body. That is, back in the day, everybody used to cook in aluminum pots and pans. That's very, very bad. If you ever polish something that's aluminum, you'll see that black oxide coming off. That's literally what you're getting into your body, and it's collecting in people's brains. And that's another thing, some of these things that people have been taking, you got the heavy metals in them and stuff like that as well. They're doing this stuff. I mean, look at people who get these implants and stuff in their body, the metal implants, and they're getting metallosis, metal poisoning, and stuff like that. It's a really, really a bad thing,
I want to interrupt you just for a second here. So OneAmericanNoParty jumped in the chat, and I want to thank him again for this flag. I hope he watched the stream I did one day. I put it in front of the Suburban. I took it for a country ride and did a stream. But you can see right here, it says OneAmericanNoParty right here on the flag. It's on this side right here. I don't know if you can see that. But right down there, you can see it right around in there. So yeah, this is the flag that was in D.C. on his truck. And appreciate the flag. Yep. And I haven't written.
What's up, One American?
So there it
I
is.
think me and you met before, didn't we?
Yeah, he's the one in the yellow truck.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
Yep.
right. I know who that is.
Yep. Yep. So appreciate
Yeah,
that.
we've met. What's up, brother? I mean, he can attest too. Pulling out and not being on the road, it hurts you. It hurts you bad. But yeah, back to that whole DNA deal, but think about that concept of basically, if that is true about the whole hologram deal, that if you have that type of technology, that it's convincing your conscience, literally. And part of this is what people have got to realize, too. You've got things in your subconscious that a lot of this stuff, this programming that's out there gets into your subconscious and literally can make you sick. It can literally cause things as well. That's the reason why you need to take control of your thoughts. It's like that whole concept where people say, I can't do something. Well, that whole word can't is a bad word because you're automatically programming yourself that you won't do it, is what it boils down to. And the thing is when we say things like that, it's kind of like saying, I am sick, I am tired, that I am is literally that part of you programming yourself.
Yeah.
And
when you say can't, that's just the same thing as saying try. So if you have an addiction and you want to stop that addiction, don't say, I'm trying to quit, because let me try and touch my cell phone. I'm going to try and touch it. I'm trying right now. Or let me touch my cell phone. There's a big difference. So when you take the word try out, that word has a lot of control over you. So take the word try out. Words mean things, and you can speak things into existence. I'm guilty of that sometimes.
I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do it. Usually I'm either doing it or I'm not doing it. It's either or.
And I do my best to not use control words when I talk to people, like let me, I'll let you do that, or let me do this. That's a control word. It's more like thank you for the opportunity or something like that. You can kind of change up your verbiage, and you can notice things do change whenever you change your language. Use the control words in the right way, but take the word try out of your vernacular and see how far that takes you, especially if you're want to stop an addiction.
Well, I think God calls those idle words.
Yeah.
And literally, these are things in our subconscious that, it's one of these things that I know that if I ever lose belief in something, I'm going to say the word, can't make it work once I lose belief in something. That's one of those things that I've noticed with myself. If I figured out that it was not right, something was wrong, because I've been in these jobs where, literally it turned out to pretty much kind of like be a scam, like selling beef out of the back of a truck, right? I did one of these sales training deals one time, and we had steaks that we sold out of the back of a truck in a freezer, and we're like, and the way you worded things, and they trained you and everything else, is it sounded like a good deal. It literally sounds like a good deal. And you go, now I could sell the shit out of that stuff, but then when I finally figured out that it was 28 pounds of meat that people were paying $268 for, back in, I was young back then, and I started doing the math on it. Literally, it was a ripoff. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah, it's like people pushing drugs. That's the same thing with the meat guys.
Right. It was literally a ripoff, and once I figured it out, it's like something subconsciously, I go out and I go, and pretty soon I just wound up quitting that job because, I couldn't do it anymore. I felt bad about it. It's the same thing when I was selling cars that's actually how I lost my job. I was working at David Stanley Dodge in Midwest City, and they made me lie to a person to get them back up to the store, and then turn around and tell them the same bullshit that they were told 2 or 3 nights before. And these people drove 3 or 4 hours, and I walked in there and told my manager, and I said, if you ever make me lie to someone again, I will punch you straight. I will knock you the fuck out. Don't ever make me lie to somebody. And because he lied to me, so it's just stuff like that really pisses me off. You got people walking there to go buy a car. They take the first deal, that's put in front of them. The salesman is making, they're making $10,000 over pack on that deal. So basically the person is paying $10,000 more than what the vehicle is worth, And when you're looking at people out there that's struggling from day to day to pay their bills, and, of course you want to go make decent money, but at what expense, because that kind of shit that they're doing, it's just like 90% of these guys out here driving right now that are working for these companies are literally slaves to them companies, and they're one paycheck away from failure, and some of them might be in the negative right now. I bet you there's probably at least 10 drivers out here right now on this lot, or maybe more, that is in the negative right now and not getting a paycheck. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And they're stuck in these trucks. I own my own truck, and I'm having to pay for everything, and I'm pretty much, where do y'all see me most of the time? Stuck in this truck. Other than when I was in the Convoy. But me and my wife have literally had to be on the roads at sometimes, and they control the rates. They control, because basically what I'm getting right now is scraps. It's literally what I'm getting, because all these companies out there, pretty much the brokers and everything else that are with these companies, because sometimes I may get a job from CR England or TMC, or basically I'm taking the jobs that their drivers that they can't find somebody to take. Okay, and it's literally where they're charging $5 or $6 a mile, $7 a mile right now, and have got that power. I'm taking the leftovers at, $3 to $5 a mile maybe right now, when I should be getting $6 or $7 a mile, or maybe more. But I'm doing a hell of a lot better than a lot of these guys. But literally, there's been times that me and my wife have been in this truck for 3 months at a time. Sometimes I've had to sit a whole week at a truck stop until a good load comes up, because I didn't have the money to go somewhere else. And for me, it's like yesterday, I was kind of feeling depressed because I was passing all them little ponds and stuff going down the road, wishing I could go fishing, and I just don't have the time or the money.
Yeah, it's everybody's getting squeezed pretty tight right now. Buffalo Man 11 is in the chat. He put his link in the chat. So everybody, if you're not subbed up to his channel, go click on that link he put in the chat there and send him some love.
What's up, Buffalo? Anyways, yeah. Like I said, guys, it's guys and gals, it's really, it's hard, and it's going to get harder. And we got to come together. Literally, come together. And
because everything is trying to separate us, whether it's jabs or no jab, mask, no mask, religion, football teams, you just everything, color, race, all this nonsense. Everything is there to divide you. We all need to unite.
Beliefs.
We're all having the same human experience. We need to stick together. Left, right, up the middle, no political affiliations, whatever. It just, we got to stick together. We got to stop this divisional crap.
Most of you are paying the same amount for fuel as everybody else. Everybody's pretty much is paying the same amount for food as everybody else. Pretty much everybody's paying the same amount for a mortgage or rent, electric, everything. We're all in the same boat when this comes down to this reality. And what's up, Queenie? We all are in this reality right now.
Hey, Queenie, thank you for the $2 super chat. On your super chat, Fry, much love and freedom. Awesome. Appreciate the $2 super chat there, Queenie.
I told everybody I wasn't going to stop fighting, even though the convoy's over. I was not going to stop fighting. I'm still in this. I'm still doing the lives. Still love everybody out there. I know where I'd much rather be, and I'd much rather be out on my property, working on it. But unfortunately, I can't even afford to do that right now, due to the fuel prices. Everything. It's bad.
Yeah, and I still got my day job to do at night now. So I was just going to test out this phone system, and I ended up doing what? A 5-hour stream doing a phone test, but I didn't know you were going to jump on.
Yeah, well, here's the other thing, too. Here's the other thing. Everyone just said, you mean we're all in this nightmare together? Exactly. We're literally in this nightmare together. It's the same... Okay. It's the same scary dream, and it's time for us to wake one another up. Literally. Whether you got to grab somebody and just literally, shake them, and wake them up. But yeah, it no matter, it doesn't matter whether you're Republican, you're Democrat, you're Christian or not a Christian, or whatever.
I can add to that, or if you think the Earth is a spinning ball, or it's flat, or whatever,
Or
just
it's
everything.
flat.
They're trying to divide us in every
yeah.
direction. Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever you think. I have my own opinions on that as well.
Yeah.
Because I just say I don't know. Because I believe even that's all been controlled as well.
I can tell you what it's not. And I'll just leave it at that. Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, I fall back on that one saying, once you realize you know nothing, you know everything.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah. The more you know, the more you know how much you don't know. Yeah.
You could show me it's a ball, and I'd probably look at you and say, "Did the government pay you off to tell me that?" You know.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah. It's all deception when it comes down to it. It's control. Yeah. Yeah.
But that's the whole thing. They have had thousands and thousands of. They've been researching this since the beginning of humanity on how to control us.
Yeah.
And we've literally been walking around in this world for the last however many years you are. Me, I'm 51. Thinking a lot of different stuff. For the most part, I really never have really trusted the government at all. Since probably about the second grade, when the teacher lied to me and told me we were free. Then my mom told me we weren't. So that was a big mind fuck for a little kid. It's kind of like telling your kids there's a Santa Claus and there really isn't. Or an Easter bunny, or just a lot of shit. That's the reason why I think most people are freaking halfway nuts anyways, because they don't know what to believe. The only thing I can tell you without a doubt that I believe is anything negative is not of God. Okay? When I say that, anything controlling, anything that tries to bind you, anything that tries to slap chains on you or to control you is not of God, because God is always about setting you free. God is not lies and deception. God is the truth. And I guess I'm going to leave it at that, because when American says, "No Santa Claus, I dare you." Well, I mean, right from the beginning, we're teaching our kids to accept lies, and we're doing that to our children. You're already programming them to accept a lie, and not to even trust you. So, just saying, think about it. Think about it logically.
And now they're trying to groom the kids as a younger age. You got kindergarten, and they're trying to get to the kids sooner and sooner too. That's the thing, and they're dividing the family unit. That's the thing. And when you have a divided family, then it starts right there. It starts at home. So we got to get back together. We got to get the families back together. We got to start talking to our neighbors. Grow more of our food locally. It's all about local, and it grows from there. It's not this top-down nonsense. It's bottom-up. It's locally. That's the foundation. You got to be centered, and the best way to start being get your body and mind centered is with your health. It starts right here, right here. This is what I've been working on. Nobody else cares about this except me. And if I get this perfectly fine-tuned as good as I can, then I can help other people with their problems. But right now I'm fixing myself. And then once I get myself completely fixed, then I can tell people how I fix myself. Because I know there's a lot of people out there that are having the same problems, whether it's pre-diabetes, AFib, weight gains, addictions. I'm conquering all those things, but I'm doing it a little bit at a time. And it's a learning process. It doesn't happen overnight. So you got to just listen to your body. And that's the same thing. We have to take control locally. And this is as local as it gets, right here, looking in the mirror. This is as local as it gets, right there. What I work with and see every day when I wake up in the morning. This is local. And then start from there. Then go to your family, your neighbors. That's where it starts. It doesn't start in D.C. You know, that's where they get you to vote every 4 years to take your power away, and then they're lying to you, and you think, okay, we got another shot in 4 years. You got to start local.
Oh, yeah, everybody, I don't know if y'all have all heard. I'm not trying to bring this down or anything, but Tracy, the lady that was driving the ambulance, did y'all see that guy just lose his cool over there and throw his stuff against his windshield? Look at him throwing his hands up.
No, you got the camera pointed at you, so we're not seeing the.
I'm sorry.
We're seeing you right now.
Well, anyways, I'm sitting here watching this guy sit there in his truck throwing a fit because this guy's trying to back into a spot over here. Come on, oh God, you got to see this. I don't know if y'all can see him, but I'm gonna scan it. There's the point, and there you go. You're getting it now. Uh-oh, watch. The guy's going to pull up again. Watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. Oh, he pulled up because he knows I was watching him. He must have knew I'd turned the camera on him. But it was funny. Oh, now we got the glare. We can't see nothing at all now. But, yeah, he was literally making hand gestures and everything else. But, guys, we'll have to do this again. Fry, brother, I love you. Thanks for having me on. But my wife is about to kick my butt. She's wanting to get out of the truck. And everybody that's on my chat over there, if you're wondering what's going on, I'm over on Fry's show. He's got me up there. We've been talking on the phone. So, you know, I've kind of been listening to a one-sided discussion here. I should have said that earlier. But you can probably go back and watch what was going on to get the other side of the discussion. But, Fry, I love you, brother. I'm glad to see you're back. Let's do this some more. We got to get everybody back together and get this done. We got to get her done.
I'm going to do the best I can, just one day at a time. Just start bringing everybody back together. And I know everybody's going to be doing different things, but I want to, you know, if it just takes an interview a day just to start, you know, getting some eyeballs and what's going on, and you know, anything talking about the health and just all the stuff that we talked about today should be beneficial to somebody. And if I can just make one person's day better, change for the better, that's all my goal is every day I want to wake up and make somebody's day better. And that kind of goes back to the word love, you know, love what you do and love the people that you're working with and that are around you. So that's that's the goal.
And like I said, you know, guys, I'm still streaming. You can always come over and subscribe. You know, most of mine, I'm driving down the road. We kind of get on to some topics every once in a while. For the most part, everybody just sometimes just kind of sits back and relaxes and watches the ride, I guess, or enjoys the ride. I don't know. But, you know, y'all want to ask some questions over in the channel, we can get discussions. We can start having discussions while we're going down the road or whatever. I don't have a problem with that. Not to mention we're sharing links over there. We're trying to get everybody on board with the USLA. That's the United States Liberty Alliance over on Clout Hub. We got the sheriff thing as well. that everybody needs to probably start getting involved with to protect the vote. We have all these things going on, and I want to start seeing y'all have rallies. If you are having rallies, y'all start to stand up and have rallies and stuff like that. Take video of it. If you can't stream it to YouTube, I think you can get right over on Twitch and stream it. If I'll try to do a playback on it. Email me your link or whatever. I imagine if you do the same thing to Frei, he'll more likely put it up there and play it as well. Let's get out there and start getting this done. And I'm kind of disappointed this weekend. I'm supposed to be going back to see my daughter. I don't know if I'm going to make it back in time. I may get a few minutes with her, but.
And don't forget about Tommy Temper there, GW, because Tommy Temper's in Canada, and he's been taking the reins up with the restreaming since I've been out of the picture.
Right.
So if Tommy's still listening, put your link in the chat. So everybody here, right now, if I'm not streaming, check to see if Tommy's streaming, restreaming. So he's a freedom fighter. He's a restreamer. So let me go to his channel, and I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, come on over. Come over and hang out, enjoy the ride, and, help us share these links, help us get the word out, get the message out. Let's get this done. The longer we sit around and we wait, like I've told everybody for a long time, I'm nobody's hero. I'm not going to win this war for you, but I'll stand right there beside you. And help, and I'll support you, just like I'm pretty sure Frei will. That's what he's doing right here, and that's what he was doing before. I know it's going to take all of us, and we've got to start working at it, just, even if it's a few minutes a day, but you're always welcome over on my channel. Come over and visit, say hi, hang out for a little bit, and if we don't know the answer, we've got all the mods and stuff over there. They like doing research. They'll go out and find the answer or find something associated with it, and we'll talk about it. And even if I have one of my deals where I may bring up I get my laptop out and I open up my studio, and people can come in and they can visit, say hi, come on the live stream, tell me what you're doing, tell us what you're involved in, what you're working on, and we'll all work together. It ain't about me, it's not about Frei, it's about us all. But I gotta go, guys. Love all of you. Love you, Frei.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Love you
for having me on.
Thanks again. Have a good one. I'll have the call-in line open up probably every day when I stream. So if you want to jump in and give us an update, please do.
Oh, you bet, brother.
All right.
All right, guys. We'll see you later.
Later.
Good night.
Thank you. Have a good one. Tell her I said hi.
All right, bye.
All right, bye. So there you have it. That was GWT333. Let me put his link in the chat there. So this is his live stream. So I put Tommy Temper's link in the chat. So Tommy Temper, check him out. If you don't know about Tommy, he's a restreamer, and he's been taking the reins since I've been regrouping and dealing with the workload that I've had today and yesterday were pretty decent. So far, no calls from the station. So that's good karma there for not having the extra workload. So go sub up to Tommy Temper, and he got a strike on his channel a couple or 3 days ago or something. It was a strike where he was restreaming somebody, and they were talking about election stuff, and I don't know what happened, but it's getting pretty rough when it comes to restrictions on YouTube. So there we go. This is GW's channel. There we go. Jackie just put it in there, and I just put it in there. So go sub up to GW if you're not, and go hang with him. He's got some good messages, and he's got good solutions to getting your local power back with your sheriff. So, like I said, I'm focusing on people that want to interact with me, like GW, Grey Wolf. I'll be restreaming his walk. I'm sending out the press release for Grey Wolf's walk to the radio station in California. I just need I kind of want to do a little spot for that or something that we can run on the air, so I might do that. So yeah, I'm going to be focusing on people that want to be, that want some help to get eyeballs on their solutions, okay? And my main focus is that and health, wellness, and stopping addictions, because addictions control you, and then when you're controlled by that addiction, then you live in fear of when you're not going to get that's controlling you. So it all goes back to fear. When you're in fear, you're making bad decisions for yourself, your family, and the people around you. So to get rid of the whole fear thing, it all starts with the addictions, and that's what I've been focusing on myself. And I know I say that a lot, but you don't know how much you're addicted to until you stop the things that you don't need in life. Okay? I didn't need hot chocolate. I didn't need ice cream. I didn't need mineral water, even though that's not a health thing. It's wasting money. It's got, they're in plastic bottles most of the time, and they're hard to find, and they're getting way more expensive. So I don't need that to survive. So it's all about cleansing and getting prepared for your journey in life. And that's why I just got off a 41-hour fast. I challenged myself. I used to fast 10 years ago every Monday, but I would only fast for 24 hours. Now I'm stepping it up a notch to 2 days. That's just my own challenge. I made it to 41 hours, and I said, well, I'm going to go ahead and eat something. It was just so I could, eat something and get my day going. I could have gone to 48, but I just I stopped at 41. That's good enough for my first fast. It's been a long time since I fasted like that, but I'm going to get back into it. And fasting puts you in a control position. Now you're not controlled by the food. So there's so many things where you can take your power back, and you get more freedom that way. And it allows you to be more centered, and you feel better about yourself. So it's all about health and wellness. Some of the poorest people in the world, all they have is money. I'm going to repeat that. Some of the poorest people in the world, all they have is money. They don't have health. They just don't have anything. They're just soulless. I see it all the time. They're very poor. They got a lot of fiat currency in the bank, but their health is bad. They're just bad people. So that's what I'm focusing on, is to help people help themselves. And a lot of the times, the teacher is the student. So remember when I say that, I learn more from helping people than anything else, and that's why I do what I do, is because it helps me in return. See how that builds on itself? All right, so we should probably ease out of the stream here, maybe with some, we'll mix it up here. We'll do a little bit of a song from, maybe we'll do Natasha, and then we'll do a Poker Face song. If there's anybody else that wants to call, the phone number, if you want to jump on the stream right here towards the end. Katie said that Katie was probably going to call. And no, Katie, I'm not going to change your voice. Nobody's going to know who you are just from your voice. 221-1953. So if anybody wants to call and jump on, we're going to be easing out of the stream here. I got to get my day job stuff done here, but if anybody wants to call that number, and no, I'm not collecting your number. It's not going to show up on the screen. Yeah, big shout out to Ride Along Gang in the chat. Love to help. Appreciate everything you're doing. I had you up on the screen yesterday, day before for sure, and then yesterday I had your link up when I was streaming from my laptop. Oh, look at that. We got somebody sending in some love right now. That's gone. Yep. And we're going to... Yeah, so it's weird how that is hidden in the chat. I've already hidden that user, but it can still post in the chat. How does that work? Somebody tell me how that works. Because I can't say hide user in channel, because all the selection is unhide user. So that means it's already been hidden. Then why is it able to post links? Okay? That makes no logical sense. But I'm just ranting about the porn bots, I guess. I'll stop that. All right, so here we go. We're going to do a Natasha song, and then we'll do a Poker Face. And both of these are people that are truth seekers, and they have messages in their music. And that's another thing. I'm only playing music that is not going to get me a strike, and it's focused on the message that we need to hear out there. So let's see. Let's let I don't know. I'll do it through this. We're gonna go date. Oh, somebody's calling. Hold on. You're on the air with Fry. Go ahead.
Hey, Fry. It's Scooter here. Good to see you're on your back, buddy. I've seen you post a little bit, but I'm honestly just tuning in. So this is a pretty neat deal you got going on.
Yeah, I'm moving into this new studio, and like I said, I've had more time to start. Because I've built out radio studios and sound recording studios, but I never had the time to even pay any attention to my own because I was so stuck with with the 12-hour and 10-hour streams every day. I really didn't have time to tweak it. And now I'm fine-tuning it, adding a phone line and, sound effects like that and mic drops and just send your cash, all those fun sound drops and
That's true.
stuff like that. So, yeah, I want to spice it up a little bit and make it a little bit more fun.
Yeah, cool, man. So is this your first stream like this, or have I missed a couple in the past few days, or?
This is my first official testing the phone system out stream, and my first kind of official restream. I had one a couple of weeks ago in the big studio. It was like a 6-hour stream, I think. But this is the first long, quote, restream from this setup here. And I was standing up for the most part, and then the cool part about this new setup is I just lowered it. So now I'm sitting down. So this thing, my studio can go up or down now. That's the part I love the most. And I'm not stuck in the corner. I can see out the back property. I'm right here. It's all open for the most part. So yeah, it's got better energy.
Cool, man. Yeah, no, I'm totally digging. I'm glad to hear your voice again, buddy. I think you're an important part to the unity and kind of keeping people engaged and together and providing that safe place for us questionable citizens, who are being classified as whatever. Man, it's kind of a safe haven, and I'm glad to have this avenue of discussion back, buddy.
Well, I appreciate your support. So how long have you been watching the stream as far as this channel?
So your Fry TV, so I started really getting into YouTube and streamers and everything when Canada kicked off. I got turned on to you pretty quick after that. I've had a couple of names in the past, SWB and Hero Zero, stuff like that. But so I've been with you for quite a while. Diego there's kind of been no disrespect, but a fallback since you took some time off, so it's been good. But
why would that be disrespect? I mean, that's the whole point. He's part of the family, and just like Tommy Temper and all those guys, Texas girl with one voice, and so that's it's just whoever's out there sending the message out, support them. It's all one big family.
Yeah. Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
And just glad to have you back on the microphone.
Well, I appreciate you calling. So I'm sure this microphone sounds better than the one I was using earlier, but I just hate holding this thing. I'm going to look for after I finish my workflow tonight, I promise I'll look for my mic stand So we don't have to do the whole wireless mic tomorrow if I stream tomorrow. And my goal is, if I don't have any heavy workload, I'll be streaming tomorrow. And we can take more calls, and I might set up a panel. And I want to focus on, you know, what I've been talking about, addiction, health, wellness. And then, like, we might focus on Grey Wolf's Walk tomorrow. That might be a focus. So, yeah, I just have to play it by ear.
Yeah, cool, man. Well, I wish you the best, and just keep doing what you're doing and playing it by ear is just fine. You got everybody behind you, and we'll play it by ear with you, man.
Well, appreciate it. What part of the world are you in?
Northern Pennsylvania. I grew up in the South, but I've been stuck up here in PA for, I say stuck, it's really a beautiful place, but I miss the sunshine of the South. But I've been up here about 12 years now.
Wow.
Actually, you know, I've been in your neck of the woods quite a bit when I was working in the oil industry. And I grew up probably about 6 hours north of where I put together you're at. And I miss the South, man. I miss the respect, and it's easier to talk to people. They understand me a little bit better. The diversity up here makes it a challenge for somebody that just kind of says it how it is and is used to people kind of spitting it back at them the way it is, and no hurt feelings and all this soft stuff.
Yeah, it's a different culture around here. Of course, I live close to the cesspool of Austin, Texas. So it's a lot of weirdness going on there with the local government, but
right.
It's for the most part, everything around here, the people are pretty self-sustained and awake. It's a pretty big community of people that take care of each other around here.
Yeah,
There's-
and you got San Antone right there, and New Braunfels, Riverwalk. I mean,
San Marcos, all of it, you know.
Yeah.
Taylor,
Yep.
Round Rock, Pflugerville, you know, Manor,
Yeah,
all,
but
you know, there's so much
Lukenbach.
industry around here.
Yeah. Well, cool, man. I'll let you get off of here. But I just I wanted to jump on and just say hey. So.
Well, don't feel free to call back again when you see me live streaming if you want to add something or just have a chat.
Yeah, will do, buddy.
All right. Appreciate the support. Have a good one.
Yep. Take care. Bye.
All right. So we were talking about the mind control of the TV earlier. So we're going to play a Natasha Maeve's Mind Control Through Media, and then we're going to jump over to a poker face. And I'll be putting the link in the chat to our YouTube channel, and then we'll ease out of the stream. This is Natasha Maeve, Mind Control Through Media.
The world's a stage, mind control through media. Get your perspective on the news webpage. 2 months ago, I saw them care about Afghanistan. They asked her, could you be there for 20 years and abandon them? Now people there will sell their daughters just to get food. They'll trade their kidney too. Who really knows, oh, do you? I don't doubt it though, because I know that there's a famine. So ask yourself, you claim you care, now you don't, who's really abandoning? Now you're experts on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Remember when everybody here was talking about Hussein, yeah? Don't you realize they're taking you hostage and giving you a new brain? When's the last time you actually thought for yourself? Allowing so-called experts to dictate what you do with your health, when their priorities obviously to increase their own wealth. I've always known that people here were sleeping, now I know they're blind. Propaganda's obvious, not south, we're running out of time. They possess you, they oppress you. Now I'm the voice who will address you. They immunosuppress you. Those with the jab, they might cardiac arrest you. They possess you, they oppress you. Now I'm the voice who will address you. They immunosuppress you. Those with the jab, they might cardiac arrest you. They'll say it's not true. They call us skeptics. Will you be skeptical too? If you knew about half the shit that we do, just a little itsy bitsy iffy. Reading about the declassified operation information when it hit me. Washy wishy, y'all must be dizzy. This is Megalodon fishy. And before this song is labeled as a hate crime, listen to the top chart rappers. Now tell me, are they trying to wake minds? Every time I I press play, they're trying to take mine. Murder, guns, drugs, money, everything but a straight line. Create more state crime. These rappers are paid private prison recruiters, becoming millionaires to shape your kids into shooters. So don't you dare call me a terrorist when I know where the terror is. True though, Trudeau. They possess you, they oppress you. Now I'm the voice who will address you. They immunosuppressed you. Those with the jab, they might cardiac arrest you. They possessed you, they oppress you. Now I'm the voice who will address you. They immunosuppressed you. Those with the jab, they might cardiac arrest you. They'll say it's not true. What about the annual Angels from Hell peace meeting? Gangs can run wild in this country, but truckers get a police beating? What exactly about what I'm saying is misleading? Red and white violence, gun running, human trafficking, drug dealing. I'll risk my life to stop the bleeding. How many years does an informant go undercover just to get a warrant? State of Emergencies Act, the tyrannical government got to skip all that. Smashing windows, breaking into theft too. But if you wear a shirt that supports 81, they won't get you. Frozen bank accounts of freedom protesters and supporters. But you don't do anything to stop Canada's drug importers at the borders? Coots, come on. The opioid epidemic killed far more than any simulated pandemic ever did. If you think this government cares about you or your health or your safety, I'm here to tell you that they never did. Trust in the artificial leaders, I will never give. I will never give. I will never give. Cause they possess you. They oppress you. Now I'm the voice who will address you. They immunosuppress you. Those with the jab, they might cardiac arrest you. They possess you. They oppress you. Now I'm the voice who will address you. They immunosuppress you. Those with the jab, they might cardiac arrest you. They'll say it's not true. They're gonna say it's not true, but I would never lie to you. They're gonna say it's not true, but I would never lie to you. I would never lie to you. They're gonna say it's not true, but I would never lie to you. I would never lie to you. They're gonna say it's not true, but I'd never lie to you.
That is Mind Control Through Media by Natasha Maeve, and that is just very fitting for what we were just talking about there. So I'm going to put the link in the chat to her channel, and if you haven't heard her stuff, she's so dynamic. She's got all kinds of stuff out. She just released a song yesterday, I think it was, day before. So yeah, go check out Natasha Maeve. She's a truth seeker, a freedom fighter, whatever you want to call it. She speaks the truth, definitely. Yeah, and all of her stuff has a message. You just got to listen to the song 5 or 6 times, and then you'll start hearing every one of the messages. It's just amazing. It's just, the lyrics are unbelievable. So now we're going to jump over to Poker Face, and we'll ease out of the stream with some Poker Face here. Which one do we want to play of them? Let's see, Poker Face. I'll find it in here. It's going to be in here somewhere. I'll just go by date added. It'll be in there quicker. So I'm in my Plex server playing this music instead of playing it off of YouTube right now. So we're going to go date added. Boom. Poker Face. Which one do we want to hear? We'll just have to sort through them here and see which one we want to hear. No, not that one. Nope.
Amen.
Nope. 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 Let's try the song Illuminati.
Too many people in America fear their government, and the government is being run by too many powerful agencies like the IRS and others. I think it's time the people take the country back through their representative government.
Hey, Mr. Politician, living on that hill, living in that lap of luxury on We the People's Bill. Don't have a clue how tries to feed his cattle and sheep on we the people's land. Try and live as a free man, you'll find it is illegal anymore. Time to stop these thugs from stealing what's been got handed down. Calling for a revolution, calling for it now. It's time to save our Constitution while we still got the guns in our hands. Time to turn back the clock of a tyranny. For if we don't, then who will do it for ourselves? And how about our children? What kind of future will we leave them? And if we won't, we'll wake up slaves on the global plantation, calling for a going for it now. It's time to save our Constitution while we still got the guns in our hands. Calling for a revolution, going for it now. It's time to save our Constitution while we still got the guns in our hands. While we still got the guns, still got the guns in our hands.
That's Revolution by Poker Face. That's track number 4. We're going to be easing out here, and remember, you can check it out on pokerface.com. I put the links in the chat there, so go check them out. They got a lot of stuff. This is some older stuff, but they're good stuff too. So we're going to be easing out here, so just everybody, much love. Appreciate everybody joining me. We'll do our best to do this again tomorrow. So just do the right thing. Just make somebody's day better if you can.
And wash your hands after touching any raw meat.
Adios, mofo.